Greetings, all. I am Greg Mays, the founder and executive director of A Better Jamaica. On behalf of our board of directors, I just want to thank you for joining us today for the umpteenth, and that's because I don't remember how many of these Jamaica Read-a-thons we've done, for the umpteenth Jamaica Read-a-thon. As you may or may not know, the Jamaica Read-a-thon is our primary fundraiser for our Jamaica Reads program. Jamaica Reads is a program for which we deploy senior citizens to local elementary schools where they provide one-on-one tutoring to first graders who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. We've been doing this program for quite a few years now. It's fantastic. It's one of my favorite programs. We started at PS 48 quite some time ago. Shout out to Pat Mitchell, who was the principal then. And then we moved over to PS 36. And then after that, we expanded the program to PS 80. So you are helping us, be at both of these schools until the end of May, and then also helping us hopefully expand the program next year. So if you have some foundation friends who might be able to throw, a couple of tens of $1,000s at us so we can expand the program, then please point them in my direction. Greg May is the founder and executive director of A Better Jamaica. So what else? Let me just sort of really briefly tell you a little bit more about A Better Jamaica. We are celebrating our 15th anniversary. It all started when I went over to Forest Park some years ago, and I watched The Wizard of Oz at Forest Park with a couple of nephews and the next door neighbor's child. I left that fantastic experience just wondering, why do I have to leave my neighborhood to have such a wonderful community building experience? The answer was I did not. I just needed to start a nonprofit, which is what I did. I started A Better Jamaica. Our very first program was Family Movies in the Park. We hung up some banners and told people to come see a movie. I don't know whether they thought they were going to come see a big screen TV or something, but we had this big, beautiful inflatable screen, and we showed Happy Feet. And it was just as I envisioned. Just sort of build it, and people came, and it was a wonderful, wonderful just sort of evening. So we started out that summer with one park and two movies. The next summer we expanded to two parks, and as they say, the rest is history. We have about 15 or 16 programs right now. And our latest program is a program called Civic Duty, which is a hands-on civics education for 11th grade boys. But I digress. We are here for the Jamaica Read-a-thon, and I'm going to begin in the spirit of the Read-a-thon by reading one of my favorite books of all time, Oh, the Places You'll Go. So thank you for joining us. We have this star-studded lineup of people who are contributing, and I'm going to try my best to stay on time. Behind the scenes is my technical director / producer, Miss Jalen Buxton Punch, and she is cracking the whip. So I'm going to start reading this book, and then I see our next reader is already lined up. So here we go. Oh, the Places You'll Go. By Dr. Seuss, of course. Okay. Congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You're off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself in any direction you choose. You're on your own, and you know what you know, and you are the guy who'll decide where to go. You'll look up and down streets, look them over with care. About some you will say, I don't choose to go there. With your head full of brains and your shoes full of feet, you're too smart to go down any not so good street. And you may not find any you'll want to go down. In that case, of course, you'll head straight out of town. It's opener there in the wide open air. Out there, things can happen, and frequently do, to people as brainy and footsy as you. And when things start to happen, don't worry, don't stew. Just go right along. You'll start happening too. Oh, the places you'll go. You'll be on your way up. You'll be seeing great sights. You'll join the high flyers who soar to high heights. You won't lag behind because you'll have the speed. You'll pass the whole gang and you'll soon take the lead. Wherever you fly, you'll be the best of the best. Wherever you go, you will top all the rest. Except when you don't, because sometimes you won't. I'm sorry to say so, but sadly it's true that bang-ups and hang-ups can happen to you. You can get all hang up in a prickly perch, and your gang will fly on. You'll be left in a lurch. You'll come down from the lurch with an unpleasant bump, and the chances are then that you'll be in a slump. And when you're in a slump, you're not in for much fun. Unslumping yourself is not easily done. You will come to a place where the streets are not marked. Some windows are lighted, but mostly they're dark. A place you could sprain both your elbow and chin. Do you dare to stay out? Do you dare to go in? How much can you lose? How much can you win? And if you go in, you turn left or right and 3/4, or maybe not quite. Or go around back and sneak in from behind. Simple it's not. I'm afraid you will find. For a mind maker upper to make up his mind. You can get so confused. Then you'll start into race. Down long wiggled roads at a breaknecking pace. And grind on for miles across weirdish wild space. Headed, I fear, toward a most useless place. The waiting place. For people just waiting for a train to go, or a bus to come, or a plane to go, or the mail to come, or the rain to go, or the phone to ring, or the snow to snow, or waiting around for a yes or no, or waiting for their hair to grow. Everyone is just waiting. Waiting for the fish to bite, or waiting for wind to fly a kite, or waiting around for Friday night, or waiting perhaps for their Uncle Jake, or a pot to boil, or a better break, or a string of pearls, or a pair of pants, or a wig with curls, or another chance. Everyone is just waiting. No, that's not for you. Somehow you'll escape all that waiting and staying. You'll find the bright places where boom bands are playing. With banner flip-flapping, once more you'll ride high, ready for anything under the sky. Ready because you're that kind of guy. Oh, the places you'll go. There's fun to be done. There are points to be scored. There are games to be won. And the magical things you can do with that ball will make you the winningest winner of all. Fame! You'll be famous as famous can be, with the whole wide world watching you on TV. Except when they don't, because sometimes you won't. I'm afraid that sometimes you'll play lonely games too. Games you can't win, because you'll play against you. all alone, whether you like it or not. Alone will be something. You'll be quite a lot. And when you're alone, there's a very good chance you'll meet things that scare you right out of your pants. There are some down the road between hither and yon that can scare you so much you won't want to go on. Wow. But on you will go, though the weather be foul. On you will go, though your enemies prowl. On you will go, though the hackencracks howl. Onward up many a frightening creek, though your arms may get sore and your sneakers may leak. On and on you will hike, and I know you'll hike far and face up to your problems wherever they are. You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go. So be sure when you step with care and great tact, and remember that life's a great balancing act. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left. And you will succeed. Yes, yes, you will indeed. 98.75% guaranteed. Kid, you'll move mountains. So, be your name Bucksbaum or Bixby or Bray, or Mordecai Ali Van Allen O'Shea. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting. So get on your way. I'm going to just read those last sentences one more time because they're so powerful. So, be your name Bucksbaum or Bixby or Bray, or Mordecai Ali Van Olin O'Shea. You're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting. So, get on your way. Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. Hands down, one of my favorites. All right. So just in case you've just joined us, let me introduce myself again. My name is Greg Mays. I am the founder and executive director of A Better Jamaica. We are a Jamaica Queens-based and focused nonprofit community service organization. We have our 501c3 status, which means that you can make a contribution, be you an individual or a corporation, and have that contribution be fully tax deductible. And you can do so if you're watching on the live stream. If you just go to the JamaicaRead-a-thon.com, if that's not where you are, you can hit the donate button and it will allow you to make a donation in support of our Jamaica Reads program. And again, Jamaica Reads is our program in which we deploy local senior citizens to 2 local elementary schools, PS 36 and PS 80. And those senior citizens provide one-on-one tutoring to first graders who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. Just imagine if all the first graders in Southeast Queens, in New York City, were reading at grade level. Just imagine the potential that would just unlock. Currently, less than 50% of 3rd and 5th graders in Southeast Queens are passing their ELA exams. Again, less than 50% of 3rd and fifth graders in Southeast Queens are passing their ELA exams. That is just, it's insane, you know? So when I found that out, I asked myself, what can I do to change that? And I said, with a Better Jamaica, we're going to start the Jamaica Reads program. And we've since then deployed senior citizens to provide one-on-one tutoring with first graders struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. So I'm going to stop there. Again, this fantastic book, Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. I think we may have our next reader who has joined us. So let's see, who is our next reader? There we go.
Hi, good morning, Greg. How you doing?
I am well, Simon. How are you, my friend? I'm
doing just great. I just got an email a few moments ago from our friend April, and she said, anyone want to join? And I was like, absolutely.
You know, Simon, first of all, let me begin by saying I love April because April is a get it done kind of person, you know.
She is. She got me here. She got it done.
Look, and I mean, literally, she got it done. She sent this email out to folks, and bam, like magic, here you are on our StreamYard for the Jamaica Read-a-thon, my friend. So I'm so grateful that you are here with us. What book are you going to read for us today, Simon?
So this is a book. It's called The Whale Song.
Okay.
And it is by Diane Sheldon and Gary Blythe.
Okay.
And it was a book that I saw in a bookshop back in '88 when it first came out.
Okay.
And I saw the cover of it. I mean, if you look at the artwork.
I can see it.
Yeah, look at the artwork on it. It's incredible. And so I bought it just on the cover alone, which I know you shouldn't do, but I do. And I read it and I fell in love with it. It's one of the most beautiful books that I possess. And there was another story I was thinking of doing, but I don't have that picture book, unfortunately. And I didn't have time to run up to the library and grab it. Otherwise, I would have done, it was one of Aesop's fables. So I just basically grabbed this because it's one of my faves, because I want to share it with everyone that's watching.
Okay, that's fantastic. Look, I'm going to get out of the way, my friend, so you can read this book. And if you're done before the 15 minutes, then we'll have plenty of time to chat and the rest of that good stuff. So please take it away, my friend.
Yeah. I also, before you go, I want to say that Oh, the Places You Go is also one of my favorite books.
Yes. Thank you.
Nice job, man.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me. So as I said, this is The Whale Song by Diane Sheldon, and it's a beautifully poetic book. And the illustrations by Gary Blythe are almost transcendental. You see that? Isn't that amazing? Lily's grandmother told her a story. Once upon a time, the ocean was filled with whales. They were as big as hills. They were as peaceful as the moon. They were the most wondrous creatures you could ever imagine. Lily climbed onto her grandmother's lap. I used to sit at the end of the jetty and listen for whales, said Lily's grandmother. Sometimes I'd sit there all day and all night. Then all of a sudden I'd see them coming from miles away. They moved through the waters as if they were dancing. But how did they know you were there, Grandma? Asked Lily. How would they find you? Lily's grandmother smiled. Oh, you had to bring them something special, like a perfect shell or a beautiful stone. And if they liked you, the whales would take your gift and give you something in return. See the whales right there? What would they give you, Grandma? Asked Lily. What did you get from the whales? Oh, Lily's grandmother sighed. Once or twice, she whispered. Once or twice, I heard them sing. There's Lily with her grandmother right there. You see the two, and there's Lily, and there's the grandmother. But this is Uncle Frederick. Lily's Uncle Frederick stomped into the room. You're nothing but a daft old fool, he snapped. Whales are important for their meat and their bones and their blubber. If you have to tell Lily something, and tell her something useful. Don't fill her head with nonsense. Singing whales indeed. Oh, I don't like that, do you? Oh, blimey. He stomped off. There were whales here millions before there were ships or cities or even cavemen, said Lily's grandmother. People used to say they were magical. People used to eat them and boil them down for oil, grumbled Lily's Uncle Frederick. And he turned his back and stomped out into the garden. That night, Lily dreamed of whales. In a dream, she saw them as large as mountains, bluer than the sky. In her dream, she heard them singing, their voices like the wind. In her dreams, they leapt from the water and called her name. The next morning, there's Lily right there. You see her? She's leaving him a gift. She drops that yellow flower down into the water. The next morning, Lily went down to the ocean. She went where nobody fished or swam or sailed their boats. She walked to the end of the old jetty. The water was empty and still. And out of her pocket, she took a yellow flower and dropped it into the water. This is for you, she called into the air. There's Lily right there at the end of the pier. It's at night time. Oh, there's my finger. There it is. There she is. I think we know who this person is right there, don't we? Doesn't look too happy, does he? No. Lily sat at the end of the jetty and waited. She waited all morning and all afternoon. Then, as dusk began to fall, Uncle Frederick came down the hill after her. Enough of this foolishness, he said. Come on home. I'll not have you dreaming your life away. That night, Lily awoke. Suddenly, the room was bright with moonlight. She sat up and listened. The house was quiet. Lily climbed out of bed and went to the window. She could hear something in the distance, on the far side of the hill. She raced outside and down to the shore. Her heart was pounding as she reached the sea. There, enormous in the ocean, were the whales. They leapt and jumped and spun across the moon. Their singing filled the night. Lily saw her yellow flower dancing in the spray. You see it just there. Look. Maybe you can't. It's there, I promise. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Suddenly, Lily felt the breeze rustle her nightdress and the cold nip at her toes. She shivered and rubbed her eyes. Then it all seemed the ocean was still again, and the night black and silent. Lily thought she must have been dreaming. She stood up and turned for home. Then, from far, far away, on the breath of the wind, she heard, Lily, Lily. The whales were calling her name. The Whale Song by Diane Sheldon and Gary Blythe. The end. You there, Gary? That is one of my favorite books. I'll wait until Gary comes and I'll just chit chat. And because the illustrations are so gorgeous, and it looks like, I think they're oil or acrylic or something like that. But the detail that they put on them is phenomenal. And the Places You Go is also one of the most inspirational books that there are, I think. So I don't have another book to read. I can tell you another story. I'll tell you the story while we're waiting for Gary to come back. I'll tell you the story of, here's Gary.
Yes, man. Look. So first of all, thank you not only for the choice of that book, but for the beautiful reading of the book itself. I can tell that you are a storyteller And then from what I understand, you're also an author. But before we
Yes.
get to that, let me just okay, so I'm gonna guess. First, I thought that may have been a British accent, but I was like, no, that's an Australian accent. It is a British accent.
It is. It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
All the way
okay,
from the
okay,
UK.
okay. So how long have you been here in the States, man?
Wow, about 30 years, which is probably why it doesn't sound quite as authentic as it might.
Okay, okay, okay. And wow, that's a long time. So after 30 years, man, that thing should be all gone, but it suggests how strong those British roots are and stuff, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I think because I came over in my late 20s, early 30s, I wasn't going to lose my accent.
Okay.
I came over to the States earlier in my life to visit. I was over here for about 3 months, and when I got back, everyone said, "You got an American accent," but what I had was an American intonation,
Right.
and sometimes I pronounced the words in an American way. I think if I come over when I was earlier, I probably would have lost the English accent. But I think because I came over when I was, nearly 30,
Right.
I think it stayed. So,
Yeah.
and
What did you
also,
come over to do?
yeah. Sorry.
What did you come over to do?
To be with this woman who I fell madly in love with, who was an American.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
You know, there's always some woman
There
that,
usually is.
is the reason for, for some man to travel far places. One of my closest friends, who shall remain nameless, is from North Carolina. And I asked him, well, how did you get up here to New York City? And he talks about some woman,
Yeah.
It's the power of women to just make men do things that, well, I'll say this. I always tell people, you're in love when you do things that are, outside of, what you would normally do,
Right. Yeah, that's true.
So that's what happens, man. She obviously just sort of, she said, come on up here. And you just said, okay, I'm going to cross the pond and I'm going to be there and stuff.
Yeah,
so I'm not
right.
going to ask whether that was a happy ending or a sad
Oh,
ending.
no, you can ask her. It's absolutely wonderful ending. We're still together. We got 2 kids and we're very, very happy. So there you go.
Oh, so that's the awesome kind of ending then.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Is she American or is she British?
No, she's American. She comes from just outside of Syracuse, in central New York or upstate New York, depending on where you are.
Okay.
But yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wow.
Our oldest boy is 22, and our daughter is our oldest kid, Aiden.
Yes.
Our son is 22, and our daughter is 17, coming on 30. You know what that's like. New York kids.
Those girls will be 17 coming on 30.
They will. It's a true thing. It's a true
thing. And I'll tell you this, man, I'm not a biological parent, but I have raised, contributed substantially to the raising of nieces and nephews. And I concluded that basically boys in their teens just stop talking, right?
Yeah, they do.
And girls in their teens just, let's just say they talk a lot.
To be fair, my daughter takes after me, so she talks a lot, and she always has done. But I mean, I can't say that I don't. So as a storyteller, it's all part of my genetic makeup.
Of course. All right, we only have a few minutes, but I just want to talk about that book for a little bit because that book reminded me of my favorite book, Moby Dick.
Oh wow, yeah.
I remember reading that book as a youngster, and it was just so magical, So I'll throw Moby Dick out there. And then the other thing it reminded me of, there's a movie called Whale Watcher. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it is a fantastically magical book in which this little girl gets on the back of a whale, and she literally is in the ocean swimming on the back of this whale with no breathing apparatus,
wow.
So obviously it is a very fantastical book, but I'm sorry, movie, but it's an awesome movie,
Is it a New Zealand movie or Australian movie?
I think you're exactly right, my friend.
I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh,
that's an incredible movie.
It was incredible. I'm going to look it up just as we speak because it was so such an extraordinary movie. And of course, I may have the wrong name because it's not coming up immediately, but I'm going to have to look it up. But yes, it was Australian or New Zealand film, and it was about this little girl,
and it's based on a book. I think I have the book upstairs.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I just remember, I mean, it's almost like the Underground Railroad book, the Colson Whitehead book. When I read that book, I was like, okay, how they gonna make a movie out of this book? The Underground Railroad, how's that gonna
Yeah,
work?
yeah.
And shockingly, you know, it was done so beautifully that I was able to suspend my disbelief about that this was a real you know, in the movie, in the book, a real railroad run at times, as opposed to something else.
Right.
This set of stops, from the south to the north and stuff. So, but that's what beautiful, storytelling can do for you. So,
That's
look,
true. It's true.
Simon, I'd
Yeah.
love to stay on here and chat with you, man, because I've appreciated this. But I can, my producer, technical director, Jalen Buxton Punch, she is cracking that whip and saying, stop it. And
I
I'm
got it.
trying to
I
behave.
understand. There's
So
probably
let
a
me
whole
just,
queue of
before
other
we go,
people
man,
that
thank you so, so much,
you're very
for
welcome.
sort
Thanks
of,
for having me. I appreciate it.
yes, my friend. Yes, yes, yes. So that's it. We will talk. All right. Okay. So, yes. So, who is next? Who's next? I think we have our next person in the studio. Yes, it is none other than one of my favorite people on the planet. And that would be the lovely and extraordinarily talented Miss Corinne Corbett. For those of you who don't, well, good morning, Corinne. How are you?
Good morning, Gregory. I am well.
All right. For those of you who don't know that, I grew up with four brothers. There were five boys and my mother and father. All right. You could understand why mother at some point she said, like, you know what, I'm going to Africa for a year because I didn't had enough of this testosterone. But down the block, at the end of our block and across the street, were none other. It was the Corbett household. All right. And it had a mother and father and three sisters. Cassandra was the youngest, Corinne was in the middle, and Carolyn was the oldest. So they were kind of like, the sisters that the Mays boys didn't have. That's how long I have known Corinne Corbett. I have this picture of us in elementary school when we used to dress up in Halloween costumes.
Yes,
And I think you had the witch's hat on
I
in the
did.
witch's costume. So, it speaks really to just sort of the significance of just sort of childhood and the magic of it and the connections that we can make when we're very young. So, all that to say, Corinne, thank you for joining us today. You have joined us for several of
Yes.
these Jamaica Read-a-thons, and for that, I am eternally grateful. So, what are you going to read for us today?
So, since I am a beauty person, right?
Yes.
I wanted to talk and affirm natural hair today.
Okay.
So I am reading two books, I Am Enough
Okay.
by Grace Byers,
Yes.
and then Hair Love by Matthew Cherry.
Okay.
So let's start with Grace Byers' I Am Enough.
Okay.
And Grace Byers and Katura A. Bobo did the illustration for this book.
Okay.
What's great about Grace Byers is an actress and it used her. So she was in Empire and she's married to Troy Byers. I can't remember who she played in Empire now.
Wow.
But she was one of the cast members of Empire and has used her platform to create affirming stories as well. So
wow, that's amazing. I did not know that she was both an author. I'm familiar with the book and stuff. So,
right.
All right, I'm going to get out of the way because you got two books and now we have 12 minutes.
Okay, so maybe it'll be one, but we'll see.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good. All right, I'm out of here.
So, I Am Enough. Like the sun, I am here to shine. Like the voice, I am here to sing. Let's see. Like the bird, I am here to fly and soar high over everything. Like the trees, I am here to grow. And like the mountain, I am here to stand. Like time, I am here to be and be everything I can. Like the champ, I am here to fight. Like the heart, I am here to love. Like a ladder, I am here to climb. And like the air, I'm here to rise above. Like the wind, I'm here to push. Like the rain, I'm here to pour and drip and fall until I am full. Like the moon, I'm here to dream. Like the student, here to learn. Like the water, here to swell. Like the fire, here to burn. Like the winner, I'm here to win. And I don't get it. And if I don't, get up again. I know that I may sometimes cry, but even then, I'm here to try. I'm not meant to be like you. You're not meant to be like me. Sometimes we will get along, and sometimes we will disagree. I know that we don't look the same. Our skin, our eyes, our hair, our frame. Oops, go this way. And to the last page. To help each other when it's tough to stay together. I am enough. And let's get Hair Love in. Now, Hair Love is the book associated with the Academy Award-winning film by Matthew Cherry. My name is Zuri, and I have hair that has a mind of its own. It kinks, coils, and curls every which way. Daddy tells me it is beautiful. That makes me proud. I love that my hair lets me be me. In funky braids with beads, I am a princess. And when my hair is in two puffs, I am above the clouds like a superhero. My hair even does magic tricks. One day, Rocky and I were playing outside when along came the rain. From large to small it went. There is nothing my hair can't do. Today I woke up extra early all by myself. I was too excited to sleep. It's a big day. So hair goes from large to small. It's a big day with Rocky, the cat. Daddy was still sleeping. Shh, I said to Rocky as we tiptoed past him. Lately, Daddy has been worn out. He makes me breakfast, takes me to school, goes to work, picks me up. And yesterday, we went for a bike ride around the park. I think he needs a break. I think he needs a break. Because today is special. I want a perfect hairstyle. This calls for professional's touch. Pause off, Rocky. Daddy heard the crash. Sorry, what on earth? He asked. I was only trying to help, I said. Daddy smiled. Can I help too? It'll be a cake. It'll be a piece of cake, Zuzu. The first style was a big no way. The second was no better. No, Daddy. Then Daddy tried slicking my hair into 2 puffs. Ouch, Daddy yelled. Wait a minute, Daddy said as he reached into the drawer and pulled out a pick. Ta-da! Daddy, really? I'll be right back, he promised. Now, how's that? He asked, pulling a hat down over my eyes. Daddy, come on, we can do better than that. Don't worry, he said. We'll figure this out. Then I had a great idea. Daddy gathered all the tools we needed and we were set. Watching carefully, Daddy combed, parted, oiled, and twisted. He nailed it. Funky puff buns, pretty, and so much fun. And Rocky approved too. I put on my superhero cape as the final touch to a perfect look. Where's my Zuri? Mommy called from the door. She could not get in the house fast enough. Mommy, you've got to be the prettiest Supergirl I've ever seen, she said. And your hair is beautiful, Zuri. Who did it? I looked at Daddy and beamed. Mommy smiled. Very nice. Thank you. We learned from the best, Daddy said as he gave her a big hug. My hair is Mommy, Daddy, and me. It is hair love. The end.
Wow. Hair love. And you're
Yeah.
right. That is the Academy Award winning. I remember when they actually just sort of, when they won, that night at the Oscars and how they just kind of rushed from the back of the stage. And because I don't even think they realized
They had no idea.
Yes. Now, are they doing a series about
yeah, it is supposed to be a series called Young Love about the family.
Got it.
And it hasn't come out. But there is also one of the things that's really interesting is Ludacris.
Yes.
Has a series on Netflix called Karma's World about his daughter.
Okay.
And they have a whole ancillary product line, including dolls.
Wow. Wow. Well,
I don't know
I
if they
guess,
have books as well, but he's got to deal with Mattel
yeah,
too.
yeah. Look, Luda had to get in the game. He was like, look, I can't let all
This year,
these people make this money without me.
right. And here's the thing: Karma's World has been on Netflix for 4 seasons, and
Oh,
we don't even
wow.
know. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
So
Wow.
what I love now is that we've got books like Hair Love and I Am Enough
Yep.
that affirm,
Yep.
affirm our young people about the texture, because we've got beautiful texture here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. 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 All right. Well, Corinne, as always, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Just really quickly, in 2 seconds, the Chick Jones Media Company, how can people just keep up on your podcast? Are you still doing, podcasts and stuff, the BD Biz?
The podcast was only on hiatus because I had to finish a book. I have a book coming out called Root Therapy I'm co-authored with Felicia Leatherwood, who people may know as the hairstylist for Issa Rae on Insecure.
Wow.
So it is called Root Therapy: How to Love Your Hair and Yourself.
Wow.
It is due out in August of 2023 from Simon & Schuster. You can pre-order. So if you go to my Instagram page, which is at Corinne, CORYNNEC, you can see information on how to pre-order the book. And the podcast will be back in January. It is called Start Right Here, but you can still listen to it on all streaming platforms. It spotlights BIPOC beauty professionals.
Yep.
All areas, business, STEM, creative, and entrepreneurial. And I've had about 70 plus episodes up already. Yeah. And it shows you, if you have any interest in the beauty industry or learning how to get ahead in business.
Yes.
These episodes will give, they're chock full of not only personal stories, but tips on how to navigate.
Yes.
Careers.
Yes. So I can speak from firsthand knowledge. The podcast is awesome. And I'm so proud of you that you got this book coming out. And so at Corinne C at Instagram is where folks can find out more. So I'm going to let you go I feel the whip coming down from my technical director person. Yes. And, but
hi, Isasara. I don't get to see you, but I'm saying hi to Isasara when she
That's right. It's all good. All right. Wait, there's Isasara. Right
there. Hey, long time no see.
Indeed.
That's right.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all get on the schedule. I'm gonna get out.
Appreciate you, Corinne. Isasara Bay.
Good morning, Brother Greg. How are you?
My spiritual and otherwise sister, my God baby mama is how I affectionately call you. Because as you know, I am the godfather to your beautiful, beautiful daughter. I was going to say beautiful, beautiful child, but she is 20. How old is she now? 28?
8. Yes.
28 years old. Yes. And that is none other than Makara Bay. Indeed. Just, oh God. Anyway. And now she's like in love, but we're going to leave all that alone.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. The child has a business.
Okay. Right. So, Isasara, what are you going to read for us today?
I am going to read a couple of stories from a book called Her Stories, African American Folk Tales, Fairy Tales, and True Tales by the award-winning Virginia Hamilton, with beautiful illustrations by the award-winning Leo and Diane Dillon.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, I'm going to get out of the way because we got, 12 minutes now to stay on schedule, and boom, I'm out of here.
Okay, so let's talk about fairy tales. Now, fairy tales are folk tales, but they're not necessarily about fairies. They're about the unusual, the different, the fantastical, and they give accounts of magical and enchanting events. A fairy tale might have a struggle between good and bad, and there can be a journey, a quest, a test, or a task to perform. Her stories are all stories that have a girl or a woman or grandmother protagonist. And the outcome is often success and happiness. But some of the folk tales and some of the fairy tales have subtle characters that may not be good or bad. You get to decide when you hear them. The first one, I think I can fit 2 or 3 in. The first one is called Catskin Ella. Once upon a time, there was Ella. Oh, she had a beautiful face. Ella's father wanted her to marry a woodsman, but Ella didn't take to him. Tell him he must give me first a looking glass mirror that can talk. Smiling, she knew that would take some time. Her father told the woodsman what Ella had said, and one day the woodsman came back with a talking mirror. He did. Mirror said to the father, "See me? I see you," talking as big as it pleased. Ella didn't know what she would do. She did not want to marry just yet, so she found her godmother, Mattie, and said, "Oh, Mother Mattie, the woodsman will marry me if I don't watch out." "Tell your daddy to go kill a cat," said Mother Mattie. "He's to take its hide and have a dress made out of it for you. Have him tell the woodsman to give you a ring for the engagement." So Ella told her father, and he did as Mother Mattie had said. And soon he got Ella a black catskin dress for the wedding. She put it on. It was skin tight and all shimmery too. She was dressed up, Catskin Ella. Here's a picture of Catskin Ella. Can you see her? My light might be in the way. There she is. And the woodsman gave a ring over to Catskin Ella's father, and Ella's father gave it to her. Now, Catskin Ella was in trouble. She still didn't want to be a bride. What to do? She didn't know. So she went back to her godmother. Mother Mattie told her, "You get ready day after tomorrow to marry the woodsman. Make his dressing room upstairs, and you dress downstairs. Have the looking glass mirror right there in your dressing room to talk to." Catskin Ella pretended to get dressed up to wed, smoothing the catskin dress just so. She locked the downstairs room strong with her and the looking glass in it. Then she climbed out the window. Next hour, her father hollered down, "Are you ready yet, daughter?" "Not quite ready yet," the mirror hollered back. Father called down again and then again. The woodsman called down. But each time, the looking glass hollered back, "Not quite ready yet." Finally, Ella's father and the woodsman broke down the door. The father saw the looking glass looking at him. He smashed it. But Catskin Ella had run away fast as she could. When she saw the king's castle, she went there for safety. She still had her beautiful face. The king's son saw her face. Nothing else. Not that scary skin-tight catskin dress. He fell way deep in love with her too. Everybody else, the king, the queen, just stared at the catskin. The son found Catskin Ella work minding the chickens. So she stayed back there in a little cabin all her own. And the prince snuck back there every day, love-sick him. He spied on Catskin Ella when she thought she was all alone. And see, she shook the catskin gown. It shimmered. And then came these changes, all so pretty dresses, all colors, like the sunlight and the moonlight mixed together. And Catskin Ella looked like a beautiful girl, not just in her face. The prince went to bed just sick with love. He asked the queen for a good cake made by a pretty hand to comfort him. King commanded the maidens of the kingdom to each make a cake. The best cake maker would marry the ailing prince. All the maidens baked cakes, but none suited the prince's taste. He turned away, saying, "How about asking pretty Ella to make me one?" "You mean that girl with the cat skin?" the queen said. "She's got the most beautiful face I ever saw," says the sick prince. Couldn't see nothing else. He was just love blind. So someone told Catskin Ella, "The prince wants you to make him a cake." Ella answered, "Why should I?" "Oh, well, I will. He found me a place to work and a cabin to live in." Ella made the cake and dropped her ring in the batter. Queen put it with the rest of the cakes, but Ella's was the one the prince took a bite of. He didn't know whose cake it was. He took another bite, and he bit on that ring. He took it up, saw what it was, smiled, kissed the ring, put it under his pillow. "I'll find out whose finger fits this ring," he said, and then he went to sleep. The next day, the king summoned all the young girls there. Each maiden tried the ring, but none could get it on their finger. The prince called for Catskin Ella. "Bring her to me, quick!" "What do you want her for?" the queen wanted to know, but he called for her anyway. The servant brought her in. Ella tried on the ring. "Flip, that was easy," she said. "The ring belongs to me." Ella shivered once, twice. She shook her catskin gown. Oh, so. She glittered and glimmered in the dress of precious diamonds. They all had to cover their eyes, did too. Then they saw she was beautiful in a fine gold and silver dress fit for a princess. Just swell down to the little silk slippers she was wearing. All that catskin vanished off of her. "Now, she is exactly the one, and I knew she was," said the prince. "Will you marry me, Ella?" "Of course I'll marry you," Catskin Ella said. "Thank you, Ella," he said back. And so they got married and lived happily. But the looking-glass mirror never talked out of turn again. It was all broken up over everything. And this is the end of the Catskin Ella story, which, if you are smart, and I know you are, is a version of the ageless Cinderella story. Yep, you recognize parts of it, right? A magic catskin is just what it sounds like. Other variants can call it a jack skin, it could be a donkey skin, or the skin of a jackrabbit, but it never changes the story. And I just have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to show you the picture of Catskin Ella once more so you can see her and you can see the looking glass. And here again is a picture of the cover of the book so you can get it. Her Stories by Virginia Hamilton with beautiful drawings. And here's one more drawing on the back by Leo and Diane Dillon. You see how beautiful that is? The colors and the artwork is fabulous. I hope you like the story.
Isa Sarah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Catskin Ella. All right.
Catskin Ella.
You know, books always conjure something. That's what their purpose is. So when I think of Catskin Ella, who do I think of? There's only one person that you can really think of. Can you guess?
Eartha Kitt.
Well, there's Eartha Kitt, but in a more contemporary reference, is my girl Serena Williams with the cat
Oh,
suit.
you're right about that, brother. With her catskin tennis outfit.
Because
Bought
let me
it out.
tell you, I mean, that outfit was designed to intimidate, and it did, you know?
Okay, yes, there's one other, Halle Berry, when she played Catwoman.
Oh, that is absolutely right, because she
That's
was
right.
wearing that cat suit in
Yes,
that
she was.
movie. And I mean wearing it. So yes. You know, it's so funny because I had that book. I've probably given it to someone else at this point, but I used to read that book to my niece, Chanel.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I remember the Catskin Ella story, you know,
Yeah.
but that's been a minute ago because Chanel is now 40 years old or something like
Yes.
that.
Well, you know, I found this book on my daughter's bookshelf.
Ah,
And she saved it from way back when.
yes.
Mhm.
So that meant it just sort of meant something, you
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah.
all these beautiful books that just mean something. You know, The Snowy Day is one that I remember just tremendously fondly. And God knows, a book that I have that I'll probably be reading later, A Whistle for Willie. This is another
Ooh,
old school book, you know.
yeah.
So yeah, Catskin Ella, you know,
Catskin Ella.
and obviously, you know, we got the Ella Fitzgerald reference. Either that's real or just in my imagination going
Yeah.
on.
It's in your imagination.
Okay. Well, this imagination is a vivid one, so it is all good. It is all good. All right. Anything you want to share with us? You know, I know that, you know, I mean, the March on Washington Film Festival that you have been just sort of guiding, you know, for the last, oh God, has it been a decade?
Yes, it
Oh,
has.
for the last decade is one of your huge projects. And where's that? At marchonwashington.com or
Yes,
MOWFF?
www.mowff.org.
MO, MOWFF.org.
Yes, and we'll be doing a very special presentation in January for the Martin Luther King holiday. We're joining with the Apollo and
Right.
with New York Public Radio, and
Okay.
it will be virtual. It will be on public radio stations across the country as well as live at the Apollo. So folks will be able to check that out.
Yes. And is that the same with the March on Washington Film Festival or something different?
We are partnering with them.
Got it.
Yes, so the three organizations are doing it together.
So what are the three? The Apollo, March on Washington,
and the New York Public Radio.
Got it.
So it'll be on air on public radio stations across the country.
Yes.
It'll be live at the Apollo. And
Yes.
then the next day on public radio stations, you'll be able to, it's on the 15th, Sunday. And
Okay.
then we'll be playing excerpts and repeating it on that Monday.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Because I feel the whip on my, back.
Yes.
I'm going to, move on. But as always, thank you. I love you.
I love you too. This was fun.
Yes. So we'll see each other.
I want to tell people I made my contribution too. I went right over to the site. So please join us.
Yes.
Fundraiser. It's a fundraiser and a fundraiser.
I appreciate that. Spoken as a true nonprofit executive. I appreciate
Yes, indeed. All right.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Be
Bless
well.
you, brother.
Thank you, sister. All right. Moving right along because it's 11:03 and I'm 3 minutes behind schedule here, So let's see. Who do we have next? I think it is. Look at that. It is the lovely and talented Miss Lisa Wade, who has, she has moved from one career to a new career and done so successfully. So she is one of my heroes. I tell everybody, you can do what you want when you want to do it. For those of you who don't know, I am an actor in addition to being a nonprofit executive. It's taken me a while for those words to come out of my mouth. I am an actor. But all that to say, you can do it, and I know Lisa was in healthcare. She dabbled in photography before she just became the legit photographer.
Jump in.
All right. But, it happened over time as she just, built up her skills, as she was doing her healthcare thing. She also is a caregiver for her beloved mother, which is something close and dear to my heart. I'm not going to call myself caregiver because for my 93-year-old father, and I just keep him from driving because that's how insane he is.
Yeah.
So
I'm just a roommate.
Look, there you go. There you go. So here's the deal. So what are you going to read for us today?
Well, I have the pleasure of reading Anansi and the Magic Stick.
Okay, Anansi and the Magic Stick. Now, I know many Anansi stories, but I don't know Anansi and the Magic Stick. All right, I'm going to get out of the way and let you do your thing. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. I'm so honored to do this. I love reading. I've read to my son. I read to everybody. I give books as gifts. That's how serious I am about reading. Anansi is an African folktale, and Anansi is a spider, and he's considered the trickster spider. He's always very good at getting you to do his work or something like this. This particular book is an adaptation from a story, so it's not directly the Anansi. It's someone read an Anansi story and decided, you know what, I want to write something like that. So this book is by Erica A. Kimmel, and it's illustrated by Janet Stevens. Are you guys ready? Let's start. Anansi and the Magic Stick. It was a fine, bright day. All the animals were working in their gardens, all except Anansi the spider. Anansi lay in his front yard fast asleep. Kind of understand where this is going, right? Anansi is a little bit lazy. Warthog, lion, and zebra came walking by. Look at Anansi. He is so lazy, said Zebra. His house is falling apart. His yard is full of trash. He wouldn't get out of bed if his house caught on fire. Anansi is so lazy. He falls asleep standing up, said the lion. He is so lazy. Moss grows on his head, Warthog said. Their noisy laughter woke Anansi. Be quiet. I am not lazy at all. Thinking. My mind is working hard. Anansi tapped his forehead. The animals laughed even louder. Anansi walked away. I don't have to listen to you. I'll find another place to sleep. Think. Anansi started walking down the road. Before he knew it, he had walked all the way to Hyena's house. Hyena lay in his hammock, fast asleep. His house was neat and tidy. His yard was beautifully planted with shrubs and flowers. What is Hyena's secret? Anansi wondered. No one ever sees him working. Yet his house always looks beautiful. I need to find out how he does it. Anansi hid behind a bush, watching and waiting. Hyena woke up. He noticed a pile of dust on the path. He spoke to a stick leaning against a post. Hocus pocus, magic stick. Sweep this dust up. Quick, quick, quick. As Anansi watched, the magic stick swept away the dust. When the dust was gone, Hyena said, Abracadabra, cadabra. Down fell the stick. Hyena leaned back against the post and Hyena leaned it back against the post and went inside his house. That's just what I need, said Anansi. If I had that magic stick, my house would be as beautiful as Hyena's. No one would laugh at me again. Anansi grabbed the magic stick and ran off as fast as his legs could go. He soon became tired. Why am I carrying this stick? It can carry me. Anansi said the magic words, just as he remembered them. Hocus pocus, magic stick. Carry me home now. Quick, quick, quick. The stick picked up Anansi and carried him along. When they arrived at Anansi's house, he said, Abracadabra, cadabra. Boom! The magic stick dropped Anansi on his head. Ow! Anansi cried. Next time, put me down gently, stick. There's lots of work to do. Get rid of the trash first, Anansi said the magic words. Hocus pocus, magic stick, clean my yard up. Quick, quick, quick. The magic stick whirled around and around. It gathered all the trash and threw it over the fence into Lion's yard. Abracadabra, cadabra, down fell the stick. Good job, stick. Next, my house. Hocus pocus, magic stick, fix my house up. Quick, quick, quick. The magic stick whirled round and round. Wood and nails flew through the air. Bright pink paint splashed over the fence at Zebra as Zebra came walking by. Anansi's house gleamed. So did Zebra. He was bright pink too. Abracadabra, cadabra, down fell the stick. Now for my garden, Anansi said. Hocus pocus, magic stick, plant and water. Quick, quick, quick. The magic stick whirled round and round. It dug up the dirt, throwing the weeds into Warthog's tomato patch. It planted seeds in neat, straight rows. Then it began to water them. Anansi yawned. Watching all this work makes me tired. I need a nap. Keep watering, stick. Don't stop. Anansi lay down and went to sleep. Do you think that was a good idea to let that stick keep watering the yard? What do y'all think? The magic stick kept watering, watering, and watering. The vegetables grew bigger, bigger, bigger. The water flowed across Anansi's yard and out the gate. A trickle at first, then a stream, then a flood. I'm going to show you this picture. See what's happening here? There's water everywhere. Then a mighty river. See, everybody's floating. Help, the animals cried. Help, cried Anansi, waking up to find himself afloat in the middle of a raging river. He tried to make the water stop, but he couldn't remember the magic words. Canabra, catabra, cadabra, calabra, kazabra, cavabra, kajabra, oh my goodness, nothing happened. The water kept flowing. Help, cried Anansi. Hyena came drifting by. Hello, Anansi, he said. It's a nice day to be on the water. By the way, I'm looking for a magic stick. Have you seen it? A funny-looking stick just came floating by, Anansi said. I can't see it now. It must be underwater. I think Crocodile ate it. Or else he's using it as a toothpick. I better get it back before he breaks it. Hyena leaned over the water and said, Hocus pocus, magic stick. No more magic. End of trick. Abracadabra, cadabra. The river stopped flowing, leaving behind a wide lake. What are you going to do about this lake? The animals asked. There's nothing I can do, Hyena said. The lake is here, and here it stays. You'll have to learn to enjoy it. So they did. The animals built new homes on the lake shore. They swam, jumped, and played on the bright blue water. But someone was missing. Where was Anansi? Did the flood sweep him away? Did he tumble over a waterfall? Poor Anansi, the animals sniffled, wiping away their tears. We'll never see him again. They were wrong. Anansi was far away on the other side of the lake, floating along in his new houseboat, sleeping all day and planning new tricks, which is just what Anansi does best. Anansi's not worried about anything. End of story. I love the Anansi stories. I hope you too. I hope you will continue to read them because they are from Africa.
Okay. Now, this is the first Anansi story, that I've heard where, Anansi he has a houseboat. Is that what he had there or something?
Oh
Or-
yeah, Nancy's pretty clever.
Yes. I'm used to old school Anansi. This is kind of like modern, Anansi with things.
I don't know who made it because we know he's pretty lazy.
He is not lazy. He is using his energy economically. He's a frugal person. All right.
He's very
Right.
clever.
That's right.
I can say that.
So you said that this is actually just sort of not, well, I guess, Anansi the Spider seems like it's kind of out in the universe. I don't know. Is it copyrighted at this point? Or is it just,
that is old folk tales. I don't know how you would copyright them.
yeah.
I think it's adapted. She did say she adapted it from several stories that she enjoyed.
Okay.
Now, the difference for me with Anansi in this particular book, Anansi always had a moral tale. He always had like something, to learn from the story, a good lesson.
Yes.
This is where she veered away.
Okay.
Because all it kind of reinforces is to be tricky.
So Anansi is the trickster, and that's the moral of the story, be a trickster. Okay, well, it is what it is.
But you know what I like too? He's small. He's small.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter size.
Okay.
Anything you want to do.
Okay.
I mean, because he's an ant.
Yeah. So
and he's able to get a lot of things done regardless of his size. And I think that should be takeaway.
Yes, that is the takeaway, that you don't have to be a giant, to accomplish giant things, All right, so really quickly, Lisa, now you just had the exhibit, or were you curating the exhibit at the Jamaica Center for Arts and Learning?
I was curating it. I had the pleasure to do that, and I featured Addis Lake Park, where I live, and I featured artists over 55.
Look at that.
So
That's
it's never too late.
That's right. And
it's never too late.
Keeping what we talked about earlier, it's like, look, do it, don't just, particularly if you're retired and got an income to rely on and the rest of that,
Well,
I'm not going to talk about how that's not my case, but anyway.
That's not quite my case. It was kind of a forced, so it kind of forced my hand. But I also have another one coming up in December at JCal. Let me tell you about JCal. JCal is really moving forward for the kids and all the adults here. There are so many wonderful programs.
Yes.
You might remember the old JCal. Well, this is a new face of JCal.
Yeah.
And they have things for adults. And so this next art exhibit is about divine feminine energy. The whole month of December, the galleries will be, accidentally on purpose.
Right.
All featuring works of art having to do with women.
Wow. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. Sacred Landscapes of the Divine Feminine is my work. I feature myself and two artists, and we're just going to bring some divine feminine energy into the space.
Yeah.
I'm looking
well,
forward to
obviously that makes me think of Margaret Vendries, talk about divine feminine energy,
talk about diva.
Yes, that's right. So if nothing else, you'll have to have at least one piece, just maybe in the corner or right by the sign-in book, Okay. All right.
I'm sharing the space, and there will be something there in particular to Margaret, but you've given me the idea that I need to also have maybe I'll have something to Margaret, for Margaret.
Yeah.
She was such an inspiration to me. I mean, Margaret and I went to St. Catherine's together.
Oh, I did not know that,
We were in the same class.
Wait, St. Catherine of Siena, right over there?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So I reconnected, and it was wonderful. And she was a part of the Southeast Queens Artists Alliance.
Yes.
And which I'm a part of. And she just it's been hard without her there.
Yeah. I totally understand.
Such a diva.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, okay, here I am, still 3 minutes behind. But look, thank you. And we will be in contact, re Santa Claus,
Oh, yay. Thank you. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
Yes. But thank you.
I love doing community work, and thank you so much for all you do.
Yeah. I was about to say.
I can take a page out of your book.
Come on now.
All right, then. Thank you so
Okay.
very much.
Be
It was an
well.
honor. Bye
Thank you,
bye.
Lisa. All righty. Okay, good people. We are already. Oh, look at that! Look at that, Miss Claudette Joy Spence, whom I'm told she maybe cannot hear me or something like that. So I'm just gonna segue, and just sort of comment on that beautiful over-the-shoulder accessory she's got going on there. So I'm
I
gonna
can
stop
hear
right
you.
there.
I
Yes,
can hear
Claudia.
you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. Okay, beautiful,
Yes.
beautiful, beautiful. All right, that is a beautiful shawl kind of, just accent piece you've got going on there. And,
My African.
yes. Okay, I'm going to let you read. What are you going to read for us?
I will be reading 3 essays from the book titled Nurturing the Garden of Joy, Provocative Essays on Relationships.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
the second edition of my book. I'm the
Okay.
author of this. It's the context is a little bit above the reading level of our first graders.
Right.
I think it's an opportunity for them to hear things that are above their reading level.
Yes.
So
yes.
it kind of inspires and gets their mind working around that.
I
And it
totally
also
understand.
allows the adults to be in conversation with them about concepts that are
Okay.
here. So I'm
Okay.
hoping it's a good thing.
Yes. All right, I'm going to get out of the way. Do your thing. I'll see you on the backside.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everyone, for making this opportunity available for our children and for me to participate. I'll be reading 3 essays from the book titled Nurturing the Garden of Joy, Provocative Essays on Relationships. The first essay is titled A Gift for You, Value of the Unseen. We like to receive things. We like to receive things we can touch and we can see. Because of this, we have a difficult time recognizing and therefore appreciating gifts that are not tangible. The gift of an idea of how we may realize a goal or a dream is a valuable resource. The gift of encouragement and support is equally nourishing. The gift of experiencing each other while creating memorable moments brings joy to the soul. These gifts, given by those who may not be in a position to give a tangible gift, or those who recognize the value of the intangible, come with love and concern for the receiver's well-being. Should we reject or minimize these gifts? I think not. Our ability to accept these concept gifts and experience gifts prepares us to accept the intangible that our Creator gives us daily. These gifts, while innumerable and unending, certainly include forgiveness, love, and acceptance of self and others, such as life, happiness, and joy. The second essay that I will be reading an excerpt from this is titled From Underachievement to Achievement. Among the tasks of my occupation, I am a part of a team that teaches success development concepts and skills to women and to men who are re-entering the workplace. During one of our daily sessions, one of the participants shared, "My life is shot." A lecture ensued that covered what it meant to be alive, the prosperity that comes with the absence of that attitude, and how shifting that mindset will create a better person who can be the best parent for his or her child. All participants were attentive listeners, then they engaged in discussion. One participant, who had been quiet and less vocal than others, shared the lesson he had learned. He had been thinking his life was shot. He now realizes, he said, that he has a lot to live for and feels more confident moving forward. He plans to graduate high school and next year and to attend college in the fall. Another participant, a young woman, said she was embarrassed because she was receiving public assistance and not working. Her challenge is to recognize that options are available to her and to map out a plan based on her dreams of achievement. As she articulated her vision of how she wanted to live and came to realize the next steps she needed to take in accomplishing her dreams, she visibly became more confident. She later participated in group discussions and even stood in front of the group
to make one of her presentations. The feelings we have about ourselves impact our ability to achieve. They affect our success ability and fulfillment ability. Men and women and children are in need of success ability tools that will help them reach and maintain success and fulfillment. This optimistic and disciplined approach transfers over time into healthy relationships in all aspects of our lives. And the final essay that I'd like to read from this book, Nurturing the Garden of Joy, is titled Joy Comes to Us: Appreciation Without Possession. Joy comes to us as we invite it into our lives by appreciating the beauty in everything we experience without wanting to possess it. As we see and appreciate the beauty in others, in the steaming sun, the drizzling or pouring rain or snow, our joy is nourished. As we continue to see, hear, taste, feel, and overall experience the beauty in all our experiences and in all our relationships, in spite of or despite that which we may call an unpleasant experience, our joy grows, as does our appreciation for ourselves. Hopefully, we can begin to compile an unending list of all the experiences that bring you and sustain your joy. As you embrace the joy that comes to you, you will share that beauty spontaneously and effortlessly. Give praise and glory to God in joy and in grace. Here ends the reading for this 2022 read-a-thon for Better Jamaica.
Wow. Okay, so two things. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is the person who came to mind as you read. Do you know of Chimamanda, or who knows, maybe your personal friends?
No, I probably ought to be ashamed that I do not know. I'm sorry.
Well, no, there's never any reason to be ashamed, At least that's my approach to life, whatever,
Yes.
It is, so she is probably the hottest, most talented African writer on the scene today.
Wow.
And
I'm behind the times.
Yeah, she is an extraordinary just sort of writer and thinker, but she's so much more than a writer. She's an extraordinary writer and thinker, and I'm looking down here because I'm trying to just sort of pick up one of her there we go, one of her books. Oh God. One of my favorite books of hers, and there's a TED Talk as well, is We Should All Be Feminist. And
I think I'd like to take a look at that.
Just check out the TED Talk. It is it's a beautiful TED Talk. I think that was the topic of the TED Talk. And then she has this other TED Talk, because she may have a couple of them or several, where she talks about her getting to college and her roommate and blah, blah, blah. But she's a phenomenally prolific writer. And
I think I've seen that TED Talk that you're referencing. Yes.
Okay.
But I'm not familiar with
And I was
her
particularly
written
disturbed
works
when I found out that she was married, because, you got to have hope. And, so not that I'm sure what I would bring to the, to the table, but, you got to have hope. But she's an extraordinary writer. So in addition to the TED Talk, one, your voice, the intonation, and it sounds very much like hers. It's a very warm, just sort of inviting voice and stuff. It's a great reading voice. And then I envisioned a children's book, from what you were talking about. you know, just I envisioned, you know, an elder passing on wisdom, you know, to a younger person. And I don't think that we've seen a lot of that, you know, intergenerational kind of, you know, so those are the two things that just, you know, there was just so much wisdom in what you were just sort of reading and talking about. And I just thought about, that's what I envisioned, you know, an elder just sort of talking to a younger person, maybe beneath a baobab tree, or I know that you're of Jamaican descent, you know, beneath a, I don't know, a beautiful coconut.
Mango tree,
A mango
or a coconut
tree.
tree.
Or let me say a mango tree, you know, so not a
Mango.
tree, but a mango
Mango.
tree. So that could be really, really beautiful, you know, because the, you know, the coconut tree doesn't provide enough shade, but a mango tree would, you know. So that's what I kind of envision. So, you know, so with that, I will, you know, I will leave those ideas with you, and I don't even need any, you know, compensation or remuneration or anything like that. I'm going to thrive, you know, on your further success.
Okay.
Miss Claudette Joyce
Yes.
Spence. And I thank you sincerely for just sort of joining us today, because you have read with us on a number of occasions now. And I really, really appreciate that. So
thank you for the opportunity to be in service.
Yeah. So just really, really quickly, so where can people find book, you know, on Amazon or something? Or
this is
your
on
website?
Amazon. So 4 other titles. I have one that was published in 2020.
Okay.
366 Days of Liberation, talking about our ancestors from around the world,
Right,
who really
right.
put up a fight so that we can be where we are today.
Yes. And that is such an extraordinary just sort of idea. I can't help but think that if contemporaries, younger folks in particular, just really, really understood, you know, what we experienced, you know, in order to vote, that, you know, we would be voting, you know, even more so than we do. So anyway, let me stop before
what I want to do was make the connection among us, you know, the brothers and sisters and died on the African continent, and those who lived and died around the diaspora. We're all connected in so many different ways that they've all fought and struggled for us to be where we are in 2020. I mean, we still have a journey to go, but there are around 300 of thousands. 300 are recognized in that body of work. I hope everybody gets a copy for Christmas or Kwanzaa or Hanukkah, or whatever it is that you're celebrating at the end of the year, the new year.
That's right, because there's still time. So thank you again, Claudette. And I will see you hopefully sooner rather than later.
Okay, bye for now.
All right, be well. All right. Just to check back in, you know, one of my favorite shows is Brian Lair on WNYC. I feel like I need to make a public service announcement. I'm Greg Mays. The organization is the Better Jamaica, and we are here today raising funds for our Jamaica Reads program, which is a program that deploys senior citizens to local elementary schools, where they provide one-on-one tutoring service to first graders who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. And having said that, it is my distinct pleasure. You know, this feels like kind of old home week or some sort of homecoming, because I am just reconnecting with some of my favorite people on the planet, you know, and one of those favorite people is Moji. You know
Hi,
what
Greg.
Moji Sola. I don't know. Did only Auntie Isasar call you Moji Sola?
It is officially my name. Just I don't use it, but it is what is written on all the paperwork. If you want to get to it, Moji Sola is the whole name.
Yes.
And when I meet Nigerian people, they're like, "Oh, Moji Sola," and I'm like,
and what is the whole Moji Sola? What does it mean?
Oh, Moji Sola, as I was taught, it's a Nigerian name, a Yoruba name, and it means I wake up into happiness and wealth. And I do every day.
I mean, that's such an extraordinarily appropriate name for
like
you in particular, you know?
Yeah, it feels right.
Yes, it feels right. And just knowing you, Moji, you are someone who just wakes up, you know, just every time I see you, you know, it's...
It turns out, Greg, for me, life is good.
Yes.
Even when it's not, life is good. This journey of life has been working out for me for the most part, and I'm enjoying the ride.
I would say that it has. It has indeed, So it is all good. It's all good, All right. So after you read, I'll ask you about, your husband and your child, the energetic one, I will call him.
Ooh, he's lively.
Yes.
And
All
I'm
right, so
actually reading a book that is one of his favorites. So I'm
that's what I'm
excited.
saying. And that's why I thought about you. I was like, okay, let me talk to my people who are reading actively to their children now, So what's that book? What book are you going to
It
share
is called I Broke My Trunk. It's by Mo Willems, and it's part of a series. I'm trying to get the name
I
here
see.
so you can see. Okay,
Yep.
It's part of a series. There are dozens of these books, and it's about two friends, Piggy and Gerald, an elephant and a pig, and they just have fun adventures together, and they're fun and funny. Piggy's a little energetic, Gerald's a little wry, and it's also really great, I find, for my child. Because they speak in word bubbles, and so it also is just sort of showing how dialogue works.
Yes.
Sometimes it comes naturally to some of us, and sometimes we have to practice dialogue.
I understand. Okay. Let me get out of the way and have you read this book, and we'll see you on the back end. All right.
Okay, this is I Broke My Trunk. Excuse me, by Mo Willems. I broke my trunk. I have not seen Gerald today. Why? Hold on, I'm trying to get it so you can see the books. Gerald, what happened to your trunk? I broke my trunk. How did you break your trunk? It is a long, crazy story. Tell it! Well, I was playing with Hippo. Then I had an idea. I wanted to lift Hippo onto my trunk. Why? Because, okay. So I lifted Hippo onto my trunk. But a hippo on your trunk is very heavy. Is that how you broke your trunk? No, there's more to my story. Then Rhino showed up. Rhino wanted a turn. What did you do? I lifted both of them onto my trunk. But a hippo and a rhino on your trunk are very heavy. Is that how you broke your trunk? No, there is more to my story. Then Hippo's sister showed up. Hippo has a sister? A big sister. Did she want to turn too? Yes. She also wanted to play her piano. Two hippos, one rhino, and a piano on your trunk are very, very heavy. Can you imagine having all of that on your trunk? Is that how you broke your trunk? No, this is a long, crazy story. Gerald, how did you break your trunk? You see, Piggy's really upset. Well, I was so proud of what I had done that I ran to tell my very best friend about it. But I tripped and fell, whoop, and broke my trunk. You broke your trunk running to tell me your story? That is a crazy story. That is a funny story. I want to tell someone your crazy story. Whoop. Piggy, what happened to your snout? It is a long, crazy story. The end. And that was Gerald and Hippo. I'm sorry, I broke my trunk. That is, I broke my trunk.
I broke my trunk. Okay, so now how did you find that book and how does your son respond to it?
So we found that book. I think one of his aunts sent one of these books. There's one that's very famous called Waiting is Not Easy. That is a beautiful blue book about basically waiting to see the stars. It's gorgeous. And she sent it, and my son really responded so well to it that I was like, well, let's get more. We have like 12 in the house now. And I think he likes their relationship because they're so silly. I like it because it's a little wry and sarcastic, even though it's children's books. And yeah, he just really responds to it. It's what he wants to read. And at his age right now, I'm like, whatever you want to read is the right thing to read right now.
Now, does he want to read it himself, or does he just like to sit back and let his mom or his daddy read?
He likes for us to take turns. And so he will decide who is reading which character. And then we'll read those characters. And then we have our own silly sounds we make. And sometimes, and this is very strange, he likes to read it backwards. Verbatim.
Look, what is strange about that? Obviously, there's some Asian blood coursing through your veins, and it's manifesting itself by his interest / inclination to read backwards.
I love reading it backwards though, because you really have to read. And so that's when I know he's not just memorizing the story.
Wow.
He is reading the words, right? You can't read backwards just on the story.
Okay.
You have to read the words. So it's actually really
but
nice.
But he's not reading the words backwards themselves, right? He's just
he's reading the words forward, but he's reading them in backwards order. Yes. So it'll be like, trunk my broke eye? Like, sure.
I'm not really sure, what that's suggesting about him, what particular inclination. But
he's
gotta
a weirdo like his parents.
Look, because I am thoroughly convinced that children, they tell us, what their strengths and inclinations are very, very early, and we can either pay attention to it or we could squash it, I think about just sort of my nephew Ellis, who went on to become an engineer. He always wanted to build things, always, and he was a skateboarder and he wanted to build a ramp. Now, he came to be talking about, I want to build something. I'd be like, look, can't we just go to the store and pick that up?
Isn't there a skate ramp?
Right. Look.
In their skate park somewhere?
Look. But he was like, no, I want to build the skate ramp. And you take him to Home Depot and my man would get the things that he needed to build the skate ramp.
That's incredible.
It is. And I mean, and that really just sort of said that he was an engineer. He wanted to figure it out, and fortunately, his mom or whomever just kind of fed that. And he went on to the University of Pittsburgh,
I think that's what parenting is, listening to what the children tell you they need and what they want and encouraging their loves and also trying to build their strengths. We were having he's not two, he's in second grade, so school is getting a little more complicated. And just recently he was like, I don't like school. And I was just talking and I was like, this is, sometimes I don't like work either. And we just have to go through these processes. I was like, but you know what you're learning? You're learning reading and you're learning writing and you're learning math, and adults need these skills in their lives. And he was like, still not convinced, but
but that's so interesting though. I mean, really the question is, what is it about it he's not liking?
Absolutely.
And is there an environment, that doesn't build that in, because I mean, it just, it's such a powerful idea to think that, you know, that there could be some environment that he really just thrived in, you know, as opposed to goes in this direction of, and not to say, I mean, you know, just the challenge of it sometimes will cause us to say, I don't like something, you know.
And it's funny because I think that's the dance I'm having too. Like, is it the challenge or is it actually this is not the right space for him? And you know, when I talk to his teachers, it feels like it's the right space, but also I'm like, we're a couple months in and this isn't changing in terms of what he says. But even today when we were talking, he was like, because we just changed schools, and he was like, but the other school did. And I was like, you do realize that you're just in a place where playing with blocks isn't an option in school all the time. And so, you know, because one time I was like, oh, you hate it. I was like, what do you like about our school? And he was like, I watched movies. And I was like, that's summer camp.
Okay, so where was he in school before?
He was in our local public school, PS 180, and it's not a bad school. I just felt like he was not being seen the way I wanted him to be seen. And so now he's at Central Park East 1, which is the elementary school I went to. And when I talk to his teachers, you know, they're all in. And when I see him there, I think that they say he's thriving. But, you know, it could be, again, it's trying to figure out if it's just the difficulty of the schoolwork getting a little more involved now. You know, it's pre-K, kindergarten, even first grade is a lot of like play only. And then I think it moves into like, okay, let's do some things. But also, my son has he likes math and numbers, and he has a mathematical mind. So there's a lot of writing homework, and he's like, I don't want to do writing. Let's make up math sheets to do before we can sit down and do our writing homework. And I was like, I don't know where this nerd came from, but that's hilarious.
It's so amazing. You know, I think about when my nephew Douglas was, you know, at the Waldorf school, the transition from the magic that was kindergarten. I used to like to go to school with him because, and those Waldorf teachers in particular, they're all little puppet masters, which is a part of their training. So I'd go to his school and I'd be like watching the puppet show, like, what? This is certainly what you know, it was magical. And then first grade, all of a sudden they're desks. And they're in a line. And like, you know, so if I think about it, there must be a, let's call it a sweeter transition.
I think so. So his current school, they don't have desks in a line. They have desks. They're not in a line. There's a little more flexibility, and there's still a little bit more of the magic and playfulness. But also the work gets harder, you know? And so he's a bright child. And I think that having been a bright child, it's easy to get some things, but then you hit a point, you're like, I gotta work harder. Things that came really easily at some point.
And I've seen that, you know, a young person in my life who shall remain nameless, you know, I've watched them go from being, you know, a superstar in one environment to like, oh, this is different, you know. You know, and watching that challenge. So
I think as a parent, that's a little bit of the balance too, right? Is the dissatisfaction because things are just a little more challenging now? And is that a function of the moving up in grade, the mixed with the change of environment? Or is that a function of maybe this is not the right environment? So it's a dance.
It is a dance, and it can be such an evil one, you know. Just And
there's so many different philosophies about how it would work, and you know, each philosophy works different for someone. Every single philosophy works for someone, so it's really about finding that key for your child. So that's what I'm doing.
And I think the most important thing is understanding that there are different approaches to education out here, and then being bold enough, you know, if your child is just sort of suggesting they want to go in a particular direction, being bold enough to help them go in that direction. You know, so as I looked for schools, you know, for my nephew Douglas in particular, I stumbled upon these free schools, and I'm not sure whether you're familiar with them, but they are literally schools where the children show up and do whatever they want for the entire day.
All day.
All day. And there's one school in particular called the Brooklyn Free School that I actually visited. And it's like this townhouse, and the kids literally do whatever they want all day long. You know,
I feel like there's a lot to be said there, and it probably works for a lot of kids, and it might work for all kids.
It
also,
could. It's such an extraordinary
but
experiment.
it feels like an experiment, and it feels like an experiment.
Yes. And you're like, ooh, I don't want to do no damage,
like,
you know.
Like,
but,
I feel like in my heart, I'm just like, that sounds great.
Let me tell you.
Like, why do we have to like create worker drones, right? Like, why not create this idea of like life should not be painful, and maybe we should enjoy our educational process. And I'm sure that kids, you know.
Yep. And they talk about how, you know, children will read when they want to figure out how to do something beyond what they have, you know, and they said that's when they will, you know, but that's scary. That's not for the faint of heart, you know.
I'm like, whoa, I'm like, whoa, that's a dramatic form of parenting, but also impressive. Like, we're gonna have to talk a little bit more about these things.
Oh, Lord, you know, because
There's also, you know,
so here's before I let you go, here's my approach to parenting. You know, what was in my head. My job is to expose you to as many things as I possibly can for the purpose of you finding something to latch on to.
Yep.
You know, so not that, you know, I remember, and then, you know, I remember I was, you know, we selected one school, you know, for Douglas, and a friend of mine saying, well, you know, that's a tough place, you know, and knowing my beloved, highly reluctant scholar, you know, I said, you know what? I have a bit of, and I say this lovingly, I've a bit of a catfish who will swim down to the bottom of any body of water he is in. And that became particularly important. If you're going to go down to the bottom of the water, you know.
I need the bottom to be high.
I need the bottom to be high, you know. Because, you know.
I think also, and this is the unsung part, right? Garvey has two parents, and we also have to negotiate between ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
What we think is right. And
absolutely.
That's another dance, right? Parenting is a at the very least a 3-person dance, and it gets more when you add more kids into the mix. So
yes. Oh Lord, you know, and the two main dancers there got to be just sort of whispering in each other's ears. They dance, you know, soul to soul. Okay, all right. Look, I'm gonna let you go, Moji. You know, I love you. You are inspiring. I see we have another individual here, the lovely and talented Miss Jalen Ayana Buxton Punch. I know the middle name couldn't get up in there, but you know, I had to throw that in there.
Clearly, right. The Godfather had to make it known what the full government
exactly. Your full government.
I appreciate that.
Me too. I'm like, I put Moji Alawodio. He's all like Moji Sola.
Right.
Moji Sola. I'm like, you speak
you know, I don't. It's the desire to just, you know, it's the formality of it. You know, it just this. Sometimes formal is beautiful, you know.
Uncle Gregory, I feel you. I'm with you. You know, but I had to get in on this because it was a great.
That's funny because, you know, my mama, you know, and other compelling women in my life, you know, have called me Gregory. So that is yeah. So we'll leave that where it is, you know. But Moji, thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you. This is so much fun.
Yes. And we'll see each other soon.
An amazing rest of the read-a-thon.
Yes. Bye. All right, Jalen, you're going to read for us, right?
I'm supposed to, but I'm like, you know, if you want to hop in there as soon as I'm done, we can ping pong this one.
Okay, we can do that. So you read and then pass it back to me. I'm ready. You know, with short and long, depending upon what the needs are and stuff.
All right, perfect. So mine is going to be really short. I'm doing Alexander in the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day.
Okay. All right, get rid of me so we can have you.
I got rid of my uncle. I am now taking over his stream. So today, I am going to keep us short and brief with one of my favorite. It is Judith Vorst. For those who don't know Alexander and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day, I just have to say he is a trendsetter. Alexander, really familiarizes young children with social emotional skills, with vocalizing not only when they're not okay, but problem solving, what can help them. And true to form, any day that I spend doing some tech business is gonna be not the greatest day. So I figured I would spread some of those Alexander vibes, and I would get us reoriented with how my homie Alex is doing. So here we go. Alexander and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day by Judith Vorst. I went to sleep with gum in my mouth, and now there's gum in my hair. And when I got out of bed this morning, I tripped on the skateboard, and by mistake, I dropped my sweater in the sink while the water was running. And I could tell it was going to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. At breakfast, Anthony found the Corvette Stingray car kit in his breakfast cereal box. And Nick found a junior undercover agent code ring in his breakfast cereal box. But in my breakfast cereal box, all I found was breakfast cereal. I think I'll move to Australia. In the carpool, Miss Gibson let Becky have a seat by the window. Audrey and Elliot got seats by the window too. I said I was being scrunched. I said I was being smushed. I said, if I don't get a seat by the window, I am going to be carsick. No one even answered. I could tell it was going to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. At school, Miss Dickens liked Paul's picture of the sailboat better than my picture of the invisible castle. At singing time, she said I sang too loud. At counting time, she said I left out 16. Who needs 16? I could tell it was going to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. I could tell because Paul said I wasn't his best friend anymore. He said that Philip Parker was his best friend and Albert Mayo was his next best friend and that I was only his third best friend. I hope you sit on a tack, I said to Paul. I hope the next time you get a double-decker strawberry ice cream cone, the ice cream falls right off the cone and lands in Australia. There were 2 cupcakes in Philip Parker's lunch bag, and Albert got a Hershey bar with almonds, and Paul's mother gave him a piece of jelly roll that had little coconut sprinkles on the top. Ugh. Guess whose mother forgot to put in their dessert? It was a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. That's what it was, because after school, my mom took us all to the dentist, and Dr. Fields found a cavity just in me. Come back next week and I'll fix it, said Dr. Fields. Next week, I said, I'll be in Australia. On my way downstairs in the elevator, my door closed on a foot, and while we were waiting for my mom to go get the car, Anthony made me fall where it was muddy, and then I started crying because of the mud, and Nick said I was a crybaby, and while I was punching Nick for saying crybaby, my mom came back with the car and scolded me for being muddy and fighting. I am having a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. I told everybody. No one even answered. So then we went to the shoe store to buy some sneakers. Anthony chose white ones with blue stripes. Nick chose red one with white stripes. I chose blue one with red stripes, but then the shoe man said, we're all sold out. They made me buy plain old white ones, but they can't make me wear them. I can tell I'm having a no good, very bad, terrible, horrible day. When we picked up my dad at his office, he said I could play with his copying machine, but I forgot. He also said to watch out for the books on his desk, and I was careful as I could be, except my elbow hit the books and they fell. But then he blamed me. He also said, don't fool around with his phone. But I think I called Australia. My dad said, please don't pick him up anymore. It was a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. There were lima beans for dinner, and I hate lima beans. There was kissing on TV, and I hate kissing. My bath was too hot, I got soap in my eyes, my Marlboro went down the drain, and I had to wear my railroad train pajamas. I hate my railroad train pajamas. When I went to bed, Nick took back the pillow he said I could keep, and the Mickey Mouse nightlight burned out, and I bit my tongue. The cats went to sleep with Anthony, not with me. And really, it has been a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. My mom said some days are like that, even in Australia. That was Alexander and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day by Judith.
Okay. Now, you know, that is one of the most complex children's books that I think I've ever heard, which is fitting for you, Jalen, that it would be one of the most complex children's books. So when did you discover that book and when did you fall in love with it? It must have been love at first hear. Well, the first listen.
It was love at first ear. And as Mogi was talking about how much her son loves this children's book, I naturally thought of the books that replayed in my ear time and time again. And I'm telling you, from jump, from a wee lad, I was having terrible, horrible, no good, very bad. And I would have my dad read this book on demand. You know, he was a Blu-ray recorder for me. And I'd be like, again.
And you know, I can see your dad just sort of, you know, being attracted to that book as well. I can't see your mother reading it over and over again. I can see her asking, why do you want to read that book over and over again? But
Correct.
your father, I can see that for sure, you know?
Correct. My mom is a person who, you know, she reads nothing but positive books, positive memories,
Yes.
especially as a kid, you know, positive words. But I have to say that, again, back to the social emotional learning and the development and the things that we are teaching children when it comes to regulating their emotions, talking about vulnerability, talking about what's wrong. My parents, as you know, they've always done that with me. They've always started young. And my dad especially will entertain up to a certain point the premise of someone having a bad day. So this was something that him and I would share, especially if I was if I was in a mood.
You know,
Xander understands.
Because curmudgeon is the word that comes to mind, you know, when I think about your father, you know, and I say that lovingly, you know, because he's very consistent, you know, in his demeanor, you know, and every once in a while you'll get this really robust laugh from him, and that's how you know that he's really, really just sort of entertained by something, because you know he's not a big laugher. You know, he's much more of a serious person, but when he laughed, you know it's for real and stuff, you know? So yes.
Roll under the bridge of life sometimes.
Yes. And that's, you know, and wow, I haven't, what was that from? Was that a book? You know, the ogre under the what was
it is also another book, so I hate to confess this to you, but I forget the name of it, but there was an actual book where Grumpeo, I think it's one of the Sleeping Beauty derivatives. Grumpeo is supposed to be the grumpiest, but he's actually quite friendly, and when people are kind to him, the warts falls off or whatever.
Okay.
So for years, I have thought of my dad as this, and the book has left my mind, but has he stayed as the character.
Yeah. That's amazing, because I do remember that, and I don't remember what that's from now. Wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So should I read something, or
I think you should give us another book, and then luckily for everybody, you know, we have Raj joining us at 12:15. So if
yes. And then we'll ping pong back and forth, because you know, I will tell you this also, you know, and I wonder how to put this, you know, Douglas would be in the bathtub and I would be, you know, okay, how do I say this? I'd be, without being ridiculous, I'd be sitting, I would be using the toilet as my seat.
Yep.
All right. So not sitting on the toilet, but because that's like, but using the toilet. Yes. And I'd be reading, right? And I would sometimes doze, because parenting will wear you out, you know? And as soon as I would doze, he would just be like, you know, Uncle Greg, you know, that's not what's up, you know? And I remember in particular, the book was one of my favorites, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, you know? Which was just awesome, you know. And I used to read that to him, and you know, it was awesome, you know. So yeah.
You probably don't remember this. I do. And you used to read Where the Wild Things Are in all of the voices. To me, Greg, Camille, Where the Wild Things Are.
Okay.
And you would think, where are the wild things?
No, I don't remember that because, I don't remember what happened yesterday, but it is hands down one of my favorite books,
You read it off.
Maurice Sendak and Max and, I don't know what it was, the little boy with the crown on his head, because he was pre-Basquiat, but nonetheless, that crown, people talk about that, put your crown on, there was just something about that was really extraordinary. Okay, all right, I'm going to read, and then when I finish reading, you can come back on with something else, because I got all kinds of good stuff. But I'm going to read A Whistle for Willie. All right, A Whistle for Willie. All right, I think A Whistle for Willie is by, Ezra Jack Keats, who I think also wrote The Snowy Day, if I recall correctly. So, A Whistle for Willie. Oh, how Peter wished he could whistle. Okay, there's Peter over here. He's just leaning on a lamppost saying, I wish I could whistle. He saw a boy playing with his dog. Whenever the boy whistled, the dog ran straight to him. Peter tried and tried to whistle, but he couldn't. So instead, he began to turn himself around and around and around he whirled, faster and faster. When he stopped, everything turned down and up and up and down and around and around. Okay, so what I love about this picture in particular is that he's spinning around so much that the lights are flying off the light post. The red light and the yellow light and the green light have left the signal, which is crazy. But that just lets us know how fast he was going around and that kind of good stuff. All right. Peter saw his dog, Willie. Quick as a wink, he hid in an empty carton lying on the sidewalk. Wouldn't it be funny if I whistled? Peter thought. Willie would stop and look around to see what it was. Peter tried again to whistle, but still he couldn't. So Willie just walked on. There's Peter in his box and trying to get Willie's attention, but he couldn't whistle. So Willie just walked on. Peter got out of the carton and started home. On the way home, he took some colored chalks out of his pocket and drew a long, long line. There he is drawing his line on his way home. Right up to his door. He stood there and tried to whistle again. He blew until his cheeks were tired. But nothing happened. He went into his house and put on his father's old hat to make himself feel more grown up. He looked into the mirror to practice whistling. Still, no whistle. When his mother saw what he was doing, Peter pretended he was his father. He said, "I've come home early today. Is Peter here?" His mother answered, "Why, no, he's outside with Willie." "Well, go out and look for them," said Peter. First, he walked along a crack in the sidewalk. Then he tried to run away from his shadow. He jumped off his shadow, but when he landed, they were together again. He came to the corner where the carton was, and who should he see but Willie? Peter scrambled under the carton. He blew and he blew and he blew. And suddenly, out came a real whistle. Willie stopped and looked around to see who it was. "It's me," Peter shouted, and stood up. And Willie raced straight to him. Peter ran home to show his father and mother what he could do. They loved Peter's whistling. So did Willie. Peter's mother asked him and Willie to go on an errand to the grocery store. He whistled all the way there. And he whistled all the way home. The end. A Whistle for Willie by Ezra Jack Keats. Woohoo!
Phenomenal.
That's right. One of my favorites, this one and The Snowy Day were favorites of mine.
But Snowy Day is happening later. I know a personal friend who's reading The Snowy Day.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's a good thing that you know a personal friend who's reading The Snowy Day.
I mean, he happens to be one of your oldest friends and my father, but follow a person's friend sometimes.
This is an intergenerational, affair. And so that only makes sense. All right. So wait, while we wait, I know we got our next reader up at 12:15. But I just wanted to read something really, really quick. If I can find it as I lean over to my bookshelf here. I just wanted to read from one of my other favorites. This is The Dream Keepers and Other Poems. And this is by none other than Langston Hughes. All right. So I'm just going to read a couple of these, Jalen, and I'm going to ask you to pay attention in particular to my words so you can tell me maybe what you think about the couple that I'm going to read and stuff. Let me go to the right page.
You as a literal couple, because in addition to being a dream keeper myself, I'm also a timekeeper today.
Okay, you're the dream keeper and the timekeeper. Okay, two short ones. All right, here we go with the first one. The Dream Keeper. Bring me all of your dreams, you dreamers. Bring me all of your heart melodies, that I may wrap them in a blue cloud cloth, away from the too rough fingers of the world. I love that. Okay, here's another one that I love. Another one on this dream theme. Hold fast to your dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field frozen with snow. All right, I'll read one more. This one is a beautiful one as well. And this one is called Joy. And look at this beautiful illustration. That's amazing. I went to look for joy, slim, dancing joy, gay, laughing joy, bright-eyed joy. And I found her, driving the butcher's cart in the arms of the butcher boy. In the arms of the butcher boy. Such company as keeps this young nymph joy. All right. Jalen, Ayana, Bucks, and Punch. Do any of those resonate? And if so, in what particular way? And we got what? We got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I'm looking for joy right now. And it's comforting almost in some ways that I found her not doing the thing we would expect. She was driving the butcher's cart. That is something. I also, let's just be honest. Any grad student out there, if you can hear me, hold fast to dreams, my friends. This what it felt like. It's a very field. Oh man, it was hard. I felt like you said hold fast to dreams, and somewhere in me, just photo shoots of a younger Jay going through school, going through life. It was coming back. Oh, the dreams we've dreamed.
Yeah. And that's what any good writing does, It speaks to you, They're like mini sermons, that speak to you. But just, wow, this line here where he says, I found her driving the butcher's cart in the arms of the butcher boy. How many times have we just been, attracted to somebody only to find out that, they got somebody else? It's like what? Like, that's not good, Anyway, all right. So maybe later, I'll be able to read some more from The Dream Keeper, these beautiful short poems by Langston Hughes. Because I know that next up, I have another just sort of profoundly important friend who is joining us. And let's see who that profoundly important friend is. And we'll see you later, Jalen. Okay, wait. So it is the distinguished, the inimitable, the I can't even think of all of the adjectives / superlatives that I should, that should precede the name of Rosalind Victoria. Okay, and from time to time, I will call her Queen Victoria, as she will tell you. Rosalind Victoria Spigner. Roz Spigner, how are you?
I am well, Gregory. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Miss Punch.
And so Jalen may not know that, she may not know that you and I go back, but she may not know also that you have not, there you go, have known her father for a long time as well. So yes, look at the offspring, of childhood friends, they are adults at this point, and holding it down for their uncle in his time of need. So anyway, all right, Roz, what are you going to read for us? Roz, I think you muted yourself or something.
I muted myself, and also my cousin is looking. I just wanted to know, before we go any further, can you hear us, Peaches?
Okay. I can hear you.
She wanted to see what was going on. So
okay.
I don't know if she can. I don't know if she can hear, but I'm ready. I'm ready.
What book are you going to read for us?
So I am going to read Daryl's Dream. Okay. So Daryl is Daryl from the group, the Grammy Award winning group, Run DMC.
Okay. Excellent. All right.
And he wrote this beautiful book, and it was co-written with Shawnee and Johnny Warfield and Adam Padilla, and the illustration is by Tristan Tate.
Okay.
So when I learned about Daryl, writing this book, sharing with his audience, his viewers, that he was a quiet third grader who loved to write, and he wanted to share his talents, but he was shy, and kids made fun of him because he wore glasses. And then he participated in a talent show and became the young DMC. And he, from hip hop pioneer Daryl DMC McDaniels, comes an inspiring book about creativity, confidence, and finding your own voice. So when I learned that he wrote this book, I ran out and ordered it to give to young children in my own family, my godson in particular. So I'd like to read from this book, Daryl DMC from Queens, from Hollis, Queens, New York.
That's right. That's right. All right. We'll see you on the backside there.
Okay. Daryl's dream. You see the graffiti on the wall. Daryl's dream. So Daryl loved the 3rd grade. He especially loved music class and writing. Great job, Daryl, said his teachers as she handed back his poem. There was a big A on it. You should recite this at the talent show. Really? Asked Daryl. He was proud of his poem, but he wondered, was it really that good? And you see Daryl with his teacher and students in the class, some laughing, some bored, didn't give him a lot of encouragement. But let's see what happens on the next page. After school, Daryl headed to the talent show sign-up sheet. He wrote his name at the very bottom. What do you think you're doing? Said a boy named Charlie. What talent do you have? Daryl didn't know what to say, so he held up his poem. Wow, what a nerd, said Charlie. And you have the dumb glasses to match. A girl named Denise joined in. Look, guys, Daryl's so weird with his stupid poems and his stupid A+. He's going to make a fool out of himself at the talent show. Everyone laughed. Daryl was so upset that he crossed his name off the sheet. So see here the children laughing and making fun of him, and then a picture of Daryl crossing his name off the sheet. By the time Daryl got home, he felt totally defeated. Mom, he said, I wish I didn't wear big glasses and get good grades. The other kids don't like me. Not everyone will like you, Daryl, his mom said. What's important is that you like yourself and you stay true to who you are. Daryl didn't agree, so he ran upstairs into his room. I wish I could be someone else, said Daryl as he fell asleep that night, long before he drifted into a dream. Daryl's dream was amazing. He flew all the way through space and up to the stars. Hello, Daryl, said a voice that echoed all around him. Here, you can be anyone or anything you want. Just wish it. I wish those mean kids liked me, said Daryl. As you wish, said the voice. Suddenly, Daryl was big and strong. He was hanging out with the kids who made fun of him, but something was wrong. Daryl didn't feel like himself. He thought of another wish. I want to be someone everybody likes, said Daryl. Like the coolest sports car in the world. As you wish, said the voice. Poof! Daryl turned into a supercharged hot rod. He looked amazing. People stood around him and admired his shiny new finish. Then he heard a noise from above. Look, a helicopter, said someone in the crowd. It didn't take long before everybody forgot about Daryl. Wow, Daryl said, even the best hot rod isn't a helicopter. Guess I better wish for something else. Daryl thought for a moment before he had an idea. I wish to be the best version of myself. As you wish, said the voice. Suddenly, Daryl found himself inside a recording studio. There were instruments everywhere, and there were lots of fancy equipment. The walls were lined with gold records. Darryl looked at one of the awards and saw, in the picture, he was grown up. He still had his glasses, and he still looked cool in them. Darryl was about to pick up a drumstick when he heard a loud ringing. His alarm clock. He was going to be late for school. Darryl rushed to get ready, but he took a moment to stop and look in the mirror. He didn't look so bad after all. Ready for school? Asked his mom. More than ever, said Darryl. He grabbed his poem and ran out the door. Outside school, Darryl saw the kids who had picked on him making fun of another smart kid. Stop that, said Darryl. You guys think you're so cool, but you aren't. At school, Darryl marched to the sign-up sheet and put his name back on it. I am going to do my poem at the talent show, and I don't care what anyone thinks. You see Darryl actually putting his name back onto the sign-up sheet after he crossed it off the day before. That afternoon, it was time for the talent show. Darryl waited backstage for his cue, put on a new hat, pushed up his glasses, and held on to his poem. He was very nervous. As he was waiting, the mean kids came backstage. You can't perform without your poem, said Charlie. He grabbed the paper from Darryl and ripped it up. Yeah, and you look silly in that hat, Denise chimed in. All the kids laughed. Just when Darryl thought it couldn't get worse, he was called to the stage. Darryl froze in the spotlight. What was he going to do? He thought of what his mom had told him. I can do this. I just need to be myself. Darryl took a deep breath and grabbed the microphone. He rhymed about comic books and drawing superheroes. He rhymed about loving school and making friends. He even rhymed about how one day he would go to college. The crowd was shocked. What a weirdo, someone yelled. And we all know, anyone that participated in their school talent show, how frightened that is, or that could be. But Darryl kept going. He rhymed about bullies and schools. He rhymed about what his mom had taught him. He even rhymed about his glasses. As the words flowed out of him, the crowd rose to their feet cheering. Darryl was finally being himself, and it felt amazing. After the show, Darryl ran into Charlie and Denise. Wow, Darryl, said Denise. I didn't know poems could sound like that. That was really cool. Me neither, added Charlie. Can you teach me how to write poems just like you? Darryl smiled. I'll help you, he said. But you shouldn't write poems like me. You should write poems like Charlie. So now you can see they're making up. Darryl McDaniels followed his dream and went on to become hip-hop's pioneer DMC. He traveled the world spreading his personal style and his message of love and confidence to millions. His glasses even became a symbol of hip-hop fashion. Darryl still loves music and continues to teach children to be themselves and follow their dreams. Doing this. Okay. Darryl's rap. I'm going to try to rap it out to you. You can call me Darryl. You could call me D. The initials of my name are DMC. Darryl McDaniels, that's my name. One day I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. Since kindergarten, I've acquired the knowledge, and after 12th grade, I'm going straight to college. I'm a nice kid from Hollis, Queens. I love eating chicken and collard greens. I read comic books and I love to draw. I've been drawing superheroes since I was 4. I get good grades and I love school because education is really cool. I wear my glasses, they help me see. There's a lot of other kids who are just like me. Being good is like ABC. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. I like playing games and making friends, but I don't get mad if I don't win. Don't be a bully and don't tease others. Treat other kids like sisters and brothers. Call me Daryl MD. Call me Daryl McDaniels or Daryl Mack, and call this poem Daryl's Rap. All right. That's it. Daryl's Dream.
You know, first of all, is that really where the DMC is from? Daryl McDaniels? Okay.
Daryl McDaniels. Oh, Run DMC. No, Run DMC. Right.
Right. So that's really where it's from, though?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. See, I had absolutely no idea. Mm-hmm. So, you know, obviously I just like lost some hip hop credibility points, but, you know, I'm going to regain them because, you know, I may not have been there at the birth of hip hop, but I was damn near close to it.
What do you mean?
I'm saying, like, you know, when we used to go up to the Bronx, you know, to the other townhouse, and that's where actually I used to see DJ Hollywood and Eddie Chiba, and going to the Hotel Diplomat, you know, on Broadway when it was there. So I do feel like, you know, I was there for the beginning, you know, not necessarily, I was in the room where it happened, you know. So
well, remember, I'm DMC and the place to be. I go to St. John's University. And since kindergarten, I acquired the knowledge. And after 12th grade, I went straight to college. I'm light-skinned. I live in Queens. I love eating chicken and collard greens. Okay. 1980.
Okay. You know, and your street cred just went up really, really, because I don't know, you know, I could, you know, do the Eddie help me y'all Chiba, you know.
Take off the slippers and get on the floor. I'm gonna give you more than what you bought for. Right, it's quite all right. This Chiba girls got the dynamite. Okay. You got the gun and gun. But what's really amazing, and this is a treat, if I can find it in my house,
right? I
have a poem because Ed Lover.
Yes.
We all know who Ed Lover is, right?
Indeed.
So Ed Lover was in the grade, you know, we were all in the IGC class in elementary school. Right. He was in the grade underneath mine. So we spent a lot of time together. We did all our school trips together and all of that stuff. I have a poem of his in our school book, and it's in this house. I'm going to find it. I'm going to read his poem from the 3rd grade.
Yeah.
It's a short poem, but it rhymes. It is, I mean, and look who he is now.
Yeah. And to think that he was writing poetry at that point, that's the crazy part.
We all had to write poetry. My poem was whack, but his poem was great. And I'm going to look for it. And I'm going to come back on and I'll read it to you. It's a short poem.
Yeah. And we talked about, it's so interesting. You know, we were talking earlier about how children, you know, they tell you what it is they're interested in, you know, from a very young age. And the fact that his poetry, you know, was as good as it was at that point, you know, just speaks volumes.
He was also an entertainer. He was also an entertainer. He was constantly entertaining the kids.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Time.
Yes. Okay. Look, I'm 2 minutes behind schedule. So Roz, let me just sort of thank you for joining us with that particular just sort of that book. I remember, I think it was a year or two ago, there's another children's book about hip hop. I think it's called How the Beat Was Made. Awesome just sort of book. So, you know, it's really it's hard to find books for young boys in particular, you know. So both of those books are just wonderful because they would seem like they would resonate, you know, a tremendous amount. And you know, I would just
reach out to Daryl McDaniels.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was awesome next year. Maybe we can have him come and read, his own book, and stuff. And I think about, obviously I remember being in the clubs, and I remember in particular, I think I was in a club up on Hillside Avenue when Rapper's Delight, was put out there into the universe, and as you know, that's the first commercially successful, just, with a hip hop, a hip hop, you don't stop, and I'll stop right there because I don't want to embarrass myself, what you see is not yeah. Anyway, so yes, it was, I was there age-wise, when that music was being born, and to see how it's just sort of grown and expanded and contracted and moved around the world in particular is just amazing, another contribution by, those beautiful people of African descent. So anyway, all right, I'm gonna let you go. I'm 4 minutes behind and my technical director, Jalen's about to crack the whip. So thank you again. And I see you, we got you down here for another slot, but I think somebody bogarted your slot. That Dawn Kelly one.
Okay. Dawn's coming on? Well, if I would love to read a few pages from I Had a Favorite Hat.
Okay. So, okay. All right. So we'll work that out for sure. I'll send you a text message.
Send me a text. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Roz. All right. All right. All right.
And where can I see this streaming so I can tell people?
So if you go right now to the Jamaica Read-a-thon.com, the stream is there, and it gives people an opportunity to donate, most importantly. So yeah, that's the one I'm going to point you to.
That's right. Jamaica... Don't forget to donate. I'm going to make my donation now.
Appreciate it greatly. So the Jamaica Read-a-thon.com.
Okay, thank you.
No spaces, no hyphens, just the Jamaica Read-a-thon.com. So thank you again, Roz. We'll talk.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So who do we have next? I think we got some people in the studio just sort of waiting to make it happen.
We do have some people waiting around. Our next speaker, who is actually my mother, she is having a lot of technical difficulties. So if it's okay with Chinasa, we are going to skip on to her. And then we're
Yes, because Chinasa is always ready. Always ready.
Chinasa, we thank you.
Okay.
Hi, guys.
And we were speaking, Chinasa, about one Nigerian queen earlier.
Oh, really?
Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, and so it's only appropriate,
Are you sure it's Ndichie or Adichie?
You know what? See, that's why you're on, Chinasa. So you can, because I mean, me, to me, you're Chinasa Okafor, because I'm not even going to pronounce the
other one, right?
You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm assuming that is your husband's name, but I know sometimes, this hyphen thing, I get this American bias, and somebody told me, no, that's not how that works in Iran. It's the father-in-law's blah, 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 blah. So anyway, but let me go back to my African goddess theme here. All right. We were talking about Chimamanda earlier and her prowess. And so it is just fantastically appropriate that you are joining us for this 15 minutes with your favorite children's book. So that the world knows, Chinasa has a firm called NASA Accounting Services. How come I forget? Like, come on, Chinasa, NASA Accounting Services, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm not going crazy. And Chinasa does all of the bookkeeping and accounting and tax preparation for A Better Jamaica. So I am thrilled, to have you, to be chatting with you in a slightly different capacity where you are not cracking the whip, telling me that I need to do something different and I need to stop recording it this way and I need to stay out of QuickBooks and just stay in my lane and let you do your thing. So it is all good. It's all good. So I'm going to let you read, and then depending upon, how we do, we can, we'll chat on the backside there. So I appreciate it. What are you going to read for us?
I actually picked a book, right?
Yep.
It's called Could We Be Friends?
Yes.
Yes, we could, right?
Yes.
We can be friends. And I picked this book because yesterday I got home and I said to my daughter, the last one, Abigail, and I said, I have this program that I I'm like, it's one of my clients, you know, they're doing the read-a-thon. What should I read? And she's like, Mommy, remember we have so many books. But I said, I need something that will resonate with kids. Okay.
Yes.
And we went through some books that we've gone through, and then we picked this one. And the reason why I picked this is because we know so much is happening right now in the world, right?
Yes.
Many kids are struggling to have friends. You know, we all have our differences, and we all came from different cultures, right? And sometimes not knowing where we came from, you know, people can sometimes interpret us differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
But asking if we could be friends, we are the same in so many ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is something I think most kids will like, because if you go to any school, each class have different people from different ethnicities with different cultures, right? And we all we are different in so many ways. But even with our differences, we can still be friends.
Absolutely.
So that's the reason why I picked this. So hopefully kids can learn from it. And it actually says it's poems for pals. So it might not be like other books that everybody have been reading,
right?
But it has a couple of different poems. And I will select few from here.
Okay.
And read, and hopefully the audience will like it.
Okay, of course. And I read some poems also. So poems are welcome. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna let you do your thing. So, you know, just like 5-6 minutes of poetry, and then we'll come back and we'll keep it moving.
No problem. So I'm gonna pick a couple of them, okay?
Okay,
thank you, Greg, and thank you for allowing us to participate. I'm actually enjoying this.
Yes, thank you.
And please remember to donate, okay? NASA Accounting Services already donated, so I want everybody to join in this train to donate, okay?
Thank you.
All right, let's start.
All right, Uncle Greg.
You want Chinasa up, right?
I wanted Chinasa up and it didn't, and now you're up. Few technical difficulties. Here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, we're back again. Kids, some of us have black hair. Some have blonde or brown. Some of us are city kids. Some live in a small town. Some of us ride buses. Some walk to school each day. Some of us like studying. Some only want to play. Some of us are quiet kids. Some love making noise. We are every color, shape, and size. We are girls and we are boys. Some are learning English, and that's quite hard to do. What makes it even harder is if kids laugh at you. We are different in so many ways. The list could get so long, but think of how we are alike, and that list won't be wrong. All of us are children. All of us like fun. All of us are special. Every single one. All of us share just one home. It's called the planet Earth. All of us are dreamers, and all our dreams have worth. If you look here, these are the pictures of the kids, and they're all different in their own unique ways, right? You can see that. Let's go to the next page. Could we be friends? I wonder what your name is. I wonder who you are. Kids making faces from the back seat of a car. When you stick your tongue out, I stick mine out too. When you smile and wave at me, I wave back at you. I wonder where your house is, what games you like to play. But when the traffic light turns green, my father drives away. So you could see pictures of kids trying to, know each other. Let's go to the next page. So this is Chris with his friend. They're trying to have fun. Chris, bike rider, hike taker, inventor of games, keeper of secrets, sharer of jokes. We toss thoughts back and forth, the way we play catch, back and forth. Back and forth, our goofiest thoughts are safe with each other. I wouldn't trade you for a brother. With you, there is no pretend. Me and you, a team of two. Chris, my friend. The Paragon. Yuck. How I hate Nancy Fiedler. Why? Oh, why? Does the world need her? Since Nancy Fiedler moved next door, life's not worth living anymore. I don't know how my mother knows she makes her bed and folds her clothes and does her homework every day before she goes out to play. She's such a goody good. She will make you buff. I bet she would. And you don't have to listen to my mother rave the way I do. A rabbit's foot might bring me luck, and then I will see a moving truck. Won't it be a sunny day when Nancy Fiedler moves away? Oh, Susie, Ruffy Tuffy Susie friend, why did you move away? Other girls do stupid stuff, like playing dumb old house and dressing up their creepy dolls. No one wants to wrestle or roll down hills over and over, so many overs. Oh, Susie, Ruffy Tuffy Susie friend, why did you move away? Like I said, this is different poems put together for kids. The next one is New Neighbors. A family is moving into the house across the street. I see a mom, a dad, and 3 weird kids. One might be the same age as me. His sister is too little. His brother is too tall. That middle kid might be in my class. I'm sure I won't like him at all. Oh no, he's coming up our stairs. He's ringing our front bell. I know that I won't like him. Already I can tell. Well, yes, I'm glad to meet you too. Do I trade baseball cards? I do. You will be in Mrs. Warren's class. Yes, she gives tests. Keep cool, you will pass. I will show you around the neighborhood tomorrow morning. That sounds good. A family moved into the house across the street today. Jose, their kid, will be my friend. I knew it right away. So you could see, okay, the neighbors, kids getting to know each other. So what are we saying? This is more about kids making friends. So first day, new school. Someone showed me where to go. Someone smiled and said, hello. Someone said, there's room, sit here. And something started to disappear. Little by little, it became so small. That scared hole in my heart hardly there at all. So you can see pictures of kids the first day at school. They're getting to meet friends. Let's go to the next one. Words. Stick stone will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Gramps told me these words are true. He learned them long ago. Gramps always seemed to get stuff right. This time, I just don't know. They called me a name, and I walked right by. I didn't start a fight, but the word they said is a stick in my head and a stone in my bed all night. The next one is between sisters and brothers. My sister, I remember the day we brought you home from the hospital, so small and useless. Some new playmate. My brother, sometimes you are almost my friend, but mostly you are my enemy. From 0 to 100, I like you 0 minus. My sister, sometimes when you fall asleep, hold close like a kitten in the back seat of the car, I forget I hate you. My brother, I used to think how good it would be if I was the onlyest kid in the house. But when you went to camp, I was the loneliest. A birthday wish. When I blew out the candles on my birthday cake, the wish I made was different than the wish I planned to make. I looked at the circle of candles and each of them was glowing. I took a breath and closed my eyes. The circle started changing and growing. Each candle turned into a kid, and those kids were holding hands. The circle looped around the globe with kids from many lands. My friend began to holler, blow. I started blowing, and I wished for a circle with no kids left out, growing and growing and growing. I'm gonna take the last one, and that will be it for the poem. This one says, it's chicken pox. My brother caught the chicken pox, the dirty, spotty chicken pox. My brother caught the chicken pox, and now I have got spots too. Our parents said that we must learn to share our things and wait our turn. They said that life is give and take, but parents might make a mistake. Look how my brother learned to share. He gave, I took. Now we are pair. My brother caught the chicken pox, the itchy, screechy chicken pox. My brother caught the chicken pox, and now I've got spots too. The end. Thank you for the opportunity for me to share this with you. And I hope you enjoyed it.
Absolutely, positively enjoyed it. And I must say that I'm enjoying the Cleopatra cut as well, Janasa.
Really? Okay. Oh my goodness.
All right.
I hope you please enjoy it.
Yes. Yes, I appreciate you. I appreciate you being the accountant, bookkeeper, tax preparer for Better Jamaica. I appreciate the way you pull your whip out and you whip me into shape when I'm not doing the right things and all of that stuff.
And let me tell you, it goes both ways.
Okay.
Because without you guys, we will not be in business.
All right.
So
all right.
I appreciate that you allowed us to serve you.
Yes.
And we are glad that you are happy with our service.
Absolutely. How could I not be happy with the Queen of Nigeria's service?
Thank you for
and
that.
your twin sister.
I appreciate that.
I am still behind schedule, but thank you again, and for sharing those lovely poems. And the next time we'll talk about, how. Now I know you have daughters. You have sons as well, or no?
What?
Do you have daughters or just and sons?
I have 3 girls and 1 boy.
Okay, yes. So that whole story about just sort of the boy and girl, being at each other.
I'm telling you.
That one,
that's
sure
actually
resonated.
my 2. The Michael and Abigail, my last 2. That's how they go at each other.
It is all good. It's all good. Okay, so thank you enough, and we will be in touch. I know we have an appointment tomorrow for you to just sort of get me into shape, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And regards to your sister.
Thank you. Take
right.
care. Bye.
Thank you. Oh, all right, all right, all right. Let's see. It is 12:53. And look who's back. My darling, goddaughter, Jalen Ayana Buxton Punch. And I think she has her mother all ready to go at this point. Oh, wait, brother. Wait. Who's it going to be, Jalen? You can't be teasing me.
I know. I teased it. Daniel,
Okay.
who stays ready. I apologize for
Okay.
Daniel.
We've just teased
In there.
Daniel to, be up
I
after,
did.
after your mama who's looking real serious. And
She's always looking real serious.
Valerie, you're looking more and more serious every day. Okay, all right. And I will stop there because I was gonna say something else, but I won't say that. So Valerie, how are you?
Great. I'm great.
Okay. This is homecoming for me. All of my people who are near and dear to my heart are supporting me, and I appreciate that. So I know you are at work, so we're gonna let you read your story and get off before the supervisor is like, "Yo, what are you doing?"
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So I'm reading She Persisted.
Okay.
13 awesome women who changed the world.
All right. I'm out of here.
Alrighty. And so this book is dedicated to Elizabeth Warren, who is one of those who inspired the book. And it's also dedicated to Coretta Scott King, who was a beacon. Sometimes being a girl isn't easy. At some point, someone probably will tell you no. Will tell you no to be quiet. They will even tell you that your dreams are impossible. But don't you listen to them. These 13 American women certainly did not take no for an answer. They persisted. Harriet Tubman was born a slave, and her story could have ended there. Instead, she persisted, escaping from slavery and becoming the most famous conductor on the Underground Railroad. She risked her life many times to lead countless slaves to freedom, including her family, friends, and strangers. Every person she led to freedom arrived safely. Once Helen Keller became few people thought she'd be able to learn to read, write, or speak, but she persisted. Helen learned how to do all three and not only became the first person with deaf blindness to graduate from college, but she used her story to help fight for more opportunities for people with disabilities in the United States and around the world. One can never consent to creep when one feels an impulse to soar, was Helen Keller's favorite quote. After her family fled from poverty and the threat of violence in the Ukraine, home became New York City for Clara Lemouche. She got a job working in the garment district. She wrote that the factory conditions made women into machines, and so she persisted, organizing picket lines and strikes that ultimately helped win better pay and shorter hours for safer working conditions for thousands of workers. These workers were both men and women. I am one of those who suffers from the abuses described here, and I move that we go gently into the night and we strike for better conditions. Nellie Bly became a reporter in part because a male writer had said that working women were a monstrosity, and she wanted to prove that women could do anything. At times, putting her safety at risk, she persisted throughout her career in exposing her real monstrosities, pretending to be a sweatshop worker and a patient in a mental hospital to show how badly people were being treated. She persisted through writing her stories and her truth. Virginia Apgar was determined to be a doctor long before any girls had such dreams. Even though she qualified to be a surgeon, the male head surgeons at her hospital discouraged her because she was a woman. Nevertheless, she persisted, becoming an anesthesiologist and creating the Apgar score, which is a test used on new babies to determine their health. Hospitals all over the world still use this today. She persisted because nobody was going to stop breathing on while she was an anesthesiologist. After Maria Talchev moved from California, from Mexico, Maria's dreams of becoming a dancer were tested. Because she was a Native American, and later, because she was a Native American dancer, and that wasn't known to many, she was often taunted and never encouraged. As a matter of fact, they wanted her to change her name to something that sounded Russian. But she persisted, ignoring all the taunting and the poor advice, to become the first great American prima ballerina. It never occurred to her to say, "It hurts. I don't want to do that." Claudette Colvin was expected to give up her seat to a white woman just because she was African American. At 15 years old, while riding the bus home, she refused to get up. She persisted in taking a stand for what was right and to help inspire the likes of Rosa Parks to make the same choice some 9 months later, an act that many say started the civil rights movement. I knew then and I know now that when it comes to justice, there's no easy way to get it. You can't sugarcoat it. You just have to take a stand and you have to say, this is not right. When Ruby Bridges was in kindergarten, many schools across America, particularly in the South, still refused African American students their equal rights to education. Ruby wouldn't be treated like a second-class student, and so she persisted, walking for weeks past angry and hateful protesters to integrate the all-white elementary school in New Orleans. That faithful walk to school began a journey, and we must all work together to keep moving forward. Margaret Chase Smith was the first woman to serve as both a U.S. representative and a U.S. senator. She could have let that be her legacy alone. Instead, she insisted in championing women's rights and more opportunities for women in the military, standing up for free speech and supporting space exploration. The head of NASA once noted that we wouldn't have put a man on the moon without Margaret Chase Smith. The right way is not always the most popular and easy way. Standing for right when it is unpopular is a true test of our moral character. Sally Ride, a woman could succeed in a science career. Although not everyone agreed, she persisted and she became the first American woman in space. But it wasn't enough for Sally. She traveled into space once more and then created science and engineering programs specifically for girls so that she could have other generations of American young women achieve the same dream, both on Earth and in outer space. You can't be what you can't see, was what Sally said. When, as a kid, Florence Griffith Joyner visited her father at the Mojave Desert, he would urge her to run faster and faster and faster. When she had to leave college to help support her family, she persisted in her training on the track, and then she went back to school and became even faster at her skill. Her unbroken world record in the 100-meter and 200-meter sprints set the 1988 Summer Olympic record. She is still the fastest woman ever. When anyone tells me I can't do anything, I do that thing better. I'm just not listening to them anymore. Oprah Winfrey's grandmother expressed to Oprah, "Please follow in my footsteps." Her grandmother was a maid. Oprah knew, even as a little girl, that her dream. She persisted in turning those dreams into her reality, and she became a media superstar, working in movies, books, magazines, theater, and most of all, television, where the Oprah Winfrey Show remains the highest rated talk show of all time. She persisted. Sonia Sotomayor was the first Hispanic American judge. She knew that she'd have to speak perfect English as well as Spanish. She had to study hard, she had to manage her diabetes, and she had to study more than average. But before she could wear her judge's robe or have her gavel in her hand, she persisted doing all of those things. Eventually, Sonia Sotomayor became the Supreme Court Justice and first ever Latina to sit on America's highest court. She said she had never had to face anything that could overwhelm the Native the naive optimism and stubborn perseverance that she was blessed with. So if anyone ever tells you no, if anyone ever says your voice isn't important or your dreams are too big, remember these women as they persisted and became the best that they could be. They persisted, and so should you. Thank you, Uncle Greg.
Okay, I'm going to let you go, but I just can't help but say that, this must have been whispered into your daughter's ear, this book, since she was a toddler, since she is the queen of persistence. And I just hear, oh, wait, surprise, surprise, there she is.
Yeah.
So
I am not the queen of persistent. I'm a persistent individual. I'll give you that. But this is a recent book. I have never heard this book until my mom just read it. I swear.
Okay, well, maybe she's attracted to it because it resonated with her, and she planted that seed in your head from day one, because you are a persistent person, and it's one of the things that I'm proud of. So I will just leave it right there before I get all emotional and all the rest of that stuff. Thank you, Valerie, for reading with us at the Jamaica Read-a-thon. All right?
Bye, Uncle Greg.
Bye. Okay. Oh, Lord. All right. Where's my buddy Daniel? I think Daniel's up. Daniel is up. There he is.
What's up?
Daniel Carlton, this thing is just, I've described it as my homecoming because all of the people who are near and dear to my heart are just sort of supporting the effort by reading with us. And, it sometimes gets really personal.
I see. I'm not going to call you Uncle Greg, though, if that's okay.
It's all good. I tell people all the time, it's just like, when I go to the Dunkin' Donuts and they offer me the senior discount, I say, did I ask you for that damn discount? If I didn't ask for it, then don't offer it up, because I don't want a senior discount. Oh, Lord. Anyway, Daniel, how are you, my friend?
I'm really good. How are you?
I am well. I cannot complain, man. I cannot complain. And how's Nambi? Is she well as well?
She is always traveling. She's out in LA she's on the set right now on the show Bel Air.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, that must be interesting. Let's just say that Bel Air is a little different from the Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
Yes, it is, my friend. You know what? Let me get my camera right.
I too. It looks good. I tuned in thinking I was going to see. This is the story of my uncle and my aunt.
Not quite that.
No, it's a little grittier. I think in the first episode there was some drug use going on. I was like, wait, hold up. This is a little different.
I don't know if that's keeping it real or just keeping it
keeping it something, So anyway, man, congrats on all your recent success, with your play, the children's play and the adult play and all the rest of that good stuff. Yeah. So tell me, what are you going to read for us, man? And then we'll circle back to all that good stuff and stuff.
All right, cool. So I've been debating this thing, because I read and write so much. It's really hard. So I thought I'd start off with sort of one of my childhood inspirations.
Yes.
There are three reasons why I'm an actor, and I'll tell you, or a writer. Okay. One is a movie called about Hans Christian Andersen.
Wow.
Danny Kaye played him, and I saw it on TV as a kid. You remember that?
I do not remember that. I know who Danny Kaye is, obviously, but I can't say I remember that particular movie,
Oh, it's great. This guy would just tell stories from his hands, or and then people would just love him because he told stories. And
right.
I want to be loved like that.
Right.
But I could never find anything that reflected us that wasn't kind of trauma based. You know what I mean?
Okay. Right.
And then I was introduced to African folktales, and I loved this book.
Yes. I think my mother had that book, and she used to read, maybe not us, I'm a little old for that book, but she used to use it in her schoolwork, working with children and stuff. So I do know that book for sure. All right, I'm gonna let you read some of those stories, man, and we'll talk after the fact.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do, and I guess I'll just tell the audience. So I'm using the book as inspiration, and one of the things, here's another book too called West African Folktales by a guy named Hugh Vernon Jackson. And what these books have done, and Hans Christian Andersen has done for me, is they kind of taught me that you can have permission to kind of remix these things so that they meet like the modern ear. And so many of these things have creation stories in them. And so here's a creation story that is completely made up by me, but inspired by sort of all the magical realism that happened in these books like African folktales. So here's one called Creation. A long time ago, on the very first day of time, the creator of all things gathered together, the sun, the moon, and the rain. On the very first day of all time, the creator of all things gathered the sun, the moon, and the rain together. And the creator of all things said to the sun, to the moon, and to the rain, I must go down to my place up there in heaven. But first, I need to confess something to you. I've been working on this thing called man, and at the same time, I've been working on this thing called woman, and eventually, I want them to have this thing called children when they come together. Now, I haven't finished making them, and I'm thinking I need a little help since I made y'all first. So, you great sun up in the sky, tell me what you plan to do when I finish making the first man, the first woman, and they come together and make the first children. You great sun up in the sky, tell me what you plan to do. The great sun up in the sky said, hey, yo, I'm the sun, son. I'm going to shine. I'm burning everything up, son. Word up, yo. It's going to be hot up in this thing. The man, the woman, they're going to be hot too. You know what I'm saying? Hot, 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 hot. Okay, son, we're going to cool you down a little bit. But I need to call in the great moon. Moon, we heard from the sun. What do you plan on doing when I finish making the first man, the first woman, and the first children? You great moon, what do you plan to do? The great moon said, I will shine, and I will shine and shine and shine and shine, and everybody will just come to see me at night, and they will admire everything that I do. Shimon. Okay, Shimon, we'll get back to you. You great rain, what do you plan to do? And the great rain said, I will fall forever and make the earth one great ocean. There's nothing funny about y'all messing up the first man, the first woman who's gonna make the first children. Y'all being so selfish. Hey, yo, check this out, though. You know, I'm the sun. Yo, I should shine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't stop the shining. You know, I'm the sun up in the sky. Yo, I shine every day. Don't need no clouds. Yo, they soft anyway. If that sucker moon tries to get in my way, eclipse him real hard. Eclipse him today, because I'm the sun, y'all. And I'm hot, y'all. And I'm ill and not chilling to the max, y'all. I'm the sun, yo. I bring out the heat. Without me, yo, there is no peace. Well, wait a minute. I'm the moon. The sun can't have all the shine. So I just say to everybody, Sha-na-na-na-na-na-na. Come see me at all tonight. Sha-na-na-na-na-na-na. I will see you all tonight, and it will be a thriller. I mean, it will be such a thrill. Ooh, yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah. If the sun gets to shine and the moon gets to do that, yeah. I'm just gonna make one earth one great ocean. Yeah. Stop. Sun. Need you to shine. Rain, I need you to fall and help things to grow. Moon, we're going to leave you up the sky at night, but you're going to have to share time with the sun. And that's called balance. Now, I'm going to go now. But I need to send y'all something to think about. And when I make this thing, every man, woman, and child will have a chance against all selfishness and just thinking about themselves when we need to share this space. So the great creator of all things left as the man and the woman were asleep and thinking about the first children that they were going to make. The creator of all things took a piece of itself, the best parts of itself, and he placed it inside each man and each woman. And this thing that he placed inside, or they placed inside of every man, woman, and would come through every child, is a heart. But not just a beating heart. No. A heart that beats. Whenever you feel selfish, you can follow the beat. Whenever you feel that people are not treating you the way you want to be treated, follow the beat. When you feel like you just gotta go off, follow the beat. It's like a clock. And as long as you are breathing and living, you have a chance to get back on track from this clock. Because the greatest gift that the creator of all things gave the first man, the first woman, and the first children, the piece of itself, the most important piece, was the heart, which is the ability to love. And since then, every man, every woman, and every child, every day, has a chance, an obligation almost, and the ability to love. The creator of all things loves us so much that he gave us a chance every single day. Thank you.
Man. Okay. Now, are these impromptu, man? Are these just coming out of your head live, or?
No, I wrote that. Like it's
okay. I mean, that's incredible, man. You know, from the Michael Jackson inspired character.
Inspired.
That's right, inspired. And every man, woman, and child, has the capacity to love. Is such a such an important thing. In these kind of challenging times. We could go to so many places with that. The capacity to love. Yes. Yeah. It's the willingness to receive that love, though, sometimes is can scare people, because you wonder what people's motives are, And just, I think about just sort of, a young person who I was working with previously. And, I just, it's just like, I think I may have told him or just sort of suggested, like, man, you just don't know what to do with love. It just, it overwhelms you, whether it's coming from, a parent, or a teacher. These are people who are just, they're reaching out, and you just, got the shield up, that just, that, and it seems to be your construct, that just sort of, all the love being thrown at you is just bouncing back, and it's just like, come on, man, just, just receive it. And I often wondered, what had happened in his life, that just sort of prevented him, from just, receiving, these blessings. I'm just kind of reminded of a time where, someone would just sort of, pay me a compliment, and, rather than just saying, thank you, well, but so, and this one, dear friend, just, it's okay.
Yeah.
Just, just accept it, receive it, it's okay to, to be willing to, and open, to receiving love. So, that's what I thought about,
Well, it's interesting you say that, because I agree that even in my own life, sometimes I'm challenged with that.
Yeah.
But the thing about it, though, is it's a seed, and so you just never know, like,
Yep.
the effect of a conversation, a
Yep.
hug,
Yep.
I see you, I
Yeah.
believe in you, and we don't always either have the capacity to admit it,
Yeah.
or to the other person, or we're just not ready. But the seed itself,
Yes.
is it's infinite, it's powerful,
Yep.
and it grows in all kind of ways. And it might be a moment
Yep.
where a person is at their most challenged,
Yeah.
that the thing that keeps them from going over the edge.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And the other thing about love is to remind ourselves, because there's also the shadow of, like, bitterness, and the shadow of, like, non-trust, and the shadow of, like, destruction, that it's always there. Like, there's balance in the universe. It's yin and yang. And so we have no control over how people receive it.
Yeah.
But we do have control over being farmers, and
Yes.
and giving the seed, and
Yep.
receiving the seed too.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
at the end of it, it's part of our responsibility, I think.
Yeah.
Is to remind ourselves,
Yep.
that love is kind, and love is has your heart. Love has your heart, in as its priority.
Yeah.
And people may not prioritize your
Right. Right. Wow. Okay. Well, we could go down this path, because I think about all kinds of stuff. But as I suggested earlier, my producing technical director, goddaughter of mine is like, okay, look, we got to try to stay on track here.
Of course.
So
Yes.
but yes. I will leave you with this, though. I have a niece who just started at some point, and who just started to say at the end of every conversation, I love you. And that's not something that she had said at the end of every conversation previous to this first time. And she does it to this day. And it's powerful, and just interesting. So yes. So look, man, thank you. I love and treasure the relationship that we have.
Yes.
That's been a long-standing one, and I continue to appreciate you and all of that good stuff, and continued success with your work. And Jabari Dreams of, what am I messing up?
Jabari Dreams of Freedom.
Yes, Jabari Dreams of Freedom. Is that coming back to the New Victory at some point, or?
No, it's going. We're putting it back out on tour. We start rehearsing next week.
Okay.
But I have another. I'll talk to you about another show that I'm written and directing. That's coming out of Ohio.
Okay.
That will be in Queens at York.
Excellent.
We'll be at NJPAC, and that's also a touring show. So I'm kind of directing two young people touring shows right now.
Yes,
so,
yes. All right. Well, I look forward to hearing about that.
Yes.
And seeing it, experience it, my friend. You know. So
yes, my friend.
All right, we got to catch up too, man, because there's too much theater that's been out here that I need to talk about. You know.
Let's talk about it. And then somebody's a rumor that Santa Claus is coming back.
Look, Santa Claus got 2 gigs coming up, but that's a whole nother too. You know. So all right, Daniel, appreciate you, man. My regards to Namdi, and we will talk real soon.
Love you, man. Thank you.
All right, man. Love you too. Okay. All right. And look at that. Look at that. Just like magic, another just, Dawn Kelly, fellow HU.
You know?
It is old home week. And I see, I don't know what that look was, Kay. That was like, anyway. So Dawn Kelly, who I've known. Dawn, did we know each other at Bayside?
No, I didn't go to Bayside. I went to Martin Van Buren, but we've known.
Okay, I did know that you went to Martin Van Buren. Yes. You and my brother have that in common. But we did, obviously at Howard, just sort of met each other there and became good friends. And Val, who is Val?
Val Stanbridge.
Yes.
And Roosevelt.
Yes, that's right. So Val was the sister of Roosevelt, and for some reason that just popped right in my head. Dawn and Val.
Yes, we were friends.
Yes. Did she go to Howard as well? Is that my imagination?
Yes, she went to Howard. That's how.
Okay.
That's exactly.
But her brother did not.
No, Roosevelt did too. All of us.
Okay, that's crazy. Yes. Anyway, I knew Roosevelt before then, and I'll tell you the quickest of stories. He had a Cadillac. You know what I'm saying? Or he used to take his parents' Cadillac. Okay. And one time we were going over to the hotel, I forget which one it was, in LaGuardia, across the street from LaGuardia, to go to one of those parties in high school. And we were all dressed up with, probably my older brother's shoes that were too big for my feet, but whatever. So Roosevelt came and picked me up in his daddy's Cadillac.
Oh,
so
you was the man.
Oh yeah. He was the man. And, Roosevelt was a tall, dark, and handsome cat. All the ladies were like, yeah. So I just like, oh, yeah, I'm going to hang out with him because, maybe so I can, get to, I don't know, some leftovers or something. But anyway, but we were on the highway, either leaving the party. I think we were leaving the party at that point. And long story short, Roosevelt drove down like the on-ramp or something. Right? So
no.
And it was like, yo, there's car lights coming at us and stuff, But that was just one of those high school things, where high school kids are driving way before they needed to.
Exactly.
Blah, blah.
And thank God that he kept you guys safe. So
that's right.
You made it to and through Howard University.
Because we were some foolish high school children. Anyway, all right, what are you going to read for us today, Miss Dawn, the founder of the Nourish Spot and all the rest of that? But we'll talk about that after the fact.
I'm going to read I Am Enough by Grace Byers.
Okay, beautiful. Yes. All right, do your thing.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for having me today. So I'm reading I Am Enough by Grace Byers. And it goes like this. Like the sun, I'm here to shine. Like the voice, I'm here to sing. Like the bird, I'm here to fly and soar high over everything. Like the trees, I'm here to grow. Like the mountains, here to stand. Like time, I'm here to be and be everything I can. Like the champ, I'm here to fight. Like the heart, I'm here to love. Like a ladder, here to climb, and like the air, to rise above. Like the wind, I'm here to push. Like a rope, I'm here to pull. Like the rain, I'm here to pour and drip and fall until I'm full. Like the moon, I'm here to dream. Like the student, here to learn. Like the water, here to swell. Like the fire, here to burn. Like the winner, I'm here to win. Until, and if I don't, get up again. I know that I may sometimes cry, but even then, I'm here to try. I know that we don't look the same. Our skin, our eyes, our hair, our fame. But that does not dictate our worth. We both have places here on earth. And in the end, we are right here to live a life of love, not fear. To help each other when it's tough. To stay together. I am enough. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know why these books are like, getting me kind of emotional. or maybe it's the reading of them or something, that's such a powerful book, just sort of I am enough. I mean, who at some point in their life, hasn't questioned, whether they're enough, whether they're enough, for somebody else, whether they're enough for themselves.
Yes.
It's just such a appropriate message for all the time,
I think the same thing, Greg. I know we were supposed to be reading children's books, right? But I picked this book up for myself, okay? I gifted myself the book, one, because of the cover, right? The cover is representative of who I was as a little girl, right? And then oftentimes, as a young lady growing up in New York City, I did question, and even at Howard University, question, was I enough to be at that place, right? So if we could teach children as early as possible that they are enough in just being a human being here on earth, I think that's great. And puts them on a good path.
Yeah. But you know what, speaking of Howard, what a powerful place though to be going through that very final phase of, trying to figure out, whether you're enough, to be in a place that is, that can, be so affirming, in so many ways. I tell people this all the time. One of the beautiful things, about Howard in particular is that it is large enough so that you can find your tribe.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And it's anonymous enough as well because of that size. It's like, a foreigner coming to New York versus, a foreigner going to, Milwaukee or, whatever.
Right.
You can hide, if that's what you feel like, until you're ready to kind of, present yourself, but you can present yourself and then you can go back and you can represent yourself.
Yes.
But it just, it's such a, I'll leave you with this. I remember doing those interview kind of things, toward the end of the experience. And one of the, I always struggled with the question, why Howard, to people who were, not Black,
right.
in particular. And finally, I realized, I said, you know what? For some reason, I just sort of keyed in on this whole thing of BYU, Brigham Young University, and the fact that it was a Mormon institution, know. And I began to say, okay, well, this is how I think about it, that, a Mormon, goes to BYU because, he or she wants to be in the most comfortable
environment,
that they could possibly be in, to be them full selves and learn.
To blossom, right? It's like
to blossom.
It's like going to the fertilized soil, right? You could plant a flower in just regular soil, right?
That's right.
And it'll grow, right? It'll grow, right?
It will grow. Yep.
But if you plant that flower in some fertilized soil, it not only will it grow, it will blossom. And so I agree with you. The reason why I went to Howard University is because I spent my entire the secondary schooling, going to school with people that didn't look like us. And my high school experience at Van, we were the minority in every single way possible. Okay. Even my teachers told me that I wasn't going to get into college. I mean, let's be real. And so to go to Howard University and to be amongst other scholars that look just like me, and not have to compete in the sense of what I look like. Okay. I still had to compete in terms of my brain power, but I did not have to compete against my racial makeup, something that I can't even control. Right. So I'm just really, really happy to have had that opportunity. I hope that more children would read and learn and get to go to college like we did. And thank you again for having me here today, reading on this wonderful experience.
Yes. And for those of you who don't know, before we leave, that Dawn is the owner, proprietor, manager, everything of the Nourish Spot, which, in its original, iteration, if you will, and still is, that lovely health food oriented, spot right there on Guy Brewer. That's Guy Brewer, right? Not something. Guy Brewer. Yes.
It's Guy Brewer.
Yes. And like 108?
107. So look, come, since he's gonna give me a chance to do a little commercial, come, let us nourish you at the Nourish Spot. We're at 10705 Guy R. Brewer Boulevard. You can curate fresh fruits and vegetables into salads, smoothies, wraps, and natural pressed juices. So come on by and see us.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Greg. I love you, Greg.
Yo, love you too, Dawn. And I will see you sooner rather than later.
All right. See you soon.
All right. Be well. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, look. This is my day. I'm feeling the love from so many different directions because all of my people are just out here, supporting my and a Better Jamaica's efforts. And we've had quite a few board members on today. And for the record, Miss Carolyn H. Joseph, better known as Kay, is one of the board members for A Better Jamaica, as was Rosalind Spigner. I didn't mention that when Ros was reading with us earlier. And later, I think Samantha's going to join us as well. So Kay, I am so grateful that you are joining us. I'm going to just sort of find out, what are you reading today for us and stuff?
Okay, so I'm reading Yes, We Will, Asian Americans Who Shaped This Country.
Awesome.
So let me face this way. Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm going to let you read, and I appreciate, the multi-culti perspective that you're bringing to the day and stuff, All right. We'll talk at the end.
Okay. All right. So I will start by reading the foreword, just because I think it lets you know the author's perspective. Getting to know Asian American change makers doing everything they dreamed of and inspiring all of us to reach for new heights. From creating beautiful music like Yo-Yo Ma to flying to outer space like Franklin Chang Diaz, from standing up to injustice like Fred Karamatsu to becoming the first Asian American, Black, and female Vice President of the United States like Kamala Harris. This book illuminates the power of Asian Americans all over the country in all sorts of fields. Each spread is illustrated by a different renowned Asian American or Asian artist, alongside the poetic main text. Yes, We Will includes one-line biographies of the person or historical moment featured on the page, with extended biographies at the end. Readers of different ages and needs can use the book in different ways, from classroom discussions to bedtime read-alouds, and more. Yes, We Will answers the question, can we accomplish whatever we dream with love, courage, determination, and lots of imagination? We can and we will. So the book begins by showing you a long time ago, our ancestors came to this land to build a better life, to build a better future. 20,000 Chinese American immigrants built the Transcontinental Railroad amid dangerous conditions. And so the book is beautifully illustrated to show the railroad. They told us to get out. They told us they couldn't stay. You know what they said to that? They said, we belong here and we will thrive. Yes, we will. We will soar to new heights. And this depicts Jeremy Lin, the first Asian American who was born in Taiwan to play in the NBA and to win an NBA title. To fight for civil rights. This depicts Philip Vera Cruz, a labor leader and civil rights activist. And we will design the sky, and we will jet off to space. I.M. Pei, an architect, designed the pyramid at the Louvre Museum in France. And we have astronaut Franklin Chang Diaz, a NASA astronaut who jetted off to space. We will defend our country and serve our people. So we have Kamala Harris, and we also have Tammy Duckworth, who is a senator from a U.S. senator, and she is a former Army National Guard lieutenant colonel, and she is an amputee. As you can see, let me move the book so you can see. We will also protect our loved ones. Peter Tsai is a scientist and inventor of the I-95 mask. We will strive for equality. And Mamie Tappe was an 8-year-old Chinese American girl who fought against school segregation. Fred Toyosaburo Karamatsu was an activist who resisted the Japanese internment order during World War II. We will stand up to injustice. And look good while doing it. We have Vera Wang, who is a famous fashion designer. We'll dance from our souls. Leah Kirio is a ballet dancer and choreographer. We will write breathtaking and amazing stories. Jenny Han, author. We will speak truth to power, and that's Amanda Nguyen, a social entrepreneur and activist. And this is Amanda. We will bring audiences laughter and tears, and that's Sandra Oh. And all around hope, Sunrisa's Lee, a gymnast and an Olympian. We will daydream through our fingers. Yo-Yo Ma, the cellist. And we have And Sing Our Hearts Out, her, a singer-songwriter. Oh, how we will cook. We have Padma Lakshmi, author, activist, and chef. Glorious meals that bring us together to celebrate all the things that make us unique. For we can be anything, and all we have to do is dream. And that's it. And so what the book does, it also at the back of the book gives you a detailed description of each individual referenced in the book.
Now, you know, that must be a fairly new book because
it came out, I got it in June when I spoke at the American Library Association's conference.
Okay. Now, why were you speaking at the American Library Association?
Okay, because I work for Queens Defenders. We're a public defender's office. We do a youth justice program in coordination with the library. So we do the program in 6 different libraries where we educate young people about the criminal and the family court legal systems, how they work. And then we also, in some instances, give the young people real cases that they literally will do a full trial on. They'll do opening statements, direct examination, cross-examination. They'll do the final argument, and a jury of young people decides what happens to the young person whose case was referred to us.
Okay.
So out of that partnership, I was invited to speak at the conference to share how the program with people from all over the country.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. And I just I said to myself, it must be a new book, newish book, because her is in there.
Exactly. Exactly.
And you know, she is, you know, more a recent phenomenon than somebody who's been around for, you know, a decade or so. Well, look, it's so interesting. You know, I always tell people it's really important for us to just sort of walk the walk, you know, and not talk the talk. And then also to put ourselves just sort of in the shoes of others. So that we can just sort of, you know, maintain empathy, you know, so that we can, you know, collaborate with other people. The ability to just sort of see see in other people life experiences is really is an important thing, you know.
Yeah.
So.
I also think too, like just the history, right? You know, I wasn't born in the United States, so some of the history and things that have gone on, I wasn't aware of. You know, so like the internment camps where they had, you know, over 120,000 Japanese, even people who were born here, like interned, you know, not free to leave, not being afforded like citizenship, you know, being deemed aliens. It's interesting to see how we've replicated discriminatory practices.
And I mean, it's a pretty ugly chapter. You
Right.
know, I mean, they were rounding people up like, you know, they were rounding up Jewish people in Europe, you know, just like, what in the world is that about? You know?
Yeah, you know, one of the gentlemen in the book, he even went so far as to have plastic surgery to try to hide his identity, and then he still ended up getting arrested. And he fought his case all the way to the Supreme Court, you know, arguing that what they did was just unconstitutional and not right.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, this is totally insane, but this is what came to mind when you talked about that. There is a brilliant movie called Au revoir les enfants, and in that there's a Jewish character, a Jewish kid, and Au revoir les enfants is goodbye children, and he is in this prison, or in a boys' school. I'm sorry, not a prison, in a boys' school. And okay, this sounds crazy, but it's true. He's circumcised, and he is, you know, the only child who's been circumcised. And he knows that if the other children and the guards see that he is circumcised, then they'll know he's Jewish. And that will result in, you know, the possible atrocities that, you know, blah, 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 you know. But if we think about just sort of, and there's this one horrific scene, I'll skip it, you know, but it just talks about where he's trying to, well, you know, anyway, he's trying to uncircumcise himself, which is really bizarre, you know. But it just, you know, the idea you talked about how this, you know, gentleman tried to, you know, got plastic surgery to kind of remove this evidence, you know, like that was really gonna, you know, do it, you know. But it just speaks to, you know, the measures that people will go to in order to survive, you know. And to not be discriminated against, you know. And you think about just sort of all of, you know, the people throughout the world, you know, who still, you know, just sort of, you know, do something to themselves to, you know, so that we can fit into some standard that will allow us to thrive, you know, as opposed to a standard, you know,
where everybody's accepted.
Exactly. Yep. And it seems like, you know, we're getting there, but it still is taking an extraordinary amount of time where, you know, we have to pass laws saying that you can't discriminate against somebody because they have natural hair. You know, I mean, you literally have to pass a law, you know.
But look, you got to pass a law that said people can get married. So
yeah, I mean, just the fact that, forget, you know, gay marriage, you know, one of the congressional laws, you know, that basically will across the country allow interracial marriage.
Exactly, yeah.
So who would think that, you know, in 2022, you know, that you got to pass a law saying it's okay in every state to have an interracial marriage?
Well, that's the thing, you know. I think that, you know, I hope we learn from history.
Yeah.
You know, because I just saw a play, Leopoldstadt on Broadway.
Yeah, was it as outstanding as they say it is?
It's outstanding.
Yeah, I gotta see.
And you know, I didn't know about like the 1800s and how Jews were treated in the 1800s in Austria. And that's the thing about books. That's the thing about the theater is it's entertainment, but it's such an opportunity to learn things you didn't know. I learned something, you know, just reading this book.
Yeah.
That I didn't know about what it was like to be Japanese in America.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you know, you just hope that we learn from our repeated mistakes.
You know, and you hope that that we're able to just sort of put ourselves, because of our own experiences, you know, to see our experiences in other people, and possibly be, you know, become an ally, you know, for those people.
That's right.
You know, so just really, really interesting. Well, look,
one last tidbit. I'm a Nick fan, so it was really awesome to see Jeremy Lin in here.
That's right. And when you read about that, I was like, oh, I know why Kay got that book, because Jeremy Lin, who for a moment was the hottest Nick out there. You know. Where is he now?
He was playing in China prior to the pandemic, so he may have gone back to that. He was doing really well, but you know, he really opened things up for Asian basketball players.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So.
So, all right, look, I'm not going to get into the fact that you're a Knicks Uber fan and the rest of that good stuff, because I see my man Ron is in the studio waiting to chat. But thank you again. Thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for serving on the Better Jamaica's board of directors. And, you know, onward and upward, as they say, you know.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right, we'll talk. Bye-bye. All right, Ron Turner is in the house.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Ronald?
I am well. And you?
I am well, sir. I am well as well. You know, we've been doing this since 10 o'clock, but it does not seem that way because it really has just been such a treat to, you know, reconnect with all of the people who are important, you know, in my life, and then some new people that I didn't even met. Our very second reader, you know, Simon Brooks. I'd never met the brother day in my life, but he was there, and you know, just all that good stuff. So I'm thankful for new and old friends, you know. So
Amen.
It's all good. So
Amen.
what are you gonna read for us, man?
I am going to read, shout out to Jeremy Lynn. I'm going to read Marriage of the Rain Goddess.
Oh wow.
Marriage of the Rain Goddess. Can you see that?
Okay.
And this book is it's a Marriage of the Rain Goddess, a South African myth.
Wow.
And it's written by Margaret Olivia Wolfson.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let you read.
The illustration is great.
On point, as they say, you know.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna let you read, man, and then we'll talk about it.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
This is the story of Mbaba Mwana Waresa, the rain goddess. Mbaba Mwana Waresa lived in the clouds in a round hut made of rainbow arches. The earth people loved the rain goddess. When they heard the boom, boom of her thunder drum, they knew the rains would come. They knew that soon bright pools of water would shine on earth, providing refreshment for birds, beasts, and insects. They knew that her rains would ripen their land with pumpkins and squash, melons, and berries. It's a little peek at the illustration because I think it's so great. Still, the rain goddess was lonely. She longed for a companion. She wanted a mate to share the joy she felt when peeking through the clouds. She observed sea snails floating on crystal bubbles, eland and antelope drinking from pools, and crickets and frogs croaking and singing on moon gold nights. Illustration is dope. Let's see. In search of a partner, the rain goddess journeyed through the heavens. But though the gods were handsome, fearless, and strong, they stirred no love in her heart. They were too busy with their spears and shields. And so the rain goddess decided to seek her husband mortal, herself into a shaft of sunlight, and in glittering golden beams fell to the village below her hut. With radiant eyes, she peered through open doorways, watching the people as they ate and talked, cooked and slept, and polished their earthen floors until they gleamed like black pearls. But no man here moved her heart. The goddess became a cloud. She flew over swamps and hills, forests and grasslands, watching the women planting crops, men tending cattle, and the Inyanga healing the sick with herbs and roots. She smiled at the boys rolling melons down the hill, trying to hit them with spears before they reached the bottom. And her heart softened at the sight of the girls, weaving love letters from colored beads. Finally, after many months of wandering, her eyes came to rest on a young cattle herder named Dandiwi. Dandiwi was returning to his kraal, singing as he went. He sang about flower-jeweled fields and bright green snakes coiled like bracelets on rocks. The beauty of his music told the goddess much about the depth of his heart. Still, he was immortal. He must be tested. Smiling, the goddess returned to her rainbow hut, a gleaming curtain of rain falling from each footstep. That night, Dandiwi had a dream. In this dream, he saw a magical being, glistening in oil and golden bracelets, her face half hidden by twisted leaves. She handed him a small square of colored beads. Dandiwi knew the meaning of many of the colors. The white told him her love was pure, the brown that it was as rich as earth, and the blue that she would fly across endless skies to meet him. The magical woman then said, "You are destined to marry Mbaba Mwana Waresa, the rain goddess. When you awake, begin building the Ikati, the bridal home. When the hut is finished, stand before it. No matter what happens, wait there for your bride." When Dandiwi awoke, he shook his head in disbelief. Resting in his hand was a love letter of colored beads. The next day, Dandiwi began building his bridal hut. When it was finished, he stood before it and waited. As Dandiwi waited, the rain goddess prepared for her marriage. She shaved her head and covered it with a ragged cloth. She removed her rainbow-colored skirt and wrapped herself in a torn zebra skin. She smeared her beautiful brown skin with ashes. Then she summoned a young girl named Nomalanga to her rainbow hut. The goddess dressed Nomalanga in the costume of a Zulu bride. She draped coils of colored beads around the girl's neck and waist and covered her face with a veil of twisted leaves. She circled Nomalanga's wrists with gold and copper and adorned her with polished pebbles and shells. She rubbed her skin with oil until it glistened like sunlight on water. When she had finished, the goddess stepped back and smiled. Nomalanga was beautiful. Meanwhile, Dandiwi continued to wait. "Look at the fool," a villager shouted. "He thinks he is getting married, but no girl has been promised him. Dandiwi, you are crazier than the hyena who tries to catch the moon's reflections in its jaws." Suddenly, storm clouds gathered on the horizon, and jagged streaks of lightning flashed across the sky. "It's the lightning bird! It's the lightning bird!" the villagers cried in terrified voices as they scurried for shelter. Like the others, Dandiwi was afraid. He knew the evil of the lightning bird. Those killed by its powerful energy were buried without ceremony. Animals struck by the lightning bird were not eaten. Huts touched by its talons were later destroyed, burned to the ground in great crackling fires. Dandiwi shuddered, fear clawing at his heart. But he remained in front of the bridal hut, steadfastly awaiting the magical woman seen in his dream. Then, as quickly as it had come, the storm passed and a rainbow slid down from the heavens. When the rainbow touched the ground, two women stepped from the shimmering bow. Looking Dandiwi in the eye and pointing to Nomalanga, the rain goddess said, "This is the beautiful being you saw in your dream. This is your bride." Dandiwi regarded the girl, shining like a vision. Then he looked at the woman who had spoken. She was dull and gray, her head covered in rags. "This girl is not my bride," said Dandiwi. You may be dressed in torn zebra skins and covered with ashes, but these things cannot conceal your splendor. In your eyes, I see the bright gleam of rivers, ponds, lakes, and seas. In your eyes, I see the power of one who greens the earth and nourishes the crops. Such power far surpasses the charm of well-oiled skin and the jingling of bracelets and cowrie shells. You are my bride. You are Mbaba, Mwana, Maresa, the rain goddess. Excuse me. When the goddess heard these words, she knew she had chosen wisely. Let the ceremonies begin, she said. Soon the villagers were dancing and feasting, celebrating the marriage of Mbaba, Mwana, Waresa, and Tendiwi. It was only when the sun dipped behind the hills and the stars sparkled silver beads in the sky. Then the festivities came to an end. While everyone was sleeping, Mbaba, Mwana, Waresa, and Tendiwi left the earth. Hand in hand, they journeyed to the Rainbow Hut, high up in the African heavens. And there they lived to this very day and will always live. So Tendiwi had become a god, and like the souls of mortal men and women, gods and goddesses never die. That's it.
Okay, so where did you find this book, Ronnie?
Right in the crib, brother.
It is such a Ron Turner book.
Cleaning up the crib, brother. One of the things I always did was attended the in-school book fairs when my son was younger, and I'd buy 10, 12 books, and always had him into books, and this was one of the ones that I had bought for him, and it's an amazing book, man.
It is.
The illustration. I mean, if I could share again some of the illustration that's in here. The illustrator is a brother by the name of Clifford Alexander Parms.
Okay.
And some of the illustrations in here with the costumes. And I was reading, and they were talking about, I'm not doing a good job with this, I'm sorry.
No, I see.
They were talking about, how he did his research for the book and the authenticity, like with the beads. That's a real Zulu tradition where young girls will color beads, and the colors correspond to certain words. And it's almost like a love letter, and it's a sign of courtship. So very interesting book. It looks like a simple book, but it's very interesting. So
right. I mean, because it's almost like it's a mature kind of book. You often don't see just sort of books about about relationships and courting and and that kind of thing. So I mean, it's just sort of mature in that way. And you're right, the illustrations are just sort of they're very supportive of the text itself, which I guess is the key. What you want a book to be, to have illustrations that are supportive of the text, if you will.
Yes.
So, now, did you used to read that book to Shafiq, or was that just one that you just picked up and?
No, at this point, it wasn't a read to him, but it was a book that he could read for himself. I think he was about 10 or 11.
Oh wow. Okay.
When I got this book, so he was well capable, and it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
No complex words, obviously. So
Okay.
Yeah, it's an amazing book.
Yeah. And where would you say that you developed your love of just sort of reading, or when even?
Oh man, I didn't develop a love of reading until I was out of high school.
Okay.
That sounds weird, but I would call me a late bloomer.
Yeah.
It was kind of like I would say an escape for me.
Okay.
And trying to just figure out some things to self-identify.
Okay.
Specifically with a mix of culture and being born in the West Indies but growing up here in the U.S. and getting it from both sides, because I was the Yankee boy to my West Indian cousins, but I was the coconut to my American friends. You know what I'm saying? So
did they call you coconut, man?
Very often.
Okay.
Very often.
Okay,
very
that's just
often
crazy.
to my face.
Well, young people, can be, let's just say, clear in their communication skills, particularly in middle school. Wow. So you were the Yankee, to
the Yankee
the
boys
Trini.
to my cousins.
Yes,
to my Trini cousins.
And
I was the coconut to my American friends. So I was stuck in the middle. So that was kind of a way to kind of self-identify and figure out who I was and who I really wanted to be as a man. But it helped.
Yeah. It's so interesting, man. I think even we can read more into those labels, than we should, because if I think about it, I mean, obviously middle school in particular was just all about just teasing almost relentlessly so, and I'm not sure why we do that in middle school. But nonetheless, I mean, if I think about it, just sort of near and dear friends to me from childhood, another Trini, a Jamaican for sure, a couple of Jamaicans, and all that to say, and I didn't even know what those meant. What they meant at the time. I mean, just other than an accent, right. But I had not been to either of those places, just sort of as a youngster and stuff,
Right.
But I guess really what carried the day was, the sentiment that you just sort of had for people, and how they felt about you, so there may have been those ridiculous names that we called each other, but in the end, that was just some nonsense. In the end, it was really all about, about love. So it's all good. It's all good.
Amen to that.
Yes.
Well, I just want to say, Greg, I appreciate the opportunity, man, and thank you again for everything that you do. This is an amazing program that you have. So I'm just honored to be a part of it. And thank you.
All right. And I will say, based on our last conversation, I received that. And thank you, for that love, So we will see each other out and about,
Yes, sir.
Who may or may
sooner
not
than
know.
later, as you say.
Sooner rather than later,
Amen.
So, all right, Ron, thank you again.
All right. Have a great day. All the best.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right. As what's your name said at the Academy Awards that time, riffing off of Jamie Foxx's all right. All right, so who do we have next? Let's see in this parade. Okay, I guess we need to do a commercial break. My name is Greg Mays. 15 years ago, I founded an organization called A Better Jamaica. It all started when I took 2 nephews and a next door neighbor's child over to Forest Park in Forest Hills. We had a great time. I asked myself, why do I have to leave my neighborhood to have such a fantastic community building experience? The answer was I did not. I just needed to start my own nonprofit or start a nonprofit called the Better Jamaica. Our very first program was showing 2 movies in St. Albans Park. We showed Happy Feet and Pride, 2 of my favorite movies. And it was exactly as I envisioned, rather than in Field of Dreams where they say, build it and they will come. In this particular instance, it was like, put up the flyers and they will come. So we put up the flyers and they did come indeed, with picnic baskets and chairs and this big, beautiful inflatable screen. And we had a marvelous community building experience. We grew from that 1 program to 16 programs that we have now. Everything from the movie series to a dance festival that we do in June with 4 consecutive Saturday nights in June, which is one of my favorites, to the Airtrain Jazz Festival, 35 live jazz shows on Thursday evenings at the Airtrain Jamaica Terminal that are just designed to pay tribute to all of the jazz musicians in particular who at one point or another called Jamaica Queens or Queens their home. And we do a lot of stuff. But today we are here for the Jamaica Read-a-thon, the umpteenth Jamaica Read-a-thon, because I can't remember how many we've had. We've had at least 5 or 6. This goes back to pre-pandemic days when we used to present the Jamaica Read-a-thon at the Air Train Jamaica station. I actually had friends and colleagues who came to the station and would read 15 minutes at a time for us. And still grateful for those folks that did that. And then during the pandemic, we moved the whole operation online. And I guess that was a couple of years ago. So we cut it back from a 12-hour thing to a 6-hour thing, and which is a beautiful thing. And yeah, so I just, we're here at the Jamaica Read-a-thon, which supports Jamaica Reads, our program. We deploy senior citizens to work with first graders exclusively who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. Just imagine if all third graders, by the time they hit 3rd grade, were reading at grade level. So we are doing our honest best to make that a reality, particularly here in Southeast Queens. So please, please, please make a donation if you have not already. It goes to a good cause and all the rest of that good stuff. But I am happy. I think our next brilliant, wonderful, just perfect reader person is here. And if so, like magic, bring forth that. Oh, there she is right there. I already used the word inimitable, so I can't use that word, to describe, how I feel about April Armstrong. I will just tell you all that I met April when we were doing a short film called Divide, and April was my wife. And I said, damn, this ain't bad. If April's gonna be my wife, I like this film. But anyway, I digress. And we had a fantastic experience, just sort of this cast on this film. It was a small cast. It was just the 3 of us. The crew was bigger than the cast, but it ended up being a lovely, lovely short film. And it was an absolute pleasure to work with, with April and Jamel, as Ron, who just read with us, called Jamel. And before I turn it over to April so she can read for us, I will tell you she's an extraordinary storyteller, extraordinary actress, and she's an extraordinary singer too. If I thought about it, we would have let her sing her book to us, but we're not going to do that. But she is a fantastic singer, which makes me fantastically envious, because in my next life, I'm going to be a fantastic singer, or at least put in my bid to be a fantastic singer. So without further ado, Miss April Armstrong, welcome to the Jamaica Read-a-thon. Yes.
Hi there. How you doing, Greg? Can you hear me?
I can hear you wonderfully, April.
Fabulous.
I can hear you wonderfully. And I also have to thank you for this morning. April recruited like 3 people to read with us, so much so that some of the people who were on the fence about reading, they went to the schedule. They were like, there's no spot. I wanted to say, because April Armstrong got on the phone or email and did some magic and recruited like 3 people just this morning, one of whom was Mr. Simon Brooks, who ended up being a lovely, lovely contribution, to the roster. So I thank you for that, April. So talk to us. What are you going to read for us today?
Okay, so I'm trying to decide if I need to put my glasses on, which I think I do. I'll just feel more comfortable.
Well, you see where mine are, right?
Well, you don't want to put the glasses on because then it's hard for them to see your face, but that's okay. Yes. I think you guys can see me well enough. I'm going to be reading The Gingerbread Man. And this is retold by Jim Aylesworth, with illustrations by Barbara McClintock. And this is one of my favorite books because the illustrations are so awesome. So the illustrations, as you know, are the pictures in the book.
All right, I'm getting off the stage so you can have the stage and read The Gingerbread Man. This sounds like a scary movie, but I'm thinking about that scary movie.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, but this is not that.
But this is not.
Okay, all right, please, The Gingerbread Man.
Let's see. This book is called The Gingerbread Man. Once upon a time, there was an old man and a little old woman. One day, the little old woman said, "Let's make a gingerbread man." "Yes, let's do," said the little old man. And they did. So they mixed up the batter and they rolled out the dough and they shaped the little arms and they shaped the little legs and they shaped the little head. And with raisins, they made the little eyes and a little nose and a little mouth. And then with sugar glaze, they dressed him in a fancy suit of clothes. When all was set, they put the gingerbread man into the oven and they waited. Pretty soon, a delicious smell coming from the oven told them that the gingerbread man was ready. And so were they. But when they opened the oven door, out popped the gingerbread man, and he ran across the floor. The little old man and the little old woman could hardly believe their eyes. The gingerbread man looked up at them, put his hands on his hips, and said, "Run, run, as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man." The little old man reached down to grab him, but quick as a wink, the gingerbread man ran out the door and down the road, and the little old man and the little old woman ran after him. Come back, they yelled. But the gingerbread man just looked over his shoulder and he said, No, I won't come back. I'd rather run than be your snack." And he kept on running. There he is. And he ran, and he ran, and he ran. And after a time, he met a butcher standing in front of his shop. The gingerbread man looked up at him, put his little hands on his hips. And he said, "Run, run, as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I've run from a husband, I've run from a wife, and I'll run from you too. I can. The butcher reached down to grab him, but quick as a wink, the gingerbread man ran on down the road, and the butcher ran after him. "Come back!" yelled the butcher, and not far behind, the little old man and the little old woman were yelling too, "Come back! Come back!" But the gingerbread man just looked over his shoulder, and he said, "No, no, I won't come back. I'd rather run than be your snack." And he kept on running. And he ran and ran and ran. After a little time, he met a black and white cow. The gingerbread man looked up at her and put his little hands on his hips, and he said, "Run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I've run from a husband. I've run from a wife. I've run from a butcher with a carving knife, and I'll run from you too. I can. I can." The black and white cow reached out to grab him, but quick as a wink, the gingerbread man ran down the road, and the black and white cow ran after him. "Oh, come back!" yelled the black and white cow, but not far behind, the little old man and the little old woman and the butcher with the knife was yelling too, "Come back! Come back! Come back!" But the gingerbread man just looked over his shoulder, and he said, "No, no, I won't come back. I'd rather run than be your snack." And he kept on running. And he ran and ran and ran. And after time, he met a muddy old sow. The gingerbread man looked up at her and put his little hands on his hips, and he said, "You know, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I've run from a husband. I've run from a wife. I've run from a butcher with a carving knife. I've run from a cow all black and white, and I'll run from you too. I can. I can." The muddy old sow reached out to grab him, but quick as a wink, the gingerbread man ran on down the road, and the muddy old sow ran after him. "Oh, come back!" yelled the muddy old sow. But not far behind, the little old man and the little old woman and the butcher with the carving knife and the black and white cow were yelling too, "Come back! Come back! Come back! Come back!" But the gingerbread man just looked over his shoulder and he said, "No, no, I won't come back. I'd rather run than be your snack." And he kept on running. He ran and he ran and he ran. And after a time, he met a fox. And the gingerbread man looked at him and put his little hand on his hips. And he said, "Run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. I've run from the husband. I've run from the wife. I've run from a butcher with a carving knife. I've run from a cow and a muddy old sow, and I'll run from you too. I can. I can. What did you say? Said the fox. The tricky fox pretended he couldn't hear well. I'm not as young as I used to be, he said. You'll have to come closer and speak louder. The gingerbread man stepped closer, and then in a very loud voice, he said, Run! Run as fast as you can! You can't catch me! I'm the gingerbread man! I've run from a husband. I've run from a wife. I've run from a butcher with a carving knife. I've run from a cow and a muddy old sow, and I'll run from you too. Just then, the little old man and the little old woman and the butcher with the knife and the black and white cow and the muddy old sow came running around the turn in the road, and they were yelling, Come back! Come back! Come back! Come back! Come back! The gingerbread man looked over his shoulder, but before he could say a single word, the fox jumped up and grabbed him. And quick as a wink, before he could think, with a snap and a snick and a lap and a lick, the gingerbread man was gone. And the little old man and the little old woman and the butcher with the knife and the black and white cow and the muddy old sow all stood and stared sadly at the fox. He hadn't left a single crumb for anyone. Riddle, riddle, ran. Fiddle, fiddle, fan. So ends the tale of the gingerbread man. The end.
Now, wait, how did the gingerbread man talk about run as fast as you can? What was it about the fox that had him fall for the, shall we say, the old okie doke?
You have to know who you're dealing with, I mean, sometimes you can just run and people are just, not that fast. But see, this gingerbread man, he had slowed down. He was there, and he was trying to, I don't know, he was just trying to make a thing, maybe speaking so loudly and got him off base, and he was like trying to orate. But this fox, he was quick. And he was just like, what?
Yeah. All right, wait. I think Jalen has some perspective that she has to add. What happened, Jalen?
I just have to pop in here because when April began, she did preface this entire reading with this is one of her favorites. So I should have known the moment you gave that preface that this was going to be a good one. But wow, Uncle Greg, how could you even ask about what was the fox? Because I'm in here, ready to write a think piece about the gingerbread man. This was intense. This words have significant meaning. And when you stop to talk, right, when you see an inherent danger and you relish a little bit in the danger of it, oh, is that a lesson to you? Because not only is this kind of like a mix between that age-old, the boy who cried wolf, and the village comes running and then they stop, right? But this is a little bit like Dora the Explorer mixed in, you know, it's giving a little new age with the fox that comes around. You see the threat and you're still talking to it. You're still like swiper, no
Right, you
swiping.
see the threat?
Swipers go steal it.
But you
Come
still
on.
standing there.
You still standing. And he knew the threat and he didn't keep running. He didn't run past the threat, which is the first inherent problem. He recognized the threat and he stopped to taunt the threat about
because he was showboating. You understand?
Yeah, and he missed his own inevitable demise. He couldn't even give his speech. He was already gone.
You know what I'm saying? Because it was such a speech.
He could have been like, "Oh, you a fox," later, but no.
Yeah,
that is not what he did.
Yeah, but he didn't know the fox, I guess, you know. And I mean, I'm not even gonna say anything about the fact that, you know, I mean, you know, is it me?
But, you know, it's always the fox that you don't know.
Okay. Okay.
That was both very deep of the both of you.
And I just want to show this one little picture of him because you got to appreciate this woman's illustrations because they are superb. And he looks real.
He does.
And he looks like, you know, like I wouldn't eat that cookie, quite frankly.
Wait. No, I
don't want to eat anything that's going to be like running.
Wait. But is it me or does the gingerbread man feel like a person of color?
I don't know, but I think you're reading something else into it. But I just want to point out this part right here, which is my favorite, when he shows the back of him.
Okay, wait, I can't see the back. He's real small.
He showed his backside, literally.
Oh, you're saying the gingerbread man showed his ass?
You see, the illustrator started to become confident, actually.
Okay. You know, I don't know. I was kind of feeling, you know, I felt something for the gingerbread man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he's a cookie of color. I agree with you. He's a cookie of color.
Okay, you know.
And he has a cookie of color point of view, but even a cookie of color
can
sometimes go awry. And, you know, a fox could get the better of them. So that should just be like, you know, an example for everyone that you should mind your P's and Q's when you're around a fox, because foxes come, you know, foxes don't belong to any particular, you know, race or creed. They're just foxes.
Yeah. I almost feel like the fox is always going to win. You know what I'm saying? You know? And wait, here's the funny thing. So just the other night on PBS, on Channel 13, this woman, maybe it was on the News Hour, there's research being done about the similarity between dog and human DNA, right? And how they're like incredibly close. But this woman had identified the gene mutation, and I think it was like, I want to say the 5th or 6th, but whatever, that the friendly gene mutation, the gene that has you reaching out, you know, and it's the same gene mutation in humans. And she was comparing him to what was she comparing the dog to? The fox gene.
Oh, fox.
And they had dogs with foxes.
I swear I did.
Okay, foxes being indifferent to the people. It was fascinating. So there's
something fascinating here is how you derive that story from the initial cookie of color concept that you had built from the gingerbread man. I would just like us to see how you managed to find a literal biosynthetic application here with genes.
It was the whole fox, you know, thing, you know, and the empathy thing that clearly everyone else had that the fox didn't have. So all that to say that even the fiction stuff is based in some science. That's all I got to say. You know,
is that what you have to say?
That's it. That's it.
It's not. I know it's not all you have to say, but okay.
This is a great cast. I'm loving the ensemble. As the technical director here, I am going to keep it moving, but this is the embodiment of check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Exactly. That's exactly it. The gingerbread man is a case of check yourself Before you wreck yourself.
Before you wreck
New
yourself.
favorite book, April. Thank you so much for
Okay,
this.
okay, I appreciate it. All right,
All right,
April, we
well,
will
thank
talk.
you.
We'll see each other soon.
We'll talk, we'll coffee talk. Bye.
Absolutely. All right. Oh, Lord. Okay. Yeah, this is what the readathon is all about, finding the deeper meaning in these books that, you know, these readers are bringing to us. So, all right, Jalen, who else? Okay. All right. Mr. Eric Stephen Mills. See, Jalen, you teasing us. There we go. Brother Eric Stephen Mills, how are you, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
I am well as well. Hopefully you caught the tail end of, our conversation with Miss April Armstrong, who is responsible for your being here today. And I appreciate her bringing you, and more importantly, I appreciate you for just hopping in here like this, man. This is...
I am thrilled to be here. I was excited when I got the email this morning. I've had the pleasure of working with April. She is divine. And
yes.
So this opportunity to come and read here. I grew up part of the time in Jamaica, Queens. So
oh, really?
Yeah, right off Linden Boulevard. My grandmother lived on, and my father lived on 141st.
So Linden and 141st. So you're on the other side of the Van Wyck?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so closer to where I guess now the casino is and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not there.
Oh, no. You're 145th. No, you're on.
Yeah, I'm on the other. I'm on this. Yeah. Oh, I guess your side of it. Yeah.
Yes. And I know that because sometimes my Google will tell me to make a right turn on 144th Street to get onto the Van Wyck to avoid that little clot of traffic that happens there and stuff.
Right.
So so you're not very far at all, my friend. Or were not very far.
Well, I was not. Yes.
And where are you now?
I'm now down in South Jersey in Haddon Township, New Jersey. Most people know Cherry Hill, so right around that area.
Yes.
Just outside of Philadelphia.
Yes. I do know that. And most people know Cherry Hill. Don't they have that huge water tower that's like right off of the
Yeah, they do. They do. But so I'm down here, but like I said, my dad my mother is from Corona, and I lived in Howard Beach for a while, so I know Queens well.
Yes, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask you, what are you reading for us today?
So I'm gonna read one of my I have two boys, and I'm gonna read a book called How I Became a Pirate. It is by far their favorite book that when they were younger that we used to read to them. And we had a lot of fun with it. So I'm going to read that one with you today.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to get out of the way, let you read that, and then we'll chat at the end.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you,
sir. So the book is How I Became a Pirate by Melinda Long and David Shannon. And again, this is when my boys were young. We used to read this to them all the time. And this was their favorite book by far. And the artwork is beautiful, too. So I will strive to show you everything as we go. Pirates have green teeth, when they have teeth at all. I know about pirates because one day when I was at the beach building a sandcastle and minding my own business, a pirate ship sailed into view. I knew it was because it had a flag and with a skull and crossbones on it, and because I could hear the pirates singing, "Hey ho, blow the man down." They were a little off key. I tried to tell Dad, here we go, sorry. I tried to tell Dad, but he was busy setting up the beach umbrella. I tried to tell Mom, but she was busy slathering my baby sister with sunblock. So I went back to my sandcastle, but I kept an eye on the pirates. By then, they were rowing to shore. This is the next page, here we go. When they landed, the head pirate climbed out of the boat and yelled, "Ahoy, me mateys! Be this the Spanish Main?" "No," I said. "This is North Beach." "Shiver me timbers," the pirate said. "We must have taken a wrong turn at Bora Bora." Here they go, looking at his castle. And you can see the artwork is great. He walked around my sandcastle. He looked at the moat, then yelled back to his crew, "He's a digger, he is, and a good one to boot." "Aye, a good one to boot," they all agreed. "What be your name, matey?" the head pirate asked. Jeremy Jacobs, sir, I told him. Well, Jeremy Jacobs, he said, you're looking at Braidbeard and his crew. We've been needing a digger like yourself. We've a chest of treasure to bury. Aye, treasure, the others shouted. You're coming with us, Braidbeard told me. I didn't think Mom and Dad would mind, as long as I got back in time for soccer practice the next day. So here they go, going off. That's how I became a pirate. And there you can see Jeremy at the front of the boat. As soon as we were on board, Braidbeard showed me the chest of gold and jewels. Got to find a safe place for this here treasure. It's high time we're off, he announced. We're off, they all shouted. And then we set sail. So here's that big treasure chest that Jeremy has to help them hide now. There was plenty on board to do. The pirates taught me to sing sea shanties, the louder the better, and to say real pirate stuff like landlubber and scurvy dog. By dinner time, I could speak pirate perfectly. I also learned pirate manners. Braidbeard pounded his fist on the table and yelled, "Down the hatch, me laddies! Down the hatch!" There we all shouted. Braidbeard gulped his food and said, "Hand over the meat!" "The meat!" we all roared. Nobody told us to finish our spinach. There wasn't any. Or to chew up our carrots. They weren't allowed on board. We talked with our mouths full, and nobody said please or thank you. After dinner, I tried to teach the pirates to play soccer. Braidbeard kicked the ball and yelled, "Arg, soccer! Arg, soccer!" the crew yelled. Then everybody dove for the ball at once, and it rolled right off the deck. "After it, me hearties," Braidbeard commanded. After it? We all whispered. We fought over who would go get the ball, but it didn't matter anyway, because a shark came along and swallowed it in one gulp. So much for soccer. And here they are playing soccer, and you can see the shark coming up to get the ball. By now, it was past my bedtime, but nobody tells pirates to go to bed, to take a bath, or to brush their teeth. Maybe that's why their teeth are green. Pirates sleep with one eye open, just in case, and they don't change into pajamas unless they want to. Pirates don't do anything they don't want, except for maybe swabbing the decks. I wanted to be a pirate forever. But then I found out what else they don't do. When I couldn't stay awake any longer, I asked Braidbeard to tuck me in and read me a story. "Tuck you in?" he bellowed. "Pirates don't tuck." "No tucking," the crew cried. And the only thing they had to read was a map. "Don't you have any books?" I asked. Braidbeard looked confused. "Books?" I didn't even bother to ask about a goodnight kiss. So here's Jeremy trying to sleep amid all the pirates. It wasn't easy to fall asleep without a story, but I was finally dozing off when a storm broke. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed. I tried to hide under the covers as waves slammed up against the ship, but I kept falling out of my hammock. I couldn't find anyone in the cabin. They were all on deck. "Lower the sails," Braidbeard shouted. "Batten down the hatches." Everybody ran around yelling and lowering and battering. Nobody had time to sit close and tell me it would be over soon. Nobody even noticed me. I decided that I didn't want to be a pirate after all. Here they are weathering the storm, and Jeremy there peeking out of the hold. Just then, flash, crash, crack, lightning hit the mast and split it right down the middle. "What'll we do now?" yelled one of the pirates. "We'll have to go back," called another. "But the treasure," hollered Braidbeard. "Where will we bury the treasure?" I stepped forward. "Maybe I can help," I shouted over the wind. "I think I know the perfect digging spot." Here's the mast that was cracked by the thunder and lightning. When the storm was over, we rowed back to shore and buried the chest. We drew a map so we could find the treasure again, but I don't think I'll need it. And here is the map that they drew. And it says Jeremy Jacobs' backyard. And you can see the line, I don't know, I'm doing this like a mirror, but the line going under his tree. So that's where they buried the treasure. After that, the pirates repaired the ship and got ready to set sail. Before they left, Braidbeard handed me a flag and said, "You make a fine pirate, Jeremy Jacobs. Guard that treasure well. We'll be back to get it soon enough." "Soon enough," the crew repeated. "And if you ever need us," Braidbeard added, "just run the Jolly Roger up yonder pole." "Up yonder pole," the others shouted. "And maybe I will, but not today." And this is them all saying goodbye, or Jeremy saying goodbye, and them all waving them off. And that's the end of the... Oh, I have soccer practice. So he's not going today because he has soccer practice. And that's the book. How I Became a Pirate, one of our favorites.
Okay, so here's my question. I actually think that this book is a favorite of another one of my friends who has boy children. So what do you think it is about boys that just sort of attracted to this book? Because I remember now that you talked about this book that, he said that they love this book, know?
Yeah, they do. And I think it's the adventure of it. I think the idea of the pirates, being on a pirate ship, just like Jeremy, he gets enchanted by the whole being part of the pirates on a ship, the magic of it all. And I think it's just enchanting. And it's endearing too. I think the whole story, that he finds his way back to wanting to go home and being with family.
Right.
Is, I think in the end, even the boys are a little winded after it and go, "Oh yeah, maybe home would be good."
Right. So it has a little Wizard of Oz element going on there also.
Yes, it does.
Without the clicking of the heels,
Right. And it's great for parents because it kind of reinforces the idea that, you want to stay with us. You don't want to go off.
Yes. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe it wasn't his children's favorite, but it was, my buddy, his favorite, because the moral of the story was there's no place like, home with mom and dad.
That's right. Once again, Wizard of Oz. There's no place like home, right?
That's right. And the funny thing, so this reading program that we have, Jamaica Reads, that this is the fundraiser for.
Right.
It is so difficult to find books that boys in particular just sort of naturally gravitate to. But I will tell you that the hands down, never failed books that boys are attracted to is one of my favorite series, Dave Pilkey's Dog Man.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God. And he has another series, the name just escapes me right now. But even more so than The Diary of a Wimpy Kid, that, kind of appeals to some. There's something about Dog Man and the other series that
did he write?
Captain Underpants. Yes,
Captain Underpants.
Yes. Because Captain Underpants came before Dog Man.
Right. It did.
But Captain Underpants and I don't know whether it's the silliness or the absurdity of it, but like clockwork, boys love Captain Underpants.
Oh yeah. Mine read all of it.
I mean, I don't know. It's the broken English, and then you say, "Well, why are boys attracted to this crazy broken English or something?"
Right.
But just without fail, I could get boys, excited about reading Captain Underpants to the point where they'd be trying to take the book with them when they finish the tutoring, And then I got wise. It's like, okay, let me just for Christmas gift, we'll buy, a box set and give, one of each. And then they start to trade the books with the others. It was like, okay, this is crazy, So just interesting. And I always tell people that that's what it really is about when you're just sort of trying to get young people in particular interested in books. The challenge is to find the right book for them.
Absolutely. That's what it is. It's like a key or something. It just clicks, and all of a sudden they go. And I'm trying to remember the name. There's another series as my boys got older that they loved, and maybe I feel like Weird School or something school, Upside Down.
Okay, I don't know if I know.
Down stories. I don't know. if I can find it, I will send you it. But it's another series it's about being in school, but it's this very weird school. It's so much fun.
Yes.
And the boys just ate it up.
Yes. And it's funny because when I think about it, my favorites were Encyclopedia Brown.
Oh, I remember Encyclopedia Brown.
Oh my God. That was just an incredible series. And the craziest thing is that if I read that book now, I still can't solve the mysteries. Even when they explain them at the end about how it happened, I'm just like, what?
Right. But it's fun getting there, right?
It was awesome getting there, just reading, and just being excited about this kid detective, but it really is about getting the right books. My nephew, he was a late reader, just didn't, and I remember to this day, we were in London taking a trip to Paris on the train, long trip. And we're in the bookstore and he gravitates towards this book for some bizarre reason. I do not know to this day. Before this, he had probably only read pamphlets, but he gravitates to this book that's like this thick.
Yeah.
And this boy starts reading this book on this train and he does not stop reading this book.
Yeah.
To the point where I'm like, what the hell is in that book? Let me see,
What book was it? Do you know?
Oh God, I wish that I could remember the name, but it's an incredible series of books.
Yeah.
And he went on to read every single one of these things, and it just it cracked him open like a nut,
Right.
And then he went on to read the Harry Potter books like he was some crazy person. And I'll tell you this other quick story. One day we're trying to get out the house because I used to take him to school, and I'm downstairs, screaming his name, Doug, come on, let's go. I go upstairs, the boy's in the bathroom, I pull back the curtains. Water is running, okay, on his little naked butt. This boy has a Harry Potter book in the shower with him reading. I didn't know whether to be enraged or, just
overjoyed.
Thrilled.
Yes.
But this is it. It's like, okay, this is the craziest thing in the world. So again, it just let me know that reading is all about just sort of getting the right book, whether it's Captain Underpants or Archie,
Yeah, the power of stories. Now, I would tell you, when I was a kid, one of the books that grabbed me, one of them was this one, Harriet the Spy.
Yes.
And I know just put out a recent new version of it, but that's another one of those sort of like Encyclopedia Brown, where they're solving these mysteries, they're kids doing it, and it's just captivating,
Yeah.
So, the power of I'm a huge reader, my whole family is, and books are just something that are really special, and the experience that you can have with them, like your nephew reading in the shower. My gosh,
Yeah, it was crazy. I mean, you couldn't make this up. It was just like, it was just like, what? But that's how much he was into this book and stuff. So it's just all good. It's all good. So look, Brother Eric, I see that you are an actor and a storyteller and a teacher. Where do you teach?
I teach theater. I teach actually I've taught everything from kindergarten through university. I teach theater. I tend to focus on Shakespeare. I do a lot of teaching Shakespeare with young people. I have a theater company, the Young Mechanicals Conservatory Theater, which is the actors are all middle school and high schoolers. And we have programs, one called Reading on Our Feet, where we work together, and we do it virtually and in person, where we read a Shakespeare play together on our feet, as it was intended to be done, where we're moving around and stuff. And also we have a program called Playing with Shakespeare, where we learn the nuts and bolts. We learn little tricks and little tricks and tactics to kind of decode his work, so that when you're going to read it in high school or middle school for a grade, you're comfortable and it's easy. And really, we strive to show how much fun it is and how accessible it is, because, when people hear Shakespeare, they get a little nervous because they think it's another language, and it's not. And it's really, once you can kind of crack that code, it becomes really just an amazing world to be in and to understand. So we do a lot of that with this Young Mechanicals Theater. And then we do it in the summer. We tour. We do a show. Put a show together with the youth actors, and then we tour in. We do what we call backyard Shakespeare. So we throughout the community, we tour through different backyards in different towns and invite the community to come in and see the production. So
wow, that's amazing, man. You know, that is amazing, and just phenomenal community focus and stuff. You know?
It's very much about community and pulling them in and really making Shakespeare accessible and understandable and fun for young people, because it's something that you're going to experience for the rest of your life, whether you go to see it, whether you see it in school. You know, you're going to see it in high school as part of the curriculum. You're going to see it in college. So it becomes, you begin to, you learn that it's a wonderful world to be a part of and not something to be feared. So
Well, I'll leave you with this, man. I I went to Shakespeare summer school this summer, a month at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art in London.
I love I studied there for a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, and I mean, I'll tell you, man, I went because I honestly just didn't. Every time I went to a Shakespeare play, I sat there like, okay, what's going on? Just like, and I saw, what did I see this summer at Shakespeare in the Park? From what's her name from Black Panther, not Lupita, but she was playing whatever she played with Hamlet.
Oh, okay. Was she playing Hamlet?
Something like that.
Right.
But it was and I too I appreciated what she was doing the stage, but it still was like so. But long story short, I mean, just sort of spending that month in London, and really just sort of spending time with different, texts,
right?
Everything from sonnets to monologues to scenes to I am chomping at the bit, and I'm spending more time with Friar, Friar from from Romeo and Juliet.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's the piece that I want to make my Shakespeare debut in.
But that's great.
I will stop right there because I'm being, I'm feeling whips on my back by my person here. And blah blah blah.
I just don't understand. Eric sees me calling.
She's coming to the point that
everyone to know. I tried to keep the meeting going.
To kick me off. So, but look, Eric, I appreciate you coming on, my friend. I appreciate the rigor with which you read that story, and that's what it's all about, man. So, continued success in all of your endeavors and all the rest of that good stuff.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Best of luck with all this.
Yes, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet the Spy is a favorite of mine too. All right, Uncle Greg, here's the deal. We're going to keep this meeting flowing for all of our viewers out there.
Yes,
I'm going to bring up Laura. She is very excited for Read For You, and I am going to do the debrief for the next one. So,
Okay.
All right, Laura, thank you for joining us. And here you guys go.
Yes, Laura, how are you? Oh, wait, you're muted, Laura. And now you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm having a grand time listening. It's so much fun listening to my friend April and then listening to Eric and pirates and boys' stories and gingerbread man and your wacky, wonderful banter.
It is emphasis on the word wacky. I think in my next life, I want to be just like, I've always loved the Charlie Roses of the world, the Terry Grosses of the world, all of these people, even, going back to Dick Cavett and just, because it's beautiful to just sort of, to talk
really
with people,
true, yeah.
And just sort of get an understanding of how people tick and just, what makes them tick and just all that beautiful stuff. All right. So before Jalen comes back on here and, it reins me in, I'm going to turn it over to you. What story are you going to read for us today?
Okay. Well, I'm going to read you a book that actually I wrote.
Oh,
and
okay.
I hadn't looked at it for a long time, but I always loved this story. And so I thought, oh my God, when April asked me, I thought, I'm going to read Moon and Otter and Frog.
Oh, okay.
And it's illustrated by a fabulous Native American artist.
Wow.
Who is an amazing man named Clifford Brysley. And everything that he did, he researched all the characters and all the illustrations, which I'm going to show because children love this story.
Yes.
And I hope you will too. And that
Of course.
What
Of course.
will
Okay.
you have to say about this?
Off the stage I get so I can listen.
Okay. Well, it's an adaptation, hi everyone, of a Modoc story. And the Modoc were Native American people who still live in the north of Oregon and California. So I'm going to show you the opening page because it's just utterly beautiful. And it begins like many, many old stories do before the world was made. And there was just water and sky, and then moon appeared. The stars and the clouds had not yet appeared. And moon was lonely. So every night he stared down into the water and he thought he saw another moon. And he thought, I wonder if that moon can see me. One evening, clouds began to form, and they moved across the sky in the shape of animals. Moon hoped to make some friends. Now, I'm sure all of you have seen clouds that just look like animals. But the biggest clouds, the grizzly bear clouds, were jealous of Moon. They chewed on him to make him smaller, and Moon grew sad. And then he decided that he was going to go down and visit the other full moon that he saw every night. Here's the moon descending down to the earth, and here's all the clouds in the shape of animals and beautiful grizzly bear clouds. Now, Moon went down to earth, but he went down to earth in the form of a young warrior man. He was wearing a buckskin suit adorned with silver beads and white porcupine quills, and he walked until he came to the edge of the great water that he had seen from the sky. But at the water's edge, it wasn't a moon that he had seen, but it was Otter. Do you know Otter? He's a water animal, and Otter's pale face shone in the night just like a full moon. Otter was surprised. He thought, Moon, I thought you were an otter in the sky. I wondered about you. I asked myself 2 questions. What does that otter eat? Is there water in the sky? And Otter was nibbling on a piece of pink shrimp because otters love to eat. Moon and Otter laughed, and they told each other stories. Moon told Otter stories about the sky, and Otter told Moon stories about the earth. So Moon stayed on the earth. He and Otter became best friends. Otter, his wife, and their 6 children often tied themselves to rocks with seaweed and lying on their backs, munching sea urchins and crabs, talked all day together with Moon about the sky. At night, Moon took his full round sky form and cast a pool of light so the children could play in the moonlight when it was dark. After a while, even though Moon loved his friend, he wanted to go back to the sky. He asked Otter, will you come with me? But Otter couldn't leave his family. Why don't you find a wife to go with you? Otter said to Moon. A wife? Moon said, do you know any girls who would want to live in the sky? Well, I do, said Otter. And then he put a piece of fish on his belly. And he kept talking. On the other shore, there are 10 pretty little green frogs and 1 ugly green frog. They're looking for husbands. Ooh, I'd like to meet them, said Moon. So Otter went to visit all the frogs. Oops. There are all the frogs. Whoop, there's Otter. He told them that Moon was looking for a wife to take back with him to the sky. He's handsome, said one frog. Why would I live in the sky and look down on everything? Said another. My voice would be heard over the entire world, croaked a third frog. The 10 pretty little green frogs got ready. They put their prettiest combs in their hair. Each one chose a many-colored dress and shiny new beaded shoes. They cooked bowls of roots and pounded sweet seeds into cakes for Moon. Then they climbed into their painted canoes and started rowing toward the other shore. Now, little green ugly frog, she hung her head very sadly. Otter said, don't you want to live in the sky? Little green ugly frog said, I didn't think anyone would want to marry me. But Otter said, Moon wants to meet you. Little green ugly frog smiled and got ready too. She didn't have a special comb, so she put up her hair as best she could with mud and sticks. She brushed off the tattered old blanket that she wore and placed green leaves on her feet to make shoes. She had no canoe, so she made a boat from a stick and placed it on the water. Then she broke off a branch for an oar. Little green ugly frog went off to meet Moon. The 10 pretty frogs made fun of little green ugly frog. You're too ugly to marry Moon. You don't even have a gift for him. Little green ugly frog said, I do have a gift, but no one can see it. The 10 frogs laughed. If it can't be seen, if it can't be seen, it doesn't exist. The 10 pretty little green frogs paddled proudly past Moon. They sang, they flirted, they looked right at Moon, giggling, set their cakes and roots on the shore. Moon looked at each and every one of them. They're very pretty, he said to Otter. But then Moon looked up. In the distance, there he saw another frog moving slowly toward him. Little green ugly frog was quiet. Her head was bowed. She was so shy. She paddled and she moved in her makeshift canoe. But when she placed her oar in the water, wild flowers burst into blossoms on the shore. In the water, Moon saw 100 rainbows. Wow, said Moon. How magical, how clever. Whenever she places the branch in the water, things come to life. Moon whispered to Otter, I think I'm going to marry little green ugly frog. Why her? Said Otter, surprised. Moon said, she has real beauty. She can bring things to life. She'll make a good wife, answered Moon. As little green ugly frog paddled closer to Moon, he bent toward her and he said, you are truly beautiful. Will you live with me in the sky and be my bride? Frog blushed, and she agreed to marry Moon. Then she rode home to get ready for the wedding. The 10 pretty little green frogs were so angry, they rode home in a huff. Little green ugly frog still had no comb, so she picked wild flowers and placed them around the sticks in her hair. Because she had no new dress, she turned the old blanket around so the holes went down the back. She wrapped her feet in red blossoms, broke off a new oar for the canoe, and she started to make her way to the other shore. The 10 pretty little green frogs were really jealous. They lined up by the edge of the beach and waited for little green ugly frog. As she passed, they pinched her and scratched her and called her names. By the time little green ugly frog reached Moon, she was crying and covered with mud. Moon felt sad, but despite her appearance, he only saw her beauty. He lifted her out of the canoe, took magic cornmeal from his pocket, and sprinkled it on her skin. Oop. For the wedding, Moon gave Frog a brand new blanket. And Otter and his wife gave little green ugly frog a silver comb carved with scallops and pink shrimps. Frog promised to share her power with Moon in the sky. And then Moon placed Frog in his heart so they could journey to the sky. Before Moon and Frog left the earth, Moon said to Otter, "I will remain in the sky, but you can see me every night. You'll always be my friend." Otter promised to wave to him, and they said goodbye. And that night, Otter saw Moon in the sky with his new wife by his side. When Otter waved, Frog nodded, and the comb in her hair made a silver path of light on the water. Laughing, Otter dived into the moonlight and swam every night because they were best friends. Moon and Otter watched for each other. There's little green ugly frog in the moon. Frog liked her new home. Moon was a good husband. But when the grizzly bear clouds saw Moon with a wife, they were envious. They started chewing on him again. Moon grew smaller and smaller and nearly disappeared. Otter searched the sky all night. He feared his friend was gone. Otter cried, "I think I have lost my friend." But it's true that Frog shared her power. She sang her sacred songs, her heart beating like a drum, and she swayed back and forth in a magical dance. And just as Moon was about to disappear, ugly green Frog's power brought him back to full size again. Since that day, Otter sits on the rocks and waits for Moon. He and his wife and their children still wave. And when Frog nods back, her comb creates a path of moonlight. And as for those big-mouthed grizzly bear clouds, they're still chewing on Moon. Every month he gets smaller and smaller, but Frog brings him back to full size. It's been happening like that since the earliest times. You can look up in the sky and see it. It will always be that way. And when you look at the full moon, you can just see little green ugly frog. And if you look really close sometimes, you can see the shining silver comb that Otter gave her for the wedding. And that's the old Modic story of Moon and Otter and Frog.
Wow. Now that's a hell of a story. And it begs only one thing, and that is the question of where did this story come from?
Okay. Well, the Modic people who really had a great nation in what's northern Oregon and parts of California until about 1850, and there's still Modic people living there, had a tremendous literature. And this is one of the many stories of the myths of the Modic that were written down in the 1890s. And when I read some of these stories, I just fell in love with them and thought they needed some research and retelling, and that they were really important and beautiful stories. And I love this story, especially, about bullying and about seeing real beauty. So I went there, and I went to Klamath Lake and spoke to some Modic people who gave me permission and told me more about this story. So here we go.
Wow, wow, wow.
Clifford is a great artist, and he his artwork is seen all throughout the world. He lives in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and he was really excited to make these paintings.
Yeah. I have to go to Santa Fe. I understand that the just artistic traditions there are pretty extraordinary.
Oh, I think you'd really love it.
Yeah.
And outside of Santa Fe and some of the old pueblos, you can still see tradition as it was and will continue. I think the dancing, the artwork, the jewelry, the basket making and the weaving
And what drew you to, just sort of native life and, did you stumble upon it or you?
Well, for 30 years, an elder named Vi Hilbert was like my mother. I met her many years ago when I was telling stories at the University of Washington, and she took me home for lunch. And we started a conversation that went on for about 30 years. And she was always teaching me amazing things and taking me to the Longhouse and telling me about storytelling and forcing me to get up in situations and tell stories. And I would say, no, I'm a white person. I can't do it. And she'd say, no, you have to do it.
Yes.
So I always obey my elders, especially when they're so special. So that really brought me in love with these stories. And I love to introduce children to cultures that we have ignored and forgotten.
Yes.
And adults, really.
Yeah. Well, Laura, that was beautiful. As you know, I could see it for an extended period of time, but
now you got other people.
I can't.
And that's really exciting.
Excommunicated from the community, like the little ugly frog. But thank you for joining us. I'm going to have to thank April again for just sort of connecting us with some really, really special people at the last minute, which is extraordinary,
Well, I just thought this was great. What you're doing is fabulous. And I completely support it and I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that greatly. So, all right. Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to meet, at some point during the future and stuff, through April.
That would be fabulous. You can call on me. I'm a storyteller. I perform all over the world. I work for a lot of different organizations like UNICEF and others. And I love stories. And April and I have done things together at the Anderson statue in the summers. So it's really a pleasure. I just love what you're doing in your spirit. So
thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that greatly. All right. We'll see you next time then. All right. Be well. Okay. This is just such a special day. Like, my God, it's a special day, and now the day is only made even more special by none other than Miss Ashley Johnson,
Hello.
one half of the Johnson sister crew, Ashley and Natisha. How are you, Ashley?
I'm doing fine.
Okay. It is good to see you. You know, how are Damien and Phoenix?
Phoenix is doing well. Damien, his birthday was yesterday.
Oh, so what does that mean? How old is he?
12.
He's 12, so he's coming into his own. And Mama is challenged by Damien coming into his own at 12 years old. All I got to say is to Mama is to use a phrase from an earlier book, batten down the hatches, Mama, because the next 4 or 5 years are going to be quite the ride.
Yeah,
you know?
I know.
But it's all good. It's all good. You wait till he brings some little girl home. Yikes! Anyway, and how's Gerald?
He's fine.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. All right. What are you going to read for us?
I'm going to read The Gruffalo.
The Gruffalo. All right. I'm going to get off the stage here and let you read The Gruffalo.
So this story is called The Gruffalo by Julia Donaldson. A mouse took a stroll through the deep, dark wood. A fox saw the mouse, and the mouse looked good. Where are you going to, little brown mouse? Come and have lunch in my underground house. It's terribly kind of you, fox, but no, I'm going to have lunch with a Gruffalo. A Gruffalo? What's a Gruffalo? A Gruffalo? Why didn't you know? He has terrible tusks and terrible claws and terrible teeth in his terrible jaws. Where are you meeting him? Here, by these rocks. And his favorite food is roasted fox. Roasted fox? Oh my, Fox said. Goodbye, little mouse. And away he swept. Silly old fox. Doesn't he know there's no such thing as a Gruffalo? I forgot to show the pictures. On with the mouse through the deep dark wood. An owl saw the mouse, and the mouse looked good. Where are you going to, little brown mouse? Join me for tea in my treetop house. It's frightfully nice of you, owl, but no, I'm going to have tea with a Gruffalo. A Gruffalo? What's a Gruffalo? A Gruffalo? Why didn't you know? He has knobbly knees and turned out toes and a poisonous wart at the end of his nose. Where are you meeting him? Here by this stream, and his favorite food is owl ice cream. Owl ice cream? To-hoo. Goodbye, little mouse. And away owl flew. Silly old owl, doesn't he know there's no such thing as a Gruffalo? On went the mouse through the deep dark wood. A snake saw the mouse, and the mouse looked good. Where are you going to, little brown mouse? Come for a feast in my log pile house. It's wonderfully good of you, snake, but no, I'm having a feast with a Gruffalo. A Gruffalo? What's a Gruffalo? A Gruffalo? Why didn't you know? His eyes are orange. His tongue is black. He has purple prickles all over his back. Where are you meeting him? Here by this lake, and his favorite food is Scrambled Snake. Scrambled Snake, it's time I hid. Goodbye, little mouse, and away Snake slid. Silly old Snake, doesn't he know there's no such thing as a Gruffalo? Oh, but who is this creature with terrible claws and terrible teeth in his terrible jaws? He has knobbly knees and turned out toes and a poisonous wart at the end of his nose. His eyes are orange, his tongue is black. He has purple prickles all over his back. Oh, help! Oh, no! It's a Gruffalo! My favorite food, the Gruffalo says. You'll taste good on a slice of bread. Good? Said the mouse. Don't call me good. I'm the scariest creature in this deep dark wood. Just walk behind me and soon you'll see everyone is afraid of me. Oh, sure, said the Gruffalo, bursting with laughter. You lead the way, and I'll follow after. They walked and walked, till the Gruffalo said, I hear a hiss in the grass ahead. It's Snake, said the mouse. Why, Snake, hello. Snake took one look at the Gruffalo. Oh, dear, he said. Goodbye, little mouse, and slid right into his log pile house. You see, said Mouse, I told you so. Amazing, said the Gruffalo. They walked some more till the Gruffalo said, I hear a hoot in the trees ahead. It's Owl, said the Mouse. Why, Owl, hello. Owl took one look at the Gruffalo. Boo-hoo, he said. Goodbye, little mouse, and flew right up to his treetop house. You see, said Mouse, I told you so. Astounding, said the Gruffalo. They walked some more till the Gruffalo said, I hear some paws on the path ahead. Shh. It's Fox, said the Mouse. Why, Fox, hello. Fox took one look at the Gruffalo. Oh, help, he said. Goodbye, little mouse, and ran right into his underground house. The mouse said, Gruffalo, now you see, everyone is afraid of me. But now my tummy is starting to rumble, and my favorite food is Gruffalo crumble. Gruffalo crumble, the Gruffalo said, and quickly as the wind, he turned and fled. All was quiet in the deep dark wood. The mouse found a nut, and the nut was good. The end.
Okay, so is that a Phoenix book?
This is a Damien book, so this book has been with me for 12 years.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But I hear Phoenix, responding to it. So yes. I'm like, what's going on? Phoenix, show yourself. Reveal yourself, girl. How are you, Phoenix? And Damien as well. Damien, what's up?
Hi.
All right. Is it okay that your younger sister is listening to, one of your old school books?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't read them anymore.
Oh, okay. Now, wait, were you reading them or was your mom reading them to you?
I was reading it to him.
Okay. Well, hopefully you're still reading some books, man. If I recall, I may have gifted you some Captain Underpants or Dogman books way back in the day.
I still have those.
Man, see, we were talking about those earlier and how those are the best boy books ever, you know?
They are.
Phoenix, what's your favorite book?
My favorite book is...
Hurry up.
It's...
Paw Patrol?
Yeah.
Okay. The Paw Patrol.
Now.
Paw, P-A-W Patrol, right?
Yes.
Yes. I'm familiar with that title. You know, that piece of high literature.
I have a book of it.
Okay.
It's kind of ripped.
Excellent. All right, look, I see your auntie, super auntie, is waiting to read. So Ashley, thank you. Thank you for being a wonderful example for your children and reading to them, because a whole lot of people don't understand that that's where it all begins, with reading to your child, you know, as opposed to turning on the TV. And I know Damien's a big game person, but you know, and that's good. But as long as you're still reading, Damien.
I'm still reading.
Okay.
I got like 12 books.
Awesome. All right, Miss Natisha. I think your mute is on.
Hey, how's it?
See, just like that, magic, Miss Phoenix. Okay, is Damien still reading, you know, Super Auntie? All right, be honest. Okay, all right, good.
They both are. They're both reading constantly.
Okay, beautiful. Well, you know, I know that, you know, you are the reader extraordinaire. Ever since, Natisha, do you realize that you were in my first summer youth employment program cohort? I think you were in the first one, right? It was you as the only woman with all of these men.
That's true. That is true.
And you set the pace, but little did we know that several years after that, one year I think we had an all-female crew, but you are the person who laid the groundwork for that to happen. And then Ashley joined us the next summer. Wait, was Kiefer in the first year that you were there as well, or no? He was in the second year as well. Okay, got it. So it was just you holding it down.
Yeah.
All right. Obviously, you know, you have a special place in my heart, which is why we continue to be friends to this day and all the rest of that. You were just wee-high to a grasshopper when we met, and look at you now. I'd ask you to tell your age, but gentlemen are not supposed to ask, you know, women what the age is, so, or to declare publicly, you know? So it's all good. All right, what are you going to read for us?
It's called There we go. Give if you give a mouse a brownie.
Okay, let's do it. If you give a mouse a brownie.
Stop. If you give a mouse a brownie by Laura Numakoff. If you give a mouse a brownie, he's going to ask for some ice cream to go with it. When you give him the ice cream, he'll ask you for a spoon. When you give him a spoon, he'll start drumming on the table. Drumming will get him so excited, he'll want to start a band. You'll have to play guitar. He'll want to put on a show. So you'll have to build a stage. Then you'll need some spotlights and a microphone. When the stage is finished, he'll He'll want to make lots of tickets. You'll have to find paper and markers. When the tickets are done, he'll decide to make posters as well. He'll hang them all over the neighborhood. When he's out hanging them, it might start to rain. He'll fold some posters and make a little boat. Then he'll sell it in a pedal. He'll get so wet, he'll start to sneeze. You'll have to put him in your pocket to stay nice and warm. When he peeks out of your pocket, he'll smell something delicious. The smell will remind him that he's hungry. You'll have to take him to the store and get a few things to nibble on. Of course, he'll want to have a picnic. When the sun comes out, you'll have to take him to the park. While you're setting up the picnic, he'll see a playground. He'll jump on the swings. He'll go as high as he can. When he looks up at the sky, he may notice a big white cloud. The cloud will remind him of ice cream. He'll probably ask you for some. And chances are, if you give him ice cream, he'll want a brownie to go with it. The end. I'm so happy.
Okay, you know, like they said in the movie, you know, you had me at hello. I think that was at Jerry Maguire, something like that. You had me with the brownie and the ice cream. You know what I'm saying? Because there's not much better on the planet than a brownie and some ice cream. I don't know what it is about those two things, particularly if the brownie is like not hot, because we don't want to just totally melt the ice cream, but just warm. You know what I'm saying?
It gotta be nice and warm, yes. It gotta be warm.
Yes. So you can still have the coldness of the ice cream and the brownie at the same time.
Exactly,
you know?
exactly.
Lord. Okay, look. You know, you and your sister have a special place in my heart, Miss Keisha, you know, as you always will. You know, so I'm gonna reach out to you all soon because you know there's always some project that I'm recruiting you all for, and I appreciate y'all.
True.
You know,
we got you.
Okay, I appreciate that. You know, so between now and then, keep being super auntie. You know what I'm saying? Because aunties, like uncles, are important. You know, they provide a little relief, you know, for the siblings, so they maintain their sanity. And you know, your sister is this close to being insane anyway, so it's all good. I'm happy that you're there. All right, thank you very much, Phoenix, Damien. I will see you all. Ashley, see you. In regards to your mama. All right, and to Gerald. All right, be well, you guys. All right. Oh, and the show just keeps rolling on. Mr. Jabari Bruce is in the house to read one of his favorite children's books. And that book is going to be, let me use the crystal ball. The crystal ball says the book you're going to read is Where the Wild Things Are.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Oh, man, this book brings me back.
Oh man, it always brings you back because that's such an extraordinary book, you know. So yeah, man. All right, let me get out of the way, let you read that book, and then I'll hit you on the other side.
Yes. All right, so we got Where the Wild Things Are by Maurice Sendak, if I pronounce his name right, which I think I did. So, okay, cool. The night Max wore his wolf suit and made mischief of one kind, and another, his mother called him Wild Thing, and Max said, "I'll eat you up." So he was sent to bed without eating anything. The very night in Max's room, a forest grew. And grew. And grew until his ceiling hung with vines and the wall became the world all around. Okay. And an ocean tumbled by with a pirate. And an ocean tumbled by with a private boat for Max, and he sailed off through the night and day. And in and out of weeks, and almost over a year to where the wild things are. And when he came to the place where the wild things are, and they roared their terrible roars, and gnawed their terrible teeth, and rolled their terrible eyes, and showed their terrible claws, till Max said, "Be still," and tamed them with the magic trick of staring into all their yellow eyes without blinking once. And they were frightened and called him the most wild thing of all, and made him king of all wild things. And now, cried Max, let the wild rumpus start. This is them dancing. Climbing trees. Now stop, Max said, and sent the wild things off to bed without their supper. And Max, the king of all wild things, was lonely and wanted to be where someone loved him best of all. Then all around from far away across the world, he smelled good things to eat. So he gave up being king of where the wild things are. But the wild things cried, "Oh, please, don't go. We'll eat you up. We love you so." And Max said, "No." The wild things roared their terrible roars and gnawed their terrible teeth and rolled their terrible eyes and showed their terrible claws. But Max stepped into his private boat and waved goodbye. And sailed back over a year and in and out of weeks and through a day. And into the night of his very own room where he found his supper waiting for him. And it was still hot. That's it.
Okay, so what is it, man, about that book that makes it one of your favorites?
Well, one, my grandmother, she bought me this book. And when she bought it for me, well, not this specific one, but when I was young, and it's crazy because this is one of the older copies. I had when I had it, it was like the not the hardcover. It was like the soft cover. So seeing this is like, whoa. But it was given from my grandmother, and it was read to me from my mom, and it was my favorite one out of all the books. I don't know why. I never understood why, but I just always liked this book.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about some classic books, and I thought about that. I think a part of it is The Crown, but then I said, well, this is pre-Basquiat, so it's not the Basquiat crown. That's just, there's something about just, the crown itself. And I don't know, maybe it goes back to elementary school where, if it was your birthday, they put the little crown on your head and you were made to feel extra special or something, But it also, I guess it's from the same period of time as like, Good Night Moon, which was another, pretty extraordinary book. And I think it's the simplicity of it, and then who doesn't have nightmares, where monsters are just, threatening, presenting an existential threat, to you as a child. It's like, oh no, not the monsters.
What's under my bed?
That's right. And you think about the fact that, God knows, I don't know when it was the first time I was able to turn off the lights, just kind of, in my house and not be terrified and stuff, So yeah, man. Yeah. All right. Well, Brother Jabari, I appreciate you, man. Do you think you might have some book writing in you, man?
Yeah, I could probably write a book.
Okay. Well, is there a title or a topic that you just sort of have in mind, or
like a children's book, or like in a like?
Yes. I know you're a sports person also. Mike Lupica is probably the person I think about as being just sort of, a really renowned sports writer who then went on to write very successfully some children's books. I don't know if you know that. But Mike Lupica used to write for the Daily News for God knows how long.
Yeah.
And wherever he wrote for. But his children's books are all sports based, and they're good. They are quite good.
I definitely could. That's something I could think about. I definitely could put some pages together or something like that.
Yeah. Put some pen to paper and stuff. I understand. All right, but look, man, I'm not going to hold you because you've been hanging out. I appreciate you, coming out. I knew, I knew we needed some more brothers on the read-a-thon. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to represent. The sisters are overrepresented. And I'm not mad at that, but I knew we needed some more testosterone in the room. So, I appreciate you, my friend.
Yes, man.
We will chat with each other sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. And congratulations on a great event, man.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right.
Au revoir. All right. So a quick commercial. Again, my name is Greg Mays. And yes, we have been online for 5 hours and 51 minutes and 35 seconds at this point, which is kind of amazing. Amazing because it doesn't really feel like that, because I've just, met, had some of my favorite people on the read-a-thon. And then we've met at least 3 new friends, people who I did not know when this read-a-thon started. So it doesn't feel like it's been 5 hours and 52 minutes and 2 seconds, But this is the Jamaica Read-a-thon, the primary fundraiser for our Jamaica Reads program, which deploys senior citizens to 2 local elementary schools where we tutor first graders exclusively who are having difficulty with the acquisition of their reading skills. So, thank you for joining us and all that good stuff. I don't know who we have up next. Who are we supposed to have up next?
It's going to be me.
Oh, it's going to be you. All right. None other than my dearest goddaughter, who, if you knew the level of conversations we have, you'd be like, oh, they're crazy, including last night's conversations about the future of political leadership here in the city and the state, as well at the federal level, in terms of who is going to be running and, more importantly, who is going to win. So it is all good. It's all good. So Jalen, what are we talking about now? Are you going to read something, or you want
I'm gonna read something. I'm gonna spare the people our banter. I'm sure they've had enough of it today.
Okay.
And I think any godfather of mine that reads for now 5 hours, 53 minutes, and 25 seconds straight, they're sure I can banter with you. I must, that's a strange relationship right there, that I would sit 6 hours with you just reading.
But it's all good. It's all good. All right, what are you reading now?
I am reading A Snowy Day, and I'm stepping in for my father, who is going to read it, and I am reading it for both my godfather and my father here.
Okay.
A favorite.
Because that's my thing, The Snowy Day. All right.
Please.
I
can't do you justice, but I'm gonna try, people.
Okay, come on. I know you're gonna do beyond justice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, The Snowy Day, as read by Jalen Ayana Buxton Punch.
Quite an intro. Thank you, sir. All right, so here we go. We have The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats. One winter morning, Peter woke up and looked out the window. Snow had fallen during the night. It covered everything as far as he could see. After breakfast, he put on his snowsuit and ran outside. The snow was piled up very high along the street to make a path for walking. Crunch, crunch, crunch. His feet sank into the snow. He walked with his toes pointing out like this. He walked with his toes pointing in like that. Then he dragged his feet slowly to make tracks. And he found something sticking out of the snow that made a new track. It was a stick that was just right for smacking a snow-covered tree. Bloop! Down fell the snow, plop, right on top of Peter's head. He thought it would be fun to join the big boys in their snowball fight, but he knew he wasn't old enough. Not yet. So he made a smiling snowman, and he made angels. He pretended he was a mountain climber. He climbed up a great, big, tall, heaping mountain of snow and slid all the way down. He picked up a handful of snow, and another, and he packed it round and firm and put the snowball in his pocket for tomorrow. And then he went inside his warm house. He told his mother all about his adventures when he took off his wet socks. And then he thought and thought and thought about them. Before he got into bed, he looked into his pocket, but his pocket was empty. The snowball wasn't there. He felt very sad. While he slept, he dreamed that the sun had melted all the snow away. But when he woke up, his dream was gone. The snow was still everywhere. New snow was falling. After breakfast, he called to his friend from across the hall, and they went out together into the deep, deep snow. That's it, guys. That's The Snowy Day.
The Snowy Day. Look, I think my favorite part of The Snowy Day is the snow angels.
Is that your favorite part? Mine is that the snow is gone.
No. It's the snow angels. That and the idea that he puts the snowball in his pocket and thinks that that's going to last. I mean, that's just, the wonder of being a child. Of course you think that the snow is going to last because you're a child and that's what you think.
It is. But there's a resiliency in this story that I didn't see as a child that I see as an adult,
Okay.
Which is like, hear me out. Many of the children's book, especially wintertime, snow, there are white kids playing in the snow, right? This is a black kid who is playing in the snow, who encounters something that he didn't expect, right? His snow to melt. And he is not throwing a fit. He is not chaotic. He is not, saddened by it. Instead, he's able to process, man, this is fleeting, and instead goes and plays in another snowbank tomorrow. There's beauty in how simple his reaction is for it. That's like, it's a profound character.
It is. And just the idea that it is fleeting. I think that's the, the word there. And just sort of accepting the fact that it's just sort of fleeting,
Exactly.
If I think about it, one of the things that, when people talk about, LA in particular, and they talk about how the people just seem kind of, they'll more often not use the word flighty or whatever, or just carefree, if you will. And, from my time living there, I came to understand that, you are that way because you're not worried about what's going to happen tomorrow weather-wise. It's going to be another beautiful day. So you're not like today in New York, it's like if I had some errands to run, it would be like, okay, I better get those errands done today because the sky's looking kind of ominous and I may be locked in my house tomorrow. So let me just freak out, But in LA, it's always going to be beautiful. So you're just kind of, laid back and relaxed, and you don't have to worry about, a beautiful day being fleeting, So that's kind of what I get out of it also, you're beginning to understand that my mind is
It goes, man. I'm also beginning to understand that you might long for your LA days more than I thought,
I will tell you this, I don't pine for previous experiences, but that LA experience was a good one, and I do look on it. Usually it's just looking back fondly, but when I moved to San Francisco, after I came back to New York for 6 months, this is how I know LA was powerful. I'd go to the airport. I'm living in San Francisco. I'd go to the airport and I would look for the LA information. Not out of some nostalgia, but because I was going back to LA in my mind, Yeah. And I had done that trip enough. So it was like, oh yeah, I'm going to LA. It's like, no, you're going to San Francisco. Please don't show up at the counter talking about you getting on the plane because they're not going to let you on because you're going to Northern California, which was really very different, as you well know, from Southern California. So, okay, yeah. All right. So where are we? We may be missing a person or two, right?
Well, it is now 4:00 promptly, so I think our friends are probably just running late, but they are in fact our friends. So I think you'll be excited for the next couple of people joining us. It's a mother-son duo.
Yes. And we need the mother-son duo. Let me text the mother-son duo and make sure that they haven't, forsaken us.
They never forsake you. I have a poem, so I'm going to take you off screen and I'm going to throw us with a poem in the meantime. If you guys could have seen my uncle's reaction to pulling him off screen, it was great, everybody. So here we go. We are going to do one of my favorites today. And while it's not a first grade poem, it is one that I ironically enough learned in the first grade. To anybody that was raised by a fellow member of Omega Sci-Fi, I'm sure you will understand how often in my life I repeat this. So here we go. Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloodied, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. I told you, I didn't see it coming.
Didn't see it coming, Now, is that a specific to Omega Sci-Fi, poem, or is it just a poem that's a part of their portfolio or kind of experience, if you will,
I don't want to misspeak here on my Q brethren.
Okay.
But I think it is specific particularly to them crossing over. However, it is a poem that they use in reference to all of their transitions and celebrations in life. It is one that they have to memorize.
Yeah.
And thus it is the ticket to me leaving my house sometimes. Homeboy would shout out a line like it matters not, and I would have to finish it. How straight the gate, Know how charged the punishment with skull. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. See, it still rips off the dome.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little more research on that one.
I have our friends with us now.
I know. But see, that reminds me of what's my movie with Robin Williams, where he is the teacher at the boarding school. And it ends with, my captain. Okay, that's an aside. Anyway, all right, let's move on. Woohoo! Up next is the most dynamic of duos out here, moving from, the Bay Area, okay, east to New York City. You can't take a longer journey, than going from California to New York, which is the journey that this extraordinary sister Monique took. Yes. And it's a beautiful thing to welcome Monique and Allison.
Hello.
Allison and your mama, Monique.
Yes.
Appreciate the two of you joining us today. Late in the day, we've been on live for 6 hours and 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
I love it.
You're gonna round this out. I'm gonna duck on out.
All right. So, what are you guys gonna read for us today?
We are reading a children's book by Bell Hooks.
Oh, Bell Hooks.
Yes, a recent ancestor of ours. And the book is entitled Skin Again. It is illustrated by Chris Roshka.
Okay, awesome. It would be remiss of me to not note that you all are the first, couple of people reading on for the Jamaica Read-a-thon, as in more than one person. We have a duo, and this is, or a duet, or what else we want to call it. So I appreciate that. So I'm going to y'all read this book, and then we'll chat at the end.
And a mother-son duo.
That's right, and a mother-son duo.
It's multi-generational.
Look at that. You know what I'm saying?
Skin Again by Bell Hooks. The skin I'm in is just a covering. It cannot tell my story. The skin I'm in is just a covering. If you want to know who I am, you have got to come inside and open your heart wide, way wide. Open your heart way wide. The skin I'm in looks good to me. It will let you know one small way to trace my identity. But then again, the skin I'm in will always be just a covering. It cannot tell my whole story. If you want to know who I am, you've got to come inside.
Be with me inside the me of me, all made up of stories present, past, and future. Some true to life, and others all fun and fantasy. All the way I imagine me. You can find all about me, coming close and letting go of you, of who you might think I am. Before you come inside and let me be real, you become real to me. All real then, in that place where skin again is one small way to see me, but not real enough to be all. The me of me, or the you of you, for we are all inside, made up of real history. real dreams, and the stuff of all we hope for. When we can be all real together on the inside.
The end.
The end. Skin again.
Okay, so here's my question. It is for you, Mr. Allison.
Okay.
Can you remember the first book that your mother read to you? Or what is the earliest book that you remember your mother reading?
And while he's thinking of that, I just wanted to share some of these beautiful illustrations.
Absolutely.
So one of the earliest books and one of my favorite books, and we actually couldn't find it. We were actually going to read that book. I wanted to read that book, but I think I gave it to my nephew. But it is Salt in His Shoes or Salt in My Shoes by who's it by? I think it's by Kadir Nelson.
Yes, by Kadir Nelson.
Mm-hmm. So it's like it's a story about Michael Jordan when he was a kid, and he put like some salt in his shoes, thinking that it would help him grow and become a better basketball player.
Wow!
And it was out of this world for me.
Yes. Now, were you already were you already a sneakerhead when your mother bought that book and a basketball fiend, or did that feed the frenzy?
I already liked basketball. I didn't really care about sneakers yet then.
Okay.
But I think it did feed into it. It definitely.
Yeah.
And I just want to add that we met. I took Alassane to a book reading and book signing by Kadir Nelson at the Studio Museum in Harlem. So I think that was the first time.
No, it was at the Hunan Bookstore.
It was a Human Bookstore?
Human Bookstore, yeah.
Okay, excuse me. Let's get our Harlem institution straight, okay? But what was beautiful is that was the first time Alassane met an author of a book. Mm-hmm. So we had a lot of books, but meeting the author and also being an African-American author and illustrator, and now we see Kadir Nelson is doing incredible work. I think it's really special to, at a young age, to meet the author and illustrator of a book. It brings it to life in a different way.
Yeah,
absolutely. How old is Kadir?
Kadir must be in his 40s or so, I would think.
Okay. Yeah, so he's still a very young, just sort of illustrator, and he's been out there for a minute, Yeah. Now he's not one of these cats who comes from a legacy of authors or illustrators, is he? Because there's one that I'm thinking of, and I forget his name, but that's not him and stuff. I don't think.
No, you might be thinking of Javaka Steptoe.
Yes. He
comes from a line of a family of illustrators and authors.
Yes.
And I will say that Kadir's mom was at the book signing, and she was so proud. And she talked about him always having a love for visual arts and a love for drawing. So it was great to meet him and his mother at this event.
Yeah. That's a pretty phenomenal thing. Now, I'm trying to think, what else has he done that is particularly just sort of, because I'm familiar with his work. Do you know what his biggest, book is, or?
I don't know. That's my favorite though.
Yeah, I don't know what his, where I've seen his work now. He does a lot of work for the Atlantic. He does a lot of work for other publications. And so he has a series. He did a series during the pandemic that I will say responded to the protest and threaded it to the civil rights movement and the legacy and kind of legacy is I don't know if that's the right word, but the history and lineage of protest, specifically around the African American experience. So you can find his work for sure online, and I don't think it's being translated into books necessarily, but certainly fine art and certainly for publications.
Okay. And so, Monique, I will ask you, what is the earliest children's book that you remember, either reading or having been read to you?
I would say that Cat in the Hat, Dr. Seuss. My mom loved Dr. Seuss books, and she also loved Uncle Remus. And yeah, so she was more of a storyteller than a reader of books. So she would make up stories. She would tell us tall tales, and then we would add into it. She would kind of pass it around. We would start a story, and the next person passed it on. So that's my vivid memories of childhood storytelling, is for sure Dr. Seuss, and also the whole Uncle Remus tales. She loved that tar baby.
Wow.
Don't throw me in that briar patch. Please don't throw me in that briar patch.
All right. Now, you know, I have to mention that we started off this the readathon with "Oh, the Places You'll Go" with good old Dr. Seuss. You know,
classic.
Yeah, classic. And you know, my man, he was he was a profound one, you know, because I'm reading this book and I'm just like damn. You know, I mean, the pages where he talks about when the person goes to Waitland, you know, the waiting place. We're sort of like the sunken place, you know, and he's talking about where people just waiting for a train, waiting for a bus, I mean, goodness, my mind goes to waiting for Godot. I mean, goes all kinds of stuff, you know. So yes, old Dr. Seuss was a profound one. All right. Well, you know, Alson, are we waiting for a children's book? I know that, you know, you are a poet / rapper, you know, is there a children's book in you, man, that's dying to come out? Because, you know, we talked about it. I know that, you know, you are a lover of fancy footwear. I don't know that I've seen a book about sneakerheads.
It's not that many. I might have seen maybe like 2.
But for children?
Okay, I haven't seen. Okay, because I haven't seen it, you know.
It wasn't really like a story though. It was more like an ABC's book, teaching like the alphabet with sneakers.
Man,
or like actual
there
story.
may be the book right there. You know, I was born a sneakerhead. You know. And maybe, you know, your daddy had the sneakerhead gene and he passed it on to you and you ain't even know about it. You know what I'm saying? And then your mama could be like, yeah, because, you know, he was, you know, the kicks he used to be rocking, you know, and you can talk about the first pair that you got that made it feel like magic, you know. All right, wait. Jalen,
I like that
are
idea.
you here to kick me out, or you
Yeah,
here to
because this is the 5th time today, and you know what? Monique was actually my first boss, Uncle Greg. She'll tell you I run a tight ship. I don't know why he is playing my production games. I learned it from Miss Monique Martin herself. Production must go on, sir. That's the schedule.
Okay, well, we will leave it there, and I will say there's room for I was born a sneakerhead. So you need to start, you know, writing it out and get you an illustrator, and the rest will be history. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Thank you for that sidebar.
Right.
And thank you, Jalen, for keeping the train running down the track. We are happy that we had an opportunity to be a part of this to celebrate bell hooks.
It was beautiful.
Yes. The uber
feminist,
you know.
Thank you.
I was born a sneakerhead, baby. I spent the day dropping wisdom for people to make some money off it. I said earlier, I don't need no commissions. I just need to see you shine. Right. I was born a sneakerhead.
I'm gonna cook it up. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this.
Jamaica Read-a-thon next year. You'll come back and read it for us. And meanwhile,
That's
I will
right.
make sure that Uncle Greg builds out opportunities for him to brainstorm his book sessions.
Right. For the next Giving Tuesday of 2023, you'll build that into the schedule.
Oh, for sure.
That's
Because
right.
he has a lot of
That's right.
ideas,
That's
y'all.
right.
We're just brainstorming books. It's a whole segment here. I love the both of you. I am so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you soon.
All right, you guys. Thanks again.
All right, you're ready for
You
your
heard
next
it, Bailey.
semester.
Yes, I am ready. I am ready. I'm ready. All right. There she is. All right. Miss Samantha Alethea Ennis in the flesh. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
How are you, Samantha?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here.
Yes. And we are glad to have you here. You know, you got on the funky little black turtleneck going on. Is that what's going on there?
You know how I feel, though.
Okay, I hear that now. You know what I'm saying? I see you, you know. So talk to me. You are here's a word for you, Jalen, penultimate guest on the Jamaica Read-a-thon 2022. And we're finishing out board strong. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Samantha is indeed one of the board members for a Better Jamaica. And, you know, her strength as a board member is showing up and rolling up her sleeves and putting in the work as she did at the last breeze of summer. She even had notes that we didn't even go over yet. We're going to go over those in the board meeting.
Yes,
you know,
we have to go over the notes.
Because you are an event planner extraordinaire, and as an event planner, you got to have notes. You know what I'm saying? You got to, I feel you. You got to think about what went right and what went wrong so that the next event would even be tighter and stuff. So I appreciate that greatly. So, all right. So what are you going to read for us today?
Well, today I'm going to read a book called Selby by one of my favorite actresses, Lupita Nyong'o. And this book is from an award-winning actress on top of that. But it is about a little girl who does not understand the beauty of her dark skin. So she learns to discover that there's more beauty to her skin, both inside and out. So I'm very excited to read this book.
All right. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. So let's hear it. Yeah.
All right. Selby was born the color of midnight. She looked nothing like her family, not even a little, not even at all. Mama was the color of dawn, Baba the color of dusk, and Mitch, her sister, was the color of high noon. Hardly anyone at school looked like Selby either. People gave her sister Mitch pet names like Sunshine and Ray and Beauty. People gave Selby names like Blackie and Darky and Night. Selby felt hurt every time, so she hid away while her sister made lots of friends. Selby dreamed of being the same color as her sister. She wanted real friends too. So she got the biggest eraser she could find and tried to rub off a layer or two of her darkness. That hurt. She crept into Mama's room and helped herself to her makeup. Oh no, she would hear about this from Mama. Selby decided to work from the inside out and ate only the lightest, brightest foods. With a stomach ache, she went to bed early and turned to God for a miracle. Dear Lord, why do I look like midnight when my mother looks like dawn? Please make me as fair as the parents I'm from. I want to be beautiful, not just to pretend. I want to have daylight. I want to have friends. If you hear me, my Lord, and would like to comply, may I wake up as bright as the sun in the sky. Amen. When Mama came in to wake her for school the next morning, so we rose to find not a trace of daylight in her midnight skin. So we told Mama everything. Mama asked, "What is your name?" "Zoe," she muttered. "And what does it mean?" "Star," Zoe whispered. Brightness is not in your skin, my love. Brightness is just who you are. As for beauty, Mama said, rubbing Zoe's stomach the way she always did to comfort her. You are beautiful. Zoe sighed. Well, you are beautiful to me, but you can't rely on what you look like to make you feel beautiful, my sweet. Real beauty comes from your mind and your heart. It begins with how you see yourself, not how others see you. Now, up you get and out you go. How could she, as dark as she was, have brightness in her? How could she have beauty when no one but her mother seemed to see it? How could she be a star? That night, a shooting star appeared at Zoe's window. "The night sent me," the star said. "Come with me." Zoe hopped onto the star and off they went. Long ago, at the beginning of time, said the star, there was night and day, and they were sisters. They loved each other very much, but people didn't treat the sisters the same. People gave Day pet names like lovely and nice and pretty. People gave Night names like scary and bad and ugly. She felt hurt every time. Well, Night got fed up and walked right off the earth. Day stayed behind and enjoyed making everybody happy in the sun. But then Day grew too long. Day began to really miss her sister. So did everybody else. There had to be a way to get her back. Day set off to find Night, and she did. "I miss you," said Day. "I miss you too," said Night. "But you don't know what it is like to be treated badly for being dark." "You're right, I don't," Day replied. But what I do know is that we need you just the way you are. Come and see." Night returned, and the people rejoiced. We need the darkest night to get the deepest rest. We need you so that we can grow and dream and keep our secrets to ourselves. The stars chimed in. Brightness isn't just for daylight. Light comes in all colors, and some light can only be seen in the dark. While day had a golden glow, With night, everything had a silver sheen, elegant and fine. Day told her sister, when you are darkest is when you are most beautiful. It's when you are most you. Could it be that night did not need to change? Not even a little? Not even at all? Now that night and day were back together, a little bit of night returned to the day in the form of shadows, and a little bit of day returned to the night in the form of moonlight. They were inseparable from that moment on and promised to celebrate the brightest in each other, whether people chose to see it or not. You see, the star explained, we need them both on their sunniest day and their darkest night, and every shade in between. Together, they make the world we know light and dark, strong and beautiful. Selby rose the next morning, beaming. There would be no hiding anymore. She belonged out in the world, dark and beautiful, bright and strong. And if she ever needed a reminder of her brightness, she could look up in the sky on the darkest night to see for herself. Selby felt beautiful inside and out. The end.
That was absolutely beautiful, Samantha.
Oh, thank you. Love this book.
I have a surprise guest that would love to join your debrief. So if she doesn't mind, I'm going to pop her in and we'll see. You guys can have a final end of viewership, penultimate, ultimate reader viewer party. Here we go.
Hey.
Got the whole board happening. And then finally, let's see if we can get him, because maybe y'all can whip him into a little bit of shape. I'm trying backstage here. Here we go.
You know, you have done a yo person's job, Jalen, of whipping me into shape throughout over the course of this day. You know what I'm saying? And I will just say that, it may not feel like we've been more on time today than we've ever been, but we have been, because there's only been one gap in the program. The rest has been people. So, I don't even know whether Gail could just sort of, whip me in more shape. We already talked about how Samantha has notes from the last benefit, So, So, Samantha, that's a hell of a book, and, that's a hell of a book. I just thought about, The Bluest Eye, which is hands down one of my favorite books, and just, we don't often think about, young people, just kind of, feeling the brunt of, of our colorism, our, all of this stuff, those things are real, but it's a hell of a book,
in the viewpoint of a child and how they see the world and how they perceive the world with what people say, with the actions of people around them. So I just thought that was just interesting for Lupita to write a book like this. And
that's right.
Like based off of her own life, but it's a beautiful, magical journey that goes on along with it. So I love it.
That's right. Yeah. And the thing is that, she is such a beautiful, person and beautiful woman, and I'm sure that, she hasn't always, just sort of felt that way, growing up, with her beautiful deep chocolate skin, that she did,
Exactly. I got from reading this book, and I'm like, she really has come so far if that was the case, because the whole world thinks it's beautiful.
Yeah. And it's also interesting, just sort of how perceptive children are and how deep their feelings are. I remember another one of my nephews, he, when he was young, like an infant, his speech wasn't very clear. And it was to the point there where he would talk and you would be like, like, what? Say that again. And he began to say, never mind.
Oh, wow.
As a 2-year-old or whatever, just like he was making his perception was that it was so, I don't know, burdensome for people to understand him that he just didn't even want to, let me spare you. That's right. And one of my super observant aunties, noticed that his frenulum, right, the little piece of skin that keeps the tongue, from swallowing your own tongue, came to the tip of his tongue, so he couldn't move his frenulum. He couldn't move the tip of his tongue. So all the sounds that you make, by moving your tongue around and all the rest of that, he couldn't do it because his tongue wouldn't move anywhere, And so she noticed this, and only like a detective, she was like, "What's wrong with him?" So went to the doctor, went to the doctor, and what she had noticed was real. That, his frenulum, which stops in the middle of the tongue, his went to the tip of his tongue, and that was the source of his impediment. And as soon as they clipped this thing, this boy was off to the races. Yeah, all the years of being misunderstood just came out, So really interesting. But that all that to say that, as a child, he was just very sensitive to, how people were perceiving him and the difficulty that people were having just sort of understanding him. And you say, well, how in the world could you do that? But children are observant and they see and feel these things, So yeah, that's a hell of a book. And I've always seen that book, but just haven't had a chance to read it. Probably because my children, the children in my charge, were all older, by the time that book came out, So thank you for sharing that with us. This feels like a board meeting. All we need is what, Kay and Roz and Jacques, and it would be a board meeting because there's 6 people on the board and you guys, Gail, being the board chair. And yeah, so it's good to have this little mini board meeting here, and it's only appropriate at the end of the Jamaica Read-a-thon at 4:35.
Yeah.
Yes. So, all right. So, Miss Gail Lewis, what are you going to read for us before, our trusty, producer, technical director, Jalen kicks, me and Samantha off the stage here? What are you reading, Miss Lewis?
Sometimes, well, first of all, hi, Samantha. It's so good to see
Thank you.
I love it's like old home time on ABJ. I enjoyed what you read. I was doing other things and I was listening and I was just like, oh my goodness, the color of sunshine versus the coal pot.
Isn't it?
Right?
Yes.
Right? So I just thought it was powerful, thinking of, colorism, hairism, sizeism. I mean, all the isms we got going on. So I thought it was great. So thank you.
You are welcome.
Yes.
I am taking a different route. I wish I was as profound as Samantha, but today, the only thing I could really get my hands on was this book. Sometimes, and I'm hearkened back to The Wizard of Oz. Sometimes what we're looking for is in our own backyards. You know, when you are really, really, really stressing to find something, maybe you're walking out the door and you can't find something. And then if you just take a few moments out, it just kind of appears for you. Or to get a little bit more metaphorical, the things you were chasing your whole life, you just kind of, you know, stop chasing them, and all of a sudden better things open up for you. And so that brings me to this book, Are You My Mother? Which is not a Jerry Springer story. It is actually it's actually a story about a very quick story, because is 4:37. So a very quick story about finding the things that you're looking for in your own backyard. So,
all right. Take it away, Miss Lewis.
Thank you so much, Samantha. Great to see you.
Good to see you.
And Greg Mays, you as well. Have you seen My Mother? I think I said, Are You My Mother before, the Jerry Springer edition, but actually it's not. It's Have You Seen My Mother? This is by Sparkle Books. I don't know who the original author was, but we can Google that afterwards. So have you seen My Mother? We open up. There is our main character right there. And he says, in all of his infinite goodness, he says, Baby Millie Monkey, right here, Baby Millie Monkey, is looking for her mother. She looks high in the treetops and low in the long grass. She looks near in the jungle and far by the water hole. But Millie can't see her anywhere. Wherever could she be? Look at this guy. He's huge. This elephant. Oh my goodness. So what does she do? Ellie Elephant is drinking and playing at the water hole, as elephants tend to do, right? Have you seen my mother? Millie asks. Ellie squirts a big squirt of water over her back with her long gray trunk. I'm sorry, Millie, she says. I haven't seen your mother. Wherever can she be? Look at this guy. Look at the teeth on this guy. Sparkle, sparkle, right? So, what does she do next? Tommy Tiger is snoring in the shade of the jungle trees. That's Tommy Tiger, sparkly Tommy Tiger. Have you seen my mother? Millie asks. Tommy yawns a big yawn and stretches out his paws one by one. I'm sorry, Millie, he says. I haven't seen your mother. Wherever can she be? There's Millie hanging from a tree, and she sees Sammy Snake. Sammy Snake is slithering through the grass. Have you seen my mother? Millie asks. Sammy hisses a big hiss and pokes his long red tongue out. Yes, Millie, he says. I've seen your mother. She's over there. Can you see her? Baby Millie Monkey has found her mother. Look at that embrace. Mother, Millie cries. Where have you been? Mother Monkey gives Millie a big hug and covers her face with kisses. And her mother says, I was here all the time. Have you seen my mother? By, we don't know. The point, because
that is the magic, the sweet spot in terms of its length, Gail Lewis. And you know, to that, all I can say is I've been looking around and you've been here all the time. All right.
Last year, I was your last reader. This year, I am your last reader. I think this is just my spot.
This is your spot. I mean, it's appropriate, that the executive director and the board chair spend quality time together. The meeting is over. The debrief is in. This is when the executive director, the board chair whispers in the ED's ears and says, "You better get your shit together." So I think it is only appropriate. Look, I suggested that, Samantha's superpower was, showing up and rolling up her sleeves, and, your superpower. So that's right. And that's right with the list and stuff. And, your superpower is very similar. Every time I just sort of reach out and just sort of look for you, for some information from you or for something, you are like, I'm there, and I appreciate that. And as you know, you're about to do some Toastmasters work with our 11th grade young men with our newest program, Civic Duty. And now that the Jamaica Read-a-thon is over, I can refocus my efforts on that effort because it's something that's near and dear to me, but I need to get off my behind and just sort of, map out the whole thing before the young people are like, this guy was just faking. Anyway, so look, thank you for joining us.
Can I also say your producer is ridiculously amazing. She figured out that this is by Sparkle Books, and that's the book company, Sparkle Book Company, and the author, Glenn Johnstone. So let's make sure that we get
see, and that's what Jalen. Jalen is just, let's just say that her parents did all the right things. You know what I'm saying? Because she is all that. And as they used to say, a greasy bag of chips. You know what I'm saying? She don't know that phrase.
Wise beyond her years.
She is. Dun.
Don't ruffle her feathers.
Oh, don't ruffle her feathers. Okay. And we talking wise, not lays, so it's all good. Yeah.
Salty.
So, it is all good. It is all good. Yeah. So all I can say is thank you. It is 4:44 and 24 seconds. It makes sense that, we should bring this to a close. So, I will just say, who are my thank yous? My biggest thank you is to the Honorable, Miss Jalen Ayana Buxton Punch for holding us down throughout the day, both technically and there she is right there. There she is. So, thank you, Jalen, for holding us down technically. Thank you for putting your foot in my behind, talking about, oh, Greg, it's time to finish that up, et cetera, et cetera. As you know, I love you and I'm proud of you. And for this particular day, I appreciate you. And so that's a wrap for the umpteenth Jamaica Read-a-thon, which is the primary fundraiser for A Better Jamaica's Jamaica Reads program, which is a program that deploys senior citizens to 2 local elementary schools where those seniors provide one-on-one tutoring to first graders who are struggling with the acquisition of their reading skills. We could not do this without you. We will continue to just sort of fundraise toward the effort for another couple of days or so. And again, if you know some foundation people who are interested in just sort of supporting the efforts of young people and making sure that by the 3rd grade, they are reading on grade level so they can go on and do even greater things. I'll repeat the statistic. Less than 50% of 3rd and 5th graders in Southeast Queens are reading at grade level. And that is the type of statistic that should have us all just, infuriated / up in arms / whatever, not blaming anybody but us all collectively. If we know this is a problem, then we collectively must work to address the problem by supporting teachers, by supporting schools, by supporting principals, by supporting all the other organizations out here that are helping that are out here trying to help with literacy in particular. So we're just one of them. But if you feel so compelled, please hit that donate button right there. After this live stream ends, we'll go back to the other page. That will just let you make a regular straight donation. And we appreciate you. And I think that's it. Jalen, is that it? You think? Okay.
I think
All
that's
right.
it. And I think it should be said that we are incredibly proud of you. This is, as you said, the umpteenth, annual read-a-thon. And every year that you do them, I become more and more impressed with not just your love for books, but how you have passed on that love, that knowledge to so many, including myself. So thank you for your work.
Right.
I think it's time for you to sign on.
Wow. Okay. So with that, I guess I'm going to hit this end broadcast button, and I will leave with, I'm so glad we have this time together just to have a laugh and sing a song. Seems we just get started, and before you know it, comes the time we have to say so long.